All this bloodshed. Will it never come to an end?
Hello? Where is that freeloader, huh? I know you're napping around here somewhere. On your feet and back to work already, yeah? Finally. Come on, sunshine, up and at 'em. Hey, get up already!
I'm sorry. What's going on?
What's going on? Did your head spring a leak while you were napping? Better see if you can even remember your name. Well, looks like there's hope for you yet.
Apologies, friend. I'm all right. Is the battle at hand?
Of course it is. Why else would I be standing here? You heard who we're up against, yeah? Jeralt's mercenaries. Gonna be one hell of a fight if true, especially if the Ashen Demon is here. Don't like a smidge of what I've heard about that fella. Or was it a woman?
Leave it to you to fumble the details. Did you even catch this Ashen Demon's name?
Of course I did. It was... by the goddess, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, that's it.
Demon or no demon, our job is to fight and win.
You sound just like the captain. I know they paid up front, but come on.
Well, at least one of you has some courage. You've certainly come a long way since I plucked you from that mountain village. But this battle is about more than just victory. Jeralt's team has a sterling reputation. Rumor has it they've never blundered even a single job. But once we put them to rout, we'll finally be the greatest mercenaries in all of Leicester.
Enemy activity detected, Captain.
Looks like we'll be fighting by moonlight. Mind you don't kill each other in the dark.
Wasn't expecting a fight so soon, but I guess there's nothing for it. You ready?
Ready as I'll ever be. Good luck, friend.
And double to you.
right, let's get down to business. We're up against Jeralt's mercenaries.
Let's move out!
Drive them straight into their graves!
Time to see what you're made of. They're not putting up much of a fight. Are these guys new recruits or something? Guess this means I can mess with them a little. Guess that's that.
I eat steak tougher than this. Hey, you! Clear out that group over there!
I can still fight!
I'll take out the stronghold over this way, yeah? You get the one over there.
Can't wait to wrap this up so we can all drown ourselves in ale.
Capture complete.
The captain ran off ahead of us. Is she gonna be okay?
Master your fear and advance!
Keep your eyes open. We still don't know if the Ashen Demon is here.
Out of the way!
The main force is here! We're saved! Now push! Push the enemy back!
About time a foe with some teeth showed up. But they still don't stand a chance against Burling's mercenaries. Now, isn't this a sight? You must be the infamous Ashen Demon. I can't wait to tear you apart.
This'll be the end of the Ashen Demon. No one can beat the captain.
What? Captain?
They took out Leslie like she was nothing.
I can't believe I'm losing to some damn kid.
Yeah, right!
Captain Burling's in trouble. You have to reach her before it's too late. There's so many of them. Only one thing to do about that.
Hope you're ready! Take this! I've got you now!
Just when my dream was finally in sight. You monster.
The captain's dead. What are we gonna do now?
Stand down or die.
We're gonna stand, we're gonna fight, and we're gonna avenge the captain. Why am I so scared? It's just one murder.
Run while you can.
Gex, no! This can't be happening! Keep fighting.
Perish with you.
Huh?
The cycle of this world. I will not allow it to perish with you.
Where did you get that power?
Witness my true power! But it's just what I need to bring you down! We're here to help!
No, not yet! Let's do this!
Interesting. You're fighting like an entirely different person.
That's enough! We did what we came to. Everyone, fall back!
What?
Sorry, but this fight is over.
Hey, wait!
Why? We've achieved our goal. Your job was to stop us, and you failed. Another time, perhaps.
Hey, we're not done here! Wait, why am I so tired? Huh? Where am I?
Oh good, you're awake. Not sure I would have been able to sleep at night with your blood on my hands.
Yeah! Who are you?
Ha! Now that is a tricky question. For the moment, why don't you call me Arval?
Arval, huh?
But for now, let me speak plain. You are slated to die. Right now, I'm the only thing holding your meager life together. And to be blunt, it's beginning to tire me.
Thank you?
Oh, my. That's the first time anyone has ever shown me gratitude. And I must say, I like it very much. Hear me well. You are a crucial piece of this world's cyclical... No, this will never do. You're far too groggy to absorb what I'm saying. For now, I needn't tell you how you'll get back on your feet. I need only convince you that you will.
Is this a dream? I remember collapsing, but then...
You're half right, which also means you're half wrong. But full marks for effort. Still, the important thing is what you do after you wake.
And what should that be?
Recall, please, how the Ashen Demon bested you. Came within an inch of snuffing out your life. If you attempt the fight again the same way, you will reach the same conclusion. This would force me to step in once more, which would be most annoying and also rather counterproductive, if I'm honest.
You don't need to worry. I won't lose next time. Although who's to say when that time will come?
Who indeed?
My captain and comrades are dead. The company is finished. So, there's only one thing I can do. Start over.
Huh. I thought you to be more sentimental. Did they not take you in? Care for you?
Gold's the only thing that ever held us together, and death is something we're all too used to. I never knew my real parents, and I lost the mother who raised me. Partings just come easy to me, I guess. The best way to honor my fallen comrades is by training hard and growing even stronger. Then I'll crush Jeralt's mercenaries and the Ashen Demon with them. That's what I'm going to live for now.
Oh, but I like your spirit, though I expected no less from my partner in destiny.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, I suppose that was a bit sudden. I should remember, take intimacy in smaller steps. The point is that I'm here to guide you, and I promise to help you find the strength to see your dreams realized.
Prologue. A chance encounter. The continent of Fdlan, said to be protected by a goddess, has existed for uncountable ages. Now, 3 ruling powers control the land. To the south is a region held for more than 1,000 years by the Adrestian Empire. To the north is the Holy Kingdom of Fargus, ruled by the royal family and its knights. And to the east, a league of nobles that bends no knee rules the Leicester Alliance. Though once consumed in war, these 3 powers now exist in relative harmony. Nestled between them is Garreg Mach Monastery, seat of the Church of Seros, the land's widely practiced faith, and a power that helps to maintain peace across the continent. Not far from the monastery, at the northern edge of the empire, is a small village called Ramire, and west of this place stretches a forest where a lone mercenary awaits.
Hey, wake up! Ugh, how many times must we do this? Get up already!
Huh? That's weird. I could have sworn I heard someone calling me. It's still dark out though.
Hello? Yes, I was calling you. Many times, I might add.
Come on, I told you not to sneak up on me like that.
As if I have a choice. Do you know how many times you would have died by now if not for me? I'll tell you. 22. The 3 times you leapt off a cliff to quote-unquote get tougher saved you. Those 5 mad attempts to dispatch a horde of monsters by yourself saved you. And tonight, despite my repeated warnings, you took the wrong path and ended up having to sleep on a bed of leaves in the middle of the woods.
You're right. This was all my fault, and I'm sorry.
Strange. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, yet somehow I'm the one who feels bad now. I must remember this tactic. At any rate, we all make a few mistakes along the way. And by we, I mean you. And by a few, I mean far, far more than average. Now then, with that out of the way, would you like to know why I've roused you from your mud-caked slumber? Actually, it's probably easier to show rather than tell at this point. Look over there, if you would.
Stop plowing ahead, Claude. You're going to get us lost.
Lost schmost. We've got it on Imperial authority that this is the way to the village.
True, I said there was a village, but how could anyone know where it is in the thick of these mountains? I can't even say for certain where we are in all this gloom.
Okay, new plan. I'll rely on my keen senses to navigate. Lucky for you, they're sharp as an arrow.
Hold, both of you. Someone's here. Another bandit, perhaps?
They're mistaking you for some common backwater thief. What cheek.
Hold on there. I'm no bandit. I'm a mercenary.
Well, that makes everything better.
A bandit would be far less out of place in these woods than a sellsword. What brings you here?
We've no time for an interrogation. Our pursuers are closing in.
I don't know who you people are or what you want, but I think introductions can wait. You clearly need every blade you can find, and my pockets have been feeling awfully light lately. What do you say?
Well, since you're here, do you mind stepping in and helping us chase off these scary bandits?
Don't worry about payment. You'll receive plenty of coin. If we survive, that is.
I can still fight! Out of the way!
There they are! Kill them all! Fighting for them now, are ya? You can die with your new friends!
All
I'll deal with things here. Watch this! Let me show you a trick for dealing with heavily defended enemies.
Be sure to tend to your wounds, Edelgard.
Best take care. And that's how it's done.
Don't overstep, Edelgard. Well, I suppose my turn has arrived.
Take a breather.
I've awaited this moment. I won't allow anyone to stop me.
You're making me feel bad for the enemy, Dimitri.
Apologies, but it was you or me.
Just who are these people anyway? All three of them have crests.
What's wrong with you? They're just a bunch of brats! Stop embarrassing yourselves and stand your ground already!
Is it clog time? I think it's clog time. No problem, I got you. I'm a master of strategy, but I'm not really used to being on the front lines. Hey, got lucky there. Well, lucky for me, I guess. Not so much for you.
Bandits have a firm hold on the central road. It would be wise to move through the forest and take down the strongholds as we go.
Try and keep an eye on who we're fighting, and make sure we've got the right person leading the charge at the right time. Let's try this. Let's see how this goes.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
We will proceed as planned. We must strive to...
All right, take it down.
Let us crush the defense!
One-shot defenses. We'll be done before we know it if they're all like this.
Unfurl the flag.
The stronghold's ours.
It's not over.
That ought to unravel their defenses.
Enough of this strategy nonsense! Get up there and tear them all to pieces!
Okay, how many thugs does this guy have working for him anyway?
Repent, foul bandits! The Knights of Seros are here, and we'll cut you down for terrorizing our students.
No, not yet! The battle is practically won if the knights have arrived.
You're done!
The Knights of Seros! Not now! If I don't kill at least one of them, Brat, I'm finished!
Are we changing places? Watch out! They're gonna make a last-ditch effort to rush our position.
I've awaited this.
I'll take over.
Take a breather. I've got this.
Form ranks and capture those bandits! Quickly now!
Gotta keep aiming higher.
This is where you die, dogs!
Feel that power? Maybe you can channel it like you did in the other battle.
We cannot allow ourselves to perish here. I'm afraid we must spare no mercy for you.
Never should have taken this job.
Is it over? I won't let... Gotta keep it... Hang on. You're seriously the Imperial Princess, the Crown Prince, and the heir to the Alliance?
Yes, and as the three of us are now in your debt, I think formal introductions are in order. My name is Edelgard von Hresvelg, Princess of the Adrestian Empire.
I am Dmitri Alexandra Blaithid, Crown Prince of the Holy Kingdom of Fargus.
And I'm Claude von Regan, grandson of the leader of the Leicester Alliance.
Things looked grim there for a moment. Thanks to you, we put those bandits to flight.
Bit of a miracle we ran into you out there, but hey, I'll take it.
Oh, I'm sure the three of you could have handled the situation just fine without me.
No need for false humility. We'd likely have perished if not for your help.
Well, aren't they an unlikely trio? I wonder why those bandits were after them. Still, it's no concern of ours. We have our own plans to attend to. Now, collect your pay and be off before they get a wild idea and ask you to join them.
Say, while I have you here, do you know where I can find Remire Village? I took a wrong turn somewhere along the way. I'm looking for a band of hardened mercenaries who follow a man named Jeralt. I hear rumors that's where they're camped.
Actually, Remire might just be the village we've been looking for, too. That ring a bell, Edelgard? I don't remember hearing anything about mercs, but...
The name sounds correct, at least.
Geralt's too smart to get smoked out by a bunch of rumors, but they're all I've got at the moment.
In any case, we won't find our own 2 feet in all this dark. We should return to camp and get our bearings before...
Hello there, house leaders. Hello, brave mercenary. We've mopped up what's left of those rascals, so what say we return to camp? And I insist you accompany us, good mercenary.
Who, me?
You heard the man. We'll wait out the night together and make for the village in the morning. It's a great plan, especially if you want to get paid, as we're a tiny bit short on pocket change at the moment.
Yes, and those mercenaries you're looking for? Geralt's band, was it? They may be in Remire Village tonight, but there's no telling when they'll move on. If you come back to our camp, we have maps that may help you get one step ahead of them.
This is clearly the wisest course of action, not to mention that I would enjoy conversing with you further. But of course, the choice is yours.
Why can't things ever be simple?
All right, but just for the night.
Perfect. Then might I borrow you for a moment after we reach camp? There's a matter we must speak about. Nothing alarming, I promise you.
Right then, so off we go? But, if I may, did I hear you mention a Jeralt earlier?
Yes, do you know him? He heads up a pretty elite band of mercenaries, so I imagine his name is spread all over Fdlan by now.
Mercenaries, is it? No. No, it can't be him. Can it? Well, I'll just have to meet this Jeralt myself. After I've seen my duties through, of course. After all, if I don't finish my assigned tasks, I'm mission the point. Get it? Missing? Mission? Come now, this is good stuff!
That's our Aloise. Come on, let's get moving before he really gets going.
Hey! If I'm honest, that's concerning. What say you? Let's see.
You have my thanks. Speaking of which...
Thanks!
By the way, how about this?
I wonder...
Thank you. What do you think?
Meh.
On another matter. Well, you're certainly not timid. You do realize you're addressing the heir to the Imperial throne, yes? Still, I suppose I admire that sort of freedom. It must be nice not to have your lot in life decided for you.
Thanks. Speaking of... How's that? Who, me? I'm more curious about you, personally. If you don't have anything better to do, I'd be glad to have you join us at Garreg Mach. Have you met him yet? At first, I thought he was real, but that image shattered.
I see. That's concerning. If I'm honest. my sincere apologies for asking this of you. I know you're heading for Remire Village in order to find Jeralt's mercenaries, but... well, perhaps you might consider changing your mind and accompanying us to Garreg Mach monastery instead.
And why would I do that, exactly?
Because you've done us a great service, and we don't have the means in camp to properly reward you. At the monastery, however, we can repay your kindness in full. Also, between you and me, this evening's turn of events was quite the embarrassment for the church. We allowed students of the Officers' Academy out of our sight, and house leaders of great political consequence at that. And then they crossed swords with bandits. If word got out, well, let's just say it would sit poorly with everyone. So you see why we must ensure you're well compensated. Also, there may be some papers for you to sign, perhaps in blood.
This sounds more like hush money than a reward.
Yes, that's exactly what I told the fool knight who suggested it. Me, I'd just as soon send you on your way, but I fear I'm obligated to escort you back. Anyway, the whole thing will be much easier if you simply agree to come along. Just as a formality, of course.
I think that was a threat. And here I thought he was a big softy. Well, what do you think? Garreg Mach is in the opposite direction of where we need to be, but this man seems rather set on having us accompany them.
You make a poor case, Alois, but I can see where this is heading. I'll come with you to the monastery, but I'm not staying a single minute longer than I have to.
Bless you, my friend. What a noble soul you are. I'd say you saved my bacon, but that would be utterly hammy.
Alois, has anyone ever told you that you're...
Don't. Some truths are simply too painful to bear. While I'm no expert, I fear the poor man's heart couldn't handle the shock.
Told me what?
Told you how dashing you are in that armor. Not just any man could pull off that look.
Ah, you like it? Wonderful. I admit I've received no small share of positive comments on it. There's a grand story behind every last ding and dent. Enough to keep me talking for a week. Why, take this one here.
We heard you'll be joining us at Garreg Mach. Perhaps somewhat unwillingly, I might add. I know this wasn't in your plans, but if it lets us get to know each other better, perhaps it will prove worth it in the end.
Unwilling or not, we've got a long road ahead, so let's try to keep the mood light.
I hesitate to ask this considering you're only here because of us, but... well, are you sure about this decision? The last thing we want is to delay you from your own business. The knights may seem unwilling to bend, but it's not as if you have no say in the matter.
Actually, I see this as just another chance to better myself.
You are more gracious than I. But, as I see you've made peace with it, I will leave the matter be.
Yes, that's quite enough chatter. Let's save our energy for the road. To the monastery!
Listen, I know this one's on me. I'm the one who roped you into coming back to camp after all. But I'll find a way to make it up to you, I promise.
Yeah, I'll believe that when I see it.
A skeptic, huh? You know, I may look like a scoundrel, but I happen to be a man of my...
Hey! Hurry up back there or we'll leave you behind!
You know you've had a busy day when you rub shoulders with the heirs to the Empire, the Kingdom, and the Alliance. I think they're a fascinating group of people myself, but what do you make of them?
Seems like Edelgard thinks high enough of me. She's got this elegant air about her, but somehow doesn't hold any disdain for mercenaries. It feels like Dimitri's always checking in on me, every chance he gets. He'll definitely make a good king, the kind who looks after his people. Claude's a laid-back kind of guy who doesn't really strike me as noble, and I mean that in a good way. Something tells me he's gonna be easy to work with.
Of course you only pick up on their rosy qualities. You really are a delight. Have I told you that lately? Still, you'd better pick up the pace before you vex these people any further.
Prologue. 3 houses. Deep in the forest, the mercenary meets a trio of youths, each a student at Garreg Mach's Officers' Academy, and a leader of one of the school's 3 houses. Striking down the bandit chief who attacked the students brings undue attention to the mercenary, who soon arrives at the hallowed gates of Garreg Mach.
And with that, may I present the mercenary I spoke of?
Greetings. My name is Rhea, and I am the Archbishop of the Church of Seros. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for rescuing our students.
I'm just glad I could help.
Such modesty is not required around me. Your actions were truly commendable.
However, the reason we summoned you here was not simply to express our gratitude. We have a proposal for you, one made on behalf of the church itself.
What kind of proposal?
Someone told you of the Officers' Academy here at the monastery, yes? We would have you join this academy as a student.
You what?
Though you are a mercenary, I understand you are not currently beholden to any one particular employer. Also, the students you rescued are close to your own age. Your life could be greatly enriched here.
Or she's heard about our power and wants to keep us on a short leash. And yet she's taking it almost as a given that we'll accept. It's infuriating.
Sorry, but the world's got other plans for me. I can't afford to stay here forever.
Oh, this would not be forever. You would only be enrolled for 1 year. Bear in mind that the Knights of Seros and many other powerful warriors pass through these gates. Whether you seek to someday become an officer, or simply increase your own strength, this environment will undoubtedly aid in your pursuits.
They've really talked us into a corner here. I think I see where this is going.
All right, I'm in.
A wise decision. We will do all we can to ensure you do not regret it.
I believe you will go far.
If I may, permit me to tell you a bit more about the school itself. The Academy is divided into 3 houses and draws in the most promising young talents from every corner of Fdlan. Some are noble-born, while others spring from more humble roots. But within these walls, all are treated as equals. We ask our prospects to spend a year living under the same dormitory roof, so they can challenge each other, work hard, and grow together.
Each of our houses corresponds to one of Fdlan's 3 regions. Edelgard leads the Black Eagle House, which is for students from the Adrestian Empire. Dimitri leads the Blue Lion House, home to students from the Holy Kingdom of Fargus. And Claude leads the Golden Deer House, for students from the Leicester Alliance.
We could select a house for you ourselves, but as all of this was our idea, perhaps we should leave this decision to you. You are something of a special case, after all.
So I can join any house I want?
Yes, you have simply to name it. So you wish to join Edelgard's Black Eagles. Are you certain?
Yep, that's the one. I'm sure of it.
May you build wonderful and lasting friendships in your new house.
Well then, with that taken care of, it's time to decide which of us will supervise which house.
Yes, it turns out we just underwent a last-minute roster change. I guess you two haven't met. This is Professor Yuritsa, our weapons instructor.
Hello.
Nice meeting you, sir. Don't load me up with too much homework, all right?
Do my ears deceive me? Or is that curiosity I hear in your voice, Professor Yuritsa? I thought all the houses were the same to you. Perhaps you should be in charge of our new student's house, hmm?
I don't care. You decide.
Well, you'll certainly hear no objections from me. Professor Manuela, you and I can take charge of the remaining houses.
What? It's decided already? I was at least expecting a fight. Maybe some hair pulling? And as for you, my mysterious new student, I look forward to getting to know you much, much better throughout the year.
The gall of these people making decisions for you. It's enough to make one's head spin.
Right. In any case, I'm looking forward to learning from you, Professor Yuritsa.
I'll inform you of our first mission soon.
Sorry, what mission?
Oh, did we fail to mention that? Each month, every house in the Academy is given a mission entailing some form of service to the Church.
Well, what do you think? I believe there is a very good chance it will work.
Perhaps, Lady Edelgard. But is that chance not outweighed by the danger of matters going awry? We have managed to walk the knife's edge so far, but what you are suggesting is open hostility. If they so much as catch wind of our intentions, things will go sideways very quickly.
Regardless, this is our last opportunity to save her. Frankly, it's a miracle we even have the chance.
I thought you once proclaimed not to believe in miracles, Lady Edelgard.
And I don't. At least not the kind one has to sit around and wait for. But right now, everyone is exactly where we need them. Her, the bandits, the string pullers, and the perfect instructor with the perfect mission. I'm going to make this miracle happen, and I will do so for our future.
Then we'd best have a plan in place to finish the job, in case they catch on. I expected you to burn a few bridges, but this plan would be akin to setting half the countryside on fire.
Which is exactly why I'm counting on you, Hubert, and why I'm grateful to have you by my side. Welcome to the Black Eagle House. I'm pleased you selected us.
Whoa, wait, what? You're a student now? And not only that, you're one of us? That's great!
Wait, stop! I don't know this person. Oh, why are there so many new faces?
That's what you get for skipping this year's first field excursion, Byrne. A lot happened. There was even a bandit attack. Did you really not hear about any of this?
Bandits? Ugh! Now I'm extra glad I skipped out.
I must say, the church took a bold step in enrolling you. A decision which I, of course, fully support. You helped Edelgard, and we stand to learn quite a bit from one so skilled.
Yes, I have eagerness to examine the fighting of mercenaries. We should be sparring, 1 versus 1.
If anyone needs me, I'll be asleep and... Wait, hold on. Do you have a crest? Did Professor Hanneman even check?
Oh, he checked all right. Sorry to say, I'm certifiably crestless.
Strange. You definitely seem the type. But I suppose I'm just imagining it.
And now you know the rest of our house. As you already met some of us in camp, I assume you knew what you were getting into. We may not be perfect, but we support each other as best we can. Please try your utmost to get along with everyone.
Here approaches Professor Yaritza. That makes all of us.
Remember your mission?
We are to eliminate the remaining members of the Iron King's thieves that attacked our camp. The chief, Costas, has already been struck down, and now only a scattering of brigands remain.
Even with our limited experience, we should be able to defeat them handily.
Good. Prepare yourself.
Of course, Oh, he's gone.
So it would seem. Right then. We'd better get all of our waterfowl in a row.
Wait, but I need to tell the professor I can't participate? Oh, good work, Bernie. Why didn't you speak up sooner?
I know what you mean. I never even got the chance to break out my best. Leave it to me, Professor! He's a real tough nut, that's for sure. Says just as much as he has to, then makes tracks.
Well, the less you say, the greater your mystique.
True enough. There's not much charm in someone who talks your ear off at every opportunity.
Whatever the case, I expect all Black Eagles to participate in this mission, including you, Bernadetta. You can do this. And I look forward to seeing our mercenary friend here in action.
I won't let you down.
There you are, Yaritza. I have word from the knights.
It is time.
Yes. The bandits have fled north into the canyon bordering Count Ro's land in the kingdom. But the knights have cut off their escape, and now stand ready to provide whatever support the students may require.
We'll leave at once.
I needn't remind you, this is the first real battle for some of our charges. I trust you will keep them safe, though I likely do not need to worry with an old hand like you at their side.
No, you don't. You there. It's time for the mission. Gather the others.
About time we saw some action.
Lost sight of them?
Ashamed to admit it, but yes. It's possible someone magicked the bandits away. But why go to that kind of trouble for a handful of highwaymen scum?
So be it. We'll follow the blood scent.
Right, of course. We'll follow... Wait, what?
We're leaving. Everyone, follow me!
Professor, wait! Well, he must have some idea where the bandits went. Let's hurry after him.
Pathetic.
Professor Yuritsa, you shouldn't charge ahead like that. It's far too dangerous. Wait, what is all this?
Bandits!
Dead by my hand.
Yes, they look quite dead indeed. Are these the miscreants we were meant to deal with?
How is one to tell? One uncouth ruffian looks much the same as any other. Do you know, Professor? Were you following some manner of lead?
No, but it's them. They were trying to escape to that fortress.
That fortress?
Yes, Caspar, that's what he said. Something you want to share?
Nope. It just seems suspicious.
You're something else, Caspar. Still, I guess the place does look kind of suspicious.
We're near the border of the kingdom and the Empire, but that is no Imperial outpost.
It's not the kingdoms either, and they're not flying any kind of banner. I'm guessing it's a bandit hideout.
Then give us allowance to be storming their base and crushing them under our feet.
It might be a little dangerous for us to handle on our own, Petra.
Yes! I mean, I agree. We should all, go home. Right now.
But the bandits might be inside, and they must answer for their crimes. It is our noble duty to finish them off before they can bring harm to another soul.
This isn't about nobles. It's about doing the right thing, period. And striking down evil is the Caspar way.
We'll be heroes if we manage to take out the entire bandit outpost. This is the kind of stuff I live for.
Since when are you so gung-ho? Oh, right. Since always.
Enough. This is not our decision to make. Professor Yuritsa?
The mission stands. Enter the fortress. Dispatch any bandits you find. There are no signs of life. We may be chasing ghosts.
Professor, are you having the ability to speak with ghost spirits?
It is just an expression, Petra. It means there is probably no one here.
Ah, I am understanding now. You have my thanks. This language has much peculiarity some of the times.
Well, if that's settled, let us make ready. Make sure you're prepared before we head out.
put the bandits to rout. Follow me.
Hey! We got intruders!
You must be a bad guy if you're pointing a weapon at me.
Get ready to tank!
Yeah, right. A pack of thieves is no match for us. Though I do wish they had given me time to announce my name.
Careful. Do not let the enemies be ganging up on you.
I'm not letting you past here. My life depends on it.
Now we know who to kill to open the gate.
Let's do this! Sorry, everyone. I tried to stop them. I am your...
Stand back.
Let's secure the interior.
Take a breather.
This place is bigger than I thought. Split up.
Turn.
I'll take over.
All of these dead bodies are enough to numb the senses.
No better inside the fortress than it was on the outside.
I can't take this anymore. I want to go home.
Is that a treasure chest? Yes. It seems we will need a key to open it.
Ugh. I was all ready to grab a nice haul from that chest. And now those intruders are all over the thing.
Bandit appears to be holding the key.
No, not yet!
Allow me.
Join here!
I'm all right. My turn. Stand back.
Watch this!
I am your man!
My turn. I feel no mercy. Are you not?
Watch this! Stand aside!
Yeah, right!
This is certainly not what we signed up for.
Take a breather. My turn.
I won't lose!
I'd say that takes care of securing the bandit hideout. Unless something else concerns you, Professor.
Search the basement. Something is amiss.
Hey, there's a prisoner down here. She looks like an academy student.
Are you here to rescue me? Lady Edelgard!
Monica, how did you... No, my questions can wait.
Thank you for saving me.
Don't let the girl escape, or Kranya will make us wish we were dead.
It's not safe here. We must take the girl and run.
Whoever they are, they seem to be... There's not a question of can. My will is theirs. Targeting that sacred breather. It falls upon us to keep her safe, no matter the cost.
Just leave me alone already!
Here they come. Everyone, protect Monica.
There will be no way forward until we strike down these scoundrels. Here it comes! Take this! You're done! Gotta keep aiming higher.
Now's our chance to give him the slip!
More bandits that eluded us. Leave none alive.
Right then.
Let us go to work.
I'll take over.
If I may.
The way is clear. Come, we need to hurry.
Sorry I'm slowing you down. The world is still a little wobbly at the moment.
Good. That's the last.
I'll take over.
My turn? I am your man!
Okay. We should be safe here. I mean, I hope we are at least.
I must get right. Who came in here and trashed my beautiful stronghold?
Hi there. I'm Grania, but you can just call me the lady that's about to murder you. Or, you know, don't.
It's her. So be it. Kill her.
Leave this to me.
If you truly are Grania, then it is you who will die this day.
Those only can proceed as planned.
This is war!
All right, you asked for it. Release the creature we captured. This is going to be trouble. On your guards, everyone.
Leave this to me.
Attack in force. You'll never defeat it alone.
All the numbers in the world won't save you. I am here to aid you.
Like any beast I have ever encountered. It will be a grueling battle unless we combine our strength.
Its strength is beginning to wane. Press the attack. Stand back.
Watch this!
They defeated a demonic beast? Impossible! Tall Atlas isn't going to like this at all. You'll pay for this. You'll all pay!
That snake escaped. But still, Monica is safe, and that's what matters. I must...
I will not stop until I achieve greatness. Hey, a new power. All right.
What a fascinating power.
I must make the most of this ability.
I need more strength than this.
I thought I would never breathe fresh air again for as long as I lived. I'm not sure what to say except... thank you, everyone.
How did you end up in such an awful place, Monica? I heard you went missing in House Ox territory.
I did indeed. In fact, I was on the verge of graduation when I was kidnapped by the strangest people. Oh, how silly of me not to introduce myself. I'm Monica von Ox. I'm the eldest child of Baron Ox, and one of your Highness's most loyal subjects. Seeing as you saved my life, I plan to devote that very life back to helping your cause.
You've not changed at all, though I do appreciate the enthusiasm.
Monica was a Black Eagle in last year's class. One might say she's part of the old guard.
I'm not sure how I feel about you calling people old.
Yes. I think I understand. This all began when the knights lost sight of the bandits and you gave chase. Afterward, you entered a suspicious fortress and rescued a missing student. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll be sure to smooth things over for you once we're back.
Sounds good. But, why are you even here, Alois?
Because the knights sent for help after you left them behind. Did you expect anything different? Not that I'm trying to lay blame at your feet. I know you were following Professor Yuritsa's lead, so I think everyone involved can head home knowing they did just swell. For as you know, all's swell that ends swell.
Still, I find this a rather grave turn of events. To think the same bandits who attacked our charges were behind another student's abduction.
I never said I was kidnapped by bandits.
You didn't?
Now that I think on it, not everyone in that fortress was dressed like a common rogue. Perhaps the bandits were mere decoys while some other villain pulled strings behind the scenes.
Yeah, there was one real piece of work. Kranya, I think, who managed to escape. I've seen all kinds of people as a mercenary, and she was definitely not your everyday bandit.
You're on the right path. Perhaps I should just tell you who kidnapped me, seeing as I already know.
What? Why didn't you mention this earlier?
Everyone was busy speculating, so it was difficult to cut in.
What do you know, child? Out with it.
Her Highness can vouch for this, but my memory is quite strong.
Try remarkable. You never forget a face, even one seen only at a glance.
Your Highness, thank you for the compliment. I'm certain of what I saw. The one who kidnapped me was surely Tomas, the librarian.
Tomas? Impossible!
But Tomas has been at Garreg Mach even longer than I have. I don't want to believe it, but based on what you say, we've no choice but to investigate.
But Sir Alois...
Be on guard. If Tomas is in league with Crania, he is dangerous.
Very well. I will quietly report the matter to Lady Rhea and leave the decision in her hands. Not a word of this to anyone. Is that clear?
Well, now things are getting interesting. Honestly, did not see this coming. So what do you make of this Crania? Why do you think she was at the fortress?
You seemed preoccupied with her during the battle. She a friend of yours?
Sadly, I wouldn't know. My memory is but a shadow at this point. Gone, vanished, lost. I remember meeting you, but before that, nothing at all. And yet, the moment I saw her, I was struck with the most inexplicable feeling. I couldn't tell you if it was revulsion or affection. It was simply pure emotion.
And here I thought I had it tough.
Are you worried about me? How adorable! Oh, but I do love that about you.
And so, the Archbishop has elected to apprehend Tomas.
He has been away from Garreg Mach for days now. During his absence, an investigation of his behavior and personal effects laid bare his hostility to the Church.
The Knights have been instructed to await his return and take him in. As quietly as possible, of course.
We want him alive, so we might discover the whereabouts of his associates.
I'm glad they actually believed me.
If they doubted you, you would have known it the moment they clapped you in irons and led you away.
So who is this Tomas guy anyway? You say he works in the library?
He does. I've lost track of how many times I've spoken to the man.
No surprise, Lynn. You practically live at the library. So what did he look like again? Is he the big, burly one?
Burly? Not even close! He's a frail old man with a walking stick.
From what I understand, he's been at Garreg Mach for 40 years, at least. It is hard to imagine that he had been plotting evil that whole time. I wonder what led to his transformation.
Transformation? Would someone not be noticing if Tomas changed his appearance?
He meant a mental transformation, not a physical one. Tomas must have changed his mind about the Church at some point.
I am excited to have learning of this strange new expression. I must be thanking you.
If they were really worried about transformations, you'd expect they would turn their gaze to you. Good to know they're nice enough not to do so.
So this Tomas person sent the bandits after us? What an awful man. We're lucky to be alive.
You're one to talk, Bernadetta. You weren't even there.
Yes, you were not having reason to fear for your continued living.
You're right! Everyone, pipe down! Something's happening outside.
Are they ready at the gates?
Yes, sir. Every exit is covered.
Well, well, it sounds like Tomas has returned. I don't know why I know this, but you need to get out there, and quickly.
I think Tomas is here. I'll be right back.
Wait, we should discuss this before you... Never mind. There he is!
That man down there.
Lady Rhea wants to speak with you. I suggest you accept.
This doddering persona of mine will benefit me no further.
What is this?
Familiar, right?
Such hubris from mere vermin. You will pay for this.
Find him!
Right!
What he did was just like...
Prologue. The Shadows of Adrestia. Upon his return to Garreg Mach, the humble Tomas shapeshifts and flees, and not even the Knights of Ceros's most concerted efforts can track down the erstwhile librarian. Meanwhile, Edelgard seizes upon Monica's rescue as a chance to start down a radically different path than she had originally planned.
Things went like clockwork with Monica.
Thanks to Professor Yuritsa playing his part so ably. And equally to those arrogant fools for letting their guards down.
I doubt we will see such fortune next time.
Next time? Don't tell me.
The moment has come to take matters into our own hands at the Imperial capital. This is our chance to finally be rid of them.
But, Lady Edelgard, we aren't ready. We'll need an entire host to keep them in check.
And we have one. The Church.
Forgive my impertinence, but that is not the plan.
You are the man who once told me to leave no sword in its scabbard.
Yes, but one must also take care not to wound themselves when unsheathing it. I am sorry, milady, but this plan is ill-advised. I cannot support it. And even if I were to ignore common sense and go along, it still throws our future plans into disarray.
I thought you devised countermeasures to deal with the Church. Use them.
But those were meant for... Very well. Are you absolutely certain this is the path?
I am anything but certain. Yet the bandit attack in the mountains created an opportunity we cannot ignore. And I doubt the appearance of this new mercenary is simple coincidence. Plans can be rewritten, Hubert. Either we're doing this, or we're not. Will you sit around and wait for a miracle? Or will you help me seize control of my fate?
I am with you, Lady Edelgard. As ever. Then let us walk forward on this path, and see where it takes us.
I apologize for bringing this to you on such short notice, Archbishop.
Not at all, Edelgard. But might I ask, what prompted this sudden desire to return to Inbar?
We believe one of Tomas's collaborators may have infiltrated the capital.
My word!
Tomas tended the library at Garreg Mach for decades, with nary a blemish on his record. And then, without warning, he drops his disguise and reveals himself to be a vile sorcerer of terrible ability. Someone at the capital also fits that pattern. A man we know all too well.
And who might that be?
My uncle, and regent of the Empire, Volkard von Arundel.
His lordship briefly defected from the Empire before reappearing several years later. But he returned a changed man, and began seizing power almost immediately. Witnesses claim he wields dark magic in secret, and is able to change his appearance at will.
That does sound suspicious, if these witnesses can be believed.
I would ask that you do believe them, as the information comes from my own House Vestra.
I see. And when you return to the capital, how do you propose to deal with this uncle of yours?
Lord Arundel has the support of a number of influential nobles, including the Prime Minister, Duke Eyre. And while we have allies of our own, it's likely they'll require some convincing. To that end, we wish to bring our friends here at the Academy, their daughters and sons, with us under the supervision of Professor Yuritsa.
We hoped you would consider deploying the Knights of Seros, so the Imperial Army doesn't get any strange ideas.
You wish to march on the Empire, with the Church's knights at your back?
Your support would give credence to our claims.
Additionally, the Knights would keep the populace in check upon our arrival, thereby preventing the city from descending into utter chaos.
The more I hear of this, the more credible the threat sounds.
It's clear you have thought carefully and planned well.
We intend to seize the palace with our own forces, and will do our utmost to contain the conflict there. But we still need your help. Please.
I have two conditions. The first, when you capture Lord Arundel, he is to be turned over to the Knights at once. The second, our Knights are not to engage in battle directly.
I would have it no other way.
Step lightly, Edelgard. Should these claims about Lord Arundel prove false, we will take action accordingly. Make no mistake as to who will be held accountable.
Understood. But please know we have nothing to gain from deceiving the Church.
Very well. I will summon the Knights and let you instruct them as to your plan. May the Goddess watch over you all.
Well, that was certainly an unexpected conclusion to the whole Tomas saga. Thanks to his shape-shifting ability, he slipped free of the Knights and escaped.
Shape-shifting?
Yes, that's what I said. Also, I know what you want to say next. His powers are just like the ones you gave me.
His powers are just like the ones you gave me. Are you in league with him, Arval? Where do these powers come from?
If I am in league with him, no one has informed me. All I have is you, my dear partner in destiny. Still, I saw what you saw. Clearly, we don't have a monopoly on shapeshifting.
Now that everyone knows about Tomas, some of them must have connected the dots back to me. At least they've had the grace to keep it to themselves.
It's because they trust you. Hold on, someone's coming.
Ah, there you are.
Something wrong?
I must return to the Imperial capital soon for an important matter. Will you join me? Most of the other Black Eagles are coming.
What's this about?
I fear I must keep that to myself until we're closer to the capital. But I promise you this. There will be battle, and you will have a chance to shine.
Are you sure? I mean, these powers I have...
Are like the ones Tomas used? Yes, that is a bit disquieting. Still, you've given me no reason to mistrust you. You could have wrested yourself free of us from the start, but instead you chose to stay here at the monastery. You fought by our side and helped us save Monica. I think I can give you the benefit of the doubt. But here's my true proposal. If you accompany us, there's a good chance you'll learn where your powers come from.
Ooh, now that is intriguing.
In that case, I accept. Thanks.
If you would, do you have a moment?
Huh? Meh.
Excuse me. Over here.
Nuh-uh.
I agree. My word is a bond.
Well...
So basically...
Don't let me down.
If I may. Huh?
Hello.
What do you think?
What? Solon's been unmasked?
Yes, my lord. Rooted right out of the monastery.
First Kranya's debacle, and now this. What in the world is going on?
I know not, my lord. What are we to do?
Keep our composure for a start. Send word to the kingdom and see that Cleobulus is informed. Tell him to remain prudent. If he must go into hiding, so be it.
At once, my lord.
Yes?
Lord Regent, I have urgent tidings to report.
You may enter.
Forgive the intrusion, my lord, but we just learned the Knights of Seros march on Enbar. Their purpose is unclear, but they will arrive by morning. We've been turning ourselves upside down to make ready.
The Knights of Seros? No. Do you think...
There's only one person who could be behind it. How dare she bare her fangs at us? They may already be within the palace walls. Mobilize the guards and search. If anyone so much as looks at you askance, kill them on the spot.
Yes, my lord.
Her Highness has given the signal, Valdemar.
Already? I had thought they were still negotiating. Things are moving rather quickly.
The situation must have changed. Our children are still at Garreg Mach, after all.
I admire how strong she's become. I just wish we'd had more time to appraise her competence.
Well, if she's caught us with our breeches down, imagine how they feel. I can't wait to see the confused look on those dastards' faces. Oh, I'm going to enjoy every second of this.
As if you'd be content to watch. Once the battle starts, you'll be knee-deep in gore with all the rest. Which means I'll have to make it clear where I stand. We can't afford to tear the Ministry apart by having the pen and sword at odds.
These are your instructions. I imagine they may not come as a surprise to many of you. For some time now, Enbar Palace has been infested with the same darkness you saw in Tomas. They have made a puppet of the Emperor and plot with disloyal subjects to seize control of the Empire. Our objective is to stamp these traitors out, seize the palace, and reclaim the Empire for our own.
You realize it's just us, right, 80? That sounds kind of impossible. Still, The Empire is having many soldiers. Perhaps you could be changing their minds?
Those who can be won over will be. And the realization they are fighting the Imperial Princess ought to dull the others' blades. We have also secured the cooperation of several nobles inside the palace.
Very impressive, Your Highness. And very you. I suppose all that remains is to head inside and take care of business.
Just you watch. We'll take them all down and have the bards singing our names by nightfall.
So here we are, ready to deal a masterstroke to the heart of the mighty Empire. Life with you certainly isn't boring.
We'll infiltrate the palace through the rear gate, then apprehend Lord Arundel and Duke Ire. From there, we'll secure the palace's strategic positions, eliminating all resistance we encounter along the way.
If that is our plan, then time cannot be wasted.
You can hear them scrambling in the palace from here. Let's not wait for them to find their bearings.
Lead the way, Your Highness. Oh, and make sure to keep her safe, Hubert. You know every square inch of that place, after all.
Just mind you don't fall prey to your own distractions.
These villains have had free run of my house for too long. Today, I take it all back.
It was easy enough slipping in the back. The knight's unexpected visit must have thrown the court into disarray.
In that case, we'd best find and apprehend Duke Ire and Lord Arundel before they grow wise to our scheme.
Duke Ire should be in the throne. We'll enter through the back way.
Yes, that way he will never see our coming.
Right then, let us go to work.
But we must hurry.
The gods along the way are in Duke Ire's employ, so deal with them as you must.
It's not over.
Surrender, Duke Ire.
What in the... No! Seal the gate now!
Well, this complicates things.
Then swapping in.
We'll have to cut around through the gardens.
Send soldiers to the gardens! I want a sword on every path between myself and those rats.
The man is so desperate he doesn't realize he's already lost. So let us break through and prove it to him.
I have this.
I can still fight!
him from running away.
Oh, I already solved that particular problem.
Gotta keep aiming high.
The time has come, ministers. Show the Duke your true allegiance lies with the Empire.
Apologies, Ludwig, but if you want to leave, it'll have to be through me.
And if you want back in, you must go through me. Although I must seem like nothing in comparison to that bear at the front gates.
You would turn on me now.
Preposterous. Wait, so those are the nobles you won over? Where'd you find the time to orchestrate that?
Now that we have Duke Aya pinned down, let us clip his wings for good.
No! You're still outnumbered, and this isn't done until I say it is.
I've got this.
Finished, Prime Minister. Lay down your arms and surrender peacefully.
Use the fire orbs! I don't care if you bring the palace down around us! Just do it!
They're shooting at us? We should probably do something about that.
The ambitions of Ludwig von Eyre won't be broken by the likes of you!
Here it comes! You're done!
Any experience is worth having.
Speed. I have riches, power. I am as great as a man can be.
Well done, everyone. That just leaves Lord Arval.
Yes. He's the one we need to worry about. Keep moving and remain alert.
Duke Aya's been captured already. The wretch didn't even have the grace to buy me some time. Well, I've little interest in facing Virgil. So it's time for me to deploy my wild card.
Dark magic. Find the caster.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Leave this one to me. That's my cue.
And strike them down so we might dispel this sorcery.
That could stop those fire orbs from, well, firing.
Come, Voldemort. You and I can split up and sweep the palace.
A fine idea, Home.
let us make clear to these fell warlocks that they are most unwelcome in this place.
I'm afraid to consider how we'd stand without those two on our side. Keep it up. We must eliminate the mages.
These were definitely the same people who kidnapped me. We are fighting on the side of Count Burgley's.
I'm swapping in!
I'm ready.
You people are all magic and no muscle. I'll snap you like twigs.
I'll take over.
My turn.
You know, it may benefit us to learn more about this dark magic.
The barrier should dissipate now.
That still didn't stop them. It seems they came prepared for any eventuality.
Quickly now! We need to reach Lord Arundel before he slips through our fingers.
Any who side with Duke I are...
The sky...
or Lord Arundel and oppressed Her Highness will receive no quarter from us.
Hubert, you finally said something I like. Now let's go stamp them out.
Wretched vermin.
You are mine!
Useless.
I admire your tenacity. However, you clearly have no concept of how terrifying I can.
Banish the darkness, and the terror will fade as well. Are you starting to understand the situation you're in?
No. I have to act.
No.
Useless.
Sorry. What?
Looking for Lady Edelgard.
I know when I am bested.
Not happening!
We are the darkness itself, and the darkness cannot be slain.
He escaped.
Cowardly of him. But we can take comfort in our victory either way.
Yeah, I guess.
Now what?
Huh? Are you kidding me? When mercs celebrate a win, we slap our open palms together like that.
A commendable victory, Lady Edelgard.
Thank you, Hubert. Still, I don't much like how those rats managed to keep skittering away.
I imagine that guy's pretty close with Kranya and Tomas, since he shapeshifted and all.
Yes. They are all part of a clandestine organization attempting to conquer Fdlan from the shadows. Those who slither in the dark.
Huh. Never heard of them.
So, what is the plan now, Your Highness?
We make ready for my coronation. Hubert, gather everyone in the throne room.
At once, Your Highness.
Oh, this is wonderful! Your Highness is going to become Your Majesty!
Yes, but first I must speak with the Minister of Domestic Affairs, as well as the other counts. Also, I need you to go to the Knights of Seiros. I wasn't expecting all of you this soon. What are you doing here?
We demand an explanation. You arrested my father, Edelgard. How could you do such a thing without discussing it with me first?
I'm probably not getting the finer points here. But you basically defeated both my father and Ferdinand's. Is that right?
I wasn't fighting your father, Caspar. He was aiding me, as was Count Hevering.
So, what about my father? Did you arrest him?
Unfortunately not.
Oh, okay.
Look, I'm sure you have your reasons for all of this. But maybe you should sit down and talk us all through it.
And I intend to. We'll reconvene later and clear everything up then. Monica, join me. We'll talk as we go.
Gotta keep aiming.
I must... Hard...
What a fast...
I'll shoot. I would...
And you say I have 2 years to complete these preparations.
In cooperation with Count Hevering, of course. You and Hubert can finalize the details later. As I won't be choosing a Prime Minister for some time, I realize this may result in extra work for you. However, that also means more latitude to do things as you see fit, so long as you ensure we're prepared for a 5-year war.
I will not rest until I discover a solution, Your Highness. So long as our military leaders don't tread on my toes, I shouldn't have too much difficulty.
For something this big, you better believe we'll have plenty of need for resources. Leave it to a narrow-minded quill carrier like you to call that treading on your toes.
In Her Majesty's name, I will decide what is and isn't appropriate regarding your needs. Also, anyone would seem narrow-minded when compared to a swollen-headed juggernaut such as yourself.
A juggernaut, huh? Yeah, I like the sound of that.
I see someone allowed his sarcasm lessons to lapse.
Moving on. Lord Arendel's followers will doubtless attempt to interfere, so we'll need to keep a close eye on them. Once Count Varley joins us, we can discuss the matter I mentioned further.
It seems he's just arrived, Your Majesty.
Apologies for my tardiness. Gregoire von Varley at the court service. My, but attendance seems light. Where is the Lord Regent and the rest of our noble six?
Duke Ire stands accused of treason and has been dismissed as Prime Minister. He currently awaits judgment in one of our finer dungeons. Lord Arundel is a fugitive from the same crime, and will be taken in soon. Dead or alive, it makes no difference.
Well, this is a rather shocking turn of events. I had no idea Ludwig was capable of such things. Still, rest assured that I am nothing like him.
Indeed. And as for the others, Duke Geralt was dispatched to Western Fdlan to conduct negotiations. And my father, the late Marquis Vestra, perished in the struggle to capture Duke Ire. Which makes me the new Marquis Vestra, and Minister of the Imperial Household.
Ah.
You've nothing to fear, Count Varley. Her Majesty intends to bestow a great honor upon you.
Majesty? Wait, you mean...
The title hasn't been formalized just yet, but as it stands, you should view it as a foregone conclusion. More importantly, Count Varley, there is a very important position I wish for you to fill. I intend to rebuild the Southern Church, and who better to be the bishop than you, our Minister of Religious Affairs? I will make my case to the Archbishop personally.
Thankfully, Lord Arundel and his men are no longer around to obstruct such a move.
You would bestow such a position on me? Make no mistake, it is a great honor, but are you certain?
Very. Now then, your first duty in the role will be to oversee my coronation. Do not fail me, Bishop. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Are you enjoying your stay at the palace?
More than I expected, though I do feel a bit out of place here.
Understandable. Everyone here either is a noble themselves or serves one. However, that will change. As Emperor, I plan to end discrimination based on social status. Everyone will have a chance to rise to the top, whether they are born into the aristocracy or not.
No more nobles or commoners, huh? That does sound pretty great. I'll be impressed if you can actually pull it off.
Oh, I will. But at the moment, I have a proposition for you.
Go on.
We've successfully expunged the Prime Minister and the rest of that puppet government. But a certain amount of unrest is unavoidable, which means I must remain here in the capital. In other words, I can't go back to Garreg Mach and continue my studies.
What about the others?
Our noble families will be in disarray as we transition to my system and new heads of household take power. Of course, some, like Dorothea, are not as affected as the other students. But all of them have offered to stay and help rather than return to the monastery without us. If you'd be willing to do the same, I'd like to offer you a top post in my new military.
Now there's a tantalizing offer. It's not like you have any real obligation to the church. Plus, it sounds like quite the thrill.
I'm more of a hired sword than an officer.
Which is why you're perfect. Hubert wants to recruit mercenaries such as yourself and form a new unit. I can't put some noble in command of them. That would be ill-advised. But they would listen to a capable fighter such as you. You're Hubert's first and only choice.
I don't know if I really have the experience for it. But if you have that much faith in me, I won't let you down.
Having deposed Lord Arundel and Duke Ire, Edelgard quickly arranges for her coronation, her eyes now fixed firmly on the monumental task laid out before her. All the while, the kingdom of Fargus is thrown into unrest over the right of succession, while the Leicester Alliance finds themselves pitted against an invading Almiran horde. Realizing the troubles of Fdlan will fall squarely on her young students' shoulders, Archbishop Rhea closes the Officers' Academy and permits her charges to return home. Scarlet Blaze. The struggle commences. It is the end of 1181. 2 years have passed since the Officers' Academy closed its doors. Having ascended the throne of Adrestia, Edelgard has begun to enact sweeping change. The Holy Kingdom of Fargus now calls Dimitri its king, while Claude reigns over the Leicester Alliance. All 3 house leaders have found their wings as rulers of a new generation. With the whole of Fdlan still reeling from these rapid changes, Edelgard decides the time has come to usher in a new era.
People of Fdlan, the Empire will stand by no longer. Together, we rise against a church that has become steeped in deception and corruption. The church has used their doctrine to deny you power and reshape Fdlan as they see fit. They thrust upon you the illusion of nobility in order to oppress who they choose, and they helped create the Kingdom and Alliance as a pretext for war. Finally, they teased you with the promise of salvation from pain they themselves inflicted, and did so in the name of their own profit. Well, I say no more. The Empire has severed herself from their hypocrisy by restoring the Southern Church and nurturing her people's well-being. And today, we purge the world of their evil forever. We will retake Garreg Mach from the Central Church and stamp out any nobles who abet its depravity. By my title as Emperor Edelgard von Hresfeld of Adrestia, I hereby declare war against the false Church of Seros.
The past 2 years have flown by in but the blink of an eye.
And while they felt short, they were certainly eventful. The Empire has come far since we removed Arundel from power. We reformed the government, remedied our diplomatic troubles, and bolstered our military.
And most significantly, we gave strength to the Southern Church, creating the perfect wedge against the Church of Seros. A shame our bishop has become the target of relentless censure as a result, why the Central Church even targeted him for assassination. Poor Count Varley. It could not have happened to a finer man.
And then there's the matter of Lord Arundel. What are he and his minions up to now?
Slithering in the shadows of Fdlan, much as they have done for centuries. It will not be easy to drag such adept skulkers into the light.
Perhaps not. Then for now, let's remain focused on the formidable adversary ahead.
Did you call us here, Edelgard? It's good to see so many familiar faces.
I did, and thank you for coming. This may be the first time I've seen all of you in the same room since the Officers' Academy closed.
Likely, yes. We have all been rather busy marching down the separate paths life laid out for us.
Or most of us have, anyway. Others, such as myself, managed to eschew work in favor of a more leisurely existence.
Hey! I was working hard at staying in my room, but still... Father's been dreadfully busy, so he's never home. Which has been pretty nice, actually.
I was returning home to Bridget. I finished my task, and now I have been returned here.
Well, enough. Now, as you know, the Empire will launch its attack on Garreg Mach in the coming days. Emperor Edelgard will lead the invasion personally, and wishes for those present to form the backbone of her army.
And as it has been some time since Adrestia had an army under the direct command of the Emperor, I fear we currently lack for officers. I trust each of you, and can think of no candidates better suited for the job. Will you do this for me?
So you've got other plans for my father's army, I take it? Well then count me in. I'm ready to go whenever.
I would have been happy with a life serving you here in the capital. But if war is coming, I want to see it through myself. I'll go wherever you go, Your Majesty.
I'm always ready. Plus, it's good to know I haven't been training this hard for nothing.
I've high hopes for you, and trust you will prove the wisdom of my decision.
Just you wait. I'm gonna hurtle clean over those high hopes and show you what I can really do.
Be certain to save some of your hopes for me, because I most assuredly have what it takes to succeed. And with that, new Empire Army, move out!
Ferdinand, kindly leave the commanding and naming to me.
That reminds me.
How tiresome.
Do you have a moment? What do you think? You see? If you would.
Time to work you into shape. With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Welcome.
That all for today? That all for today? That all for today? Come back soon.
I carry a little of everything here. You've got an eye for quality, friend. You've got an eye for quality, friend. You've got an eye for quality, friend. Hope to see you again soon.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Let's earn our keep. Hope this is one of those easy wins.
United, we are unbeatable!
You must be more careful. There's nothing we can do for you once you're dead.
How can I face my comrades after this?
It's not over. Let's do this!
Yeah, not...
Out of the way! I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
I'm swapping in.
Let's move.
You are mine! You are mine! I could do with some reinforcements.
Let's have a swap through the battlefield.
We cannot allow the battle to continue trending this way. I must out.
I got this.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
Watch this. Use this stronghold well.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough. Take a breather.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
Is it my turn?
Time to make a name for ourselves.
Watch this.
I've got this. Take this! Out of the way!
Don't mind if I do. Too easy.
No, not yet.
I see why Lady Edelgard likes you.
All victories stem from love.
Hey.
A new...
The Imperial army has invaded Burgundy, and will reach Garreg Mach within the month. With no way to stop their advance, we must ready ourselves for a siege.
We sent the bulk of the knights away last month, after the Western Church occupied one of our sacred sites. The forces that remain are thin at best. How are we to hold the monastery with such short-handed numbers?
It is possible the Empire orchestrated that entire incident to bleed off our strength. Look at how thoroughly information about it was buried, and how quickly the Empire invaded after declaring war. It all feels carefully calculated.
I would not put it past them. If they bring war to our doorstep, they will want us on the worst footing possible. If the tides turn against us, we may have to abandon Garreg Mach.
Never!
Edelgard is already using the Southern Church to erode our legitimacy. And now she has the gall to try and remove us by force? There can be no mercy for tyrants. So help me, I would like to put her entire army to the sword myself.
Is it truly too late to prevent bloodshed, Lady Rhea? Edelgard must have her reasons for doing this.
If so, they elude me. The woman seems to consider our church's very existence an abomination. Yet she has gone to the trouble of reviving the Southern Church, which implies she does not mean to destroy the faith outright. Perhaps Garreg Mach is the true prize she seeks. Or worse, this entire invasion could merely be a precursor to conquering all of Fdlan.
Her purpose matters not. Our charge is to defend the monastery at all costs. I took an oath. I swore I would never again suffer the boots of thieves to sully this land.
Rhea.
It is a low form of comedy we find ourselves engaged in this day. To think the descendants of their empire will be the first to invade Garreg Mach.
All the more reason to prevent it. I care not if we shared blood countless generations ago. I will not permit anyone to defile Mother's resting place.
Okay.
Do you have a moment? Would you do something for me? Care to make yourself useful?
I've got nothing to worry about with the two of you on the job.
You are always one step ahead of me, but today is my time to shine.
Go easy on yourself, Ferdinand. You've nothing more to prove to me.
Yay!
Oh! What? Hunger is the true enemy.
Hey, this is great. I bet anyone would love this stuff.
Please tell me if you ever miss Bridget's food, and I'll speak with the mess hall. Surely I'm allowed a small abuse of power from time to time.
I am thanking you, but also not. It would be wrong.
Impressive. By the way,
I appreciate this. I appreciate this.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Let's earn our keep. We've got an ally to rescue, so stay on your toes.
Together, we can be turning the tides.
I beg your assistance, at once!
Just wait. I'll not falter.
Out of the way! Mission complete.
This place won't be a problem anymore.
Okay, let's go.
Right on.
War feeds my... A feeble and ultimately futile resistance.
I have this.
It worked.
Watch this! Use this stronghold well.
Yeah, take a breather.
I can't hold everyone back over this.
I must tread more carefully.
Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
Take it down in one fell swoop!
For the fate of...
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
I'm swapping in. I have this.
You shall pay for this, you hear?
Watch this! We can't let it end like this.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
I'm truly glad the rescue was a success. What?
Might I borrow you?
I beg your pardon.
Don't let me down.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Which battlefield are you headed to?
Could use the help.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Let's earn our keep. I'll do what I've got to do. That's it.
United, we are unbeatable!
Can't fight like this. I'm bleeding all over the place.
Don't mind if I do.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
We cannot allow the battle to continue trending this way.
We've got an emergency! Send backup!
I have this.
Watch this!
Take a breather.
I'm swapping in!
I have this.
I'll take over.
Take a breather.
I was lacking caution.
For the faith!
I see why Lady Edelgard likes you.
You like that?
All would be lost if I were to die here. We won't let this opportunity go to waste.
Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
We shall provide support.
No need to fret.
Here it comes! You're done!
Yeah, not bad.
Use this stronghold well. Is it my turn?
Retreat!
All would be lost if I were to die here. We shall provide support.
I'm ready.
Watch this!
My turn? This is just the beginning.
Is this the capability of a mercenary? I have awe.
You know what they say about playing with fire.
Stay out of my way. Let us approach this methodically.
Yeah, right.
I can't hold everyone back over this.
It's not over.
I've got to live down being bested by a child like you.
The strongholds out.
Take this!
I defy
Thank you for your protection, Flame Spirit.
Well, would you look at that?
No.
Hey.
I see.
Time to work you into shape.
For the fate of...
My potential is...
Accept the gifts.
And I'll keep getting...
For the fate of...
With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Feels like an eternity since I've seen the walls of Garreg Mach.
Who knew we'd leave as students and return at the head of the Imperial Army?
Lady Rhea must be so angry at us. Oh, why did I agree to come along?
We'll be lucky if angry is as far as her feelings go on the subject. I imagine she's apoplectic.
I don't know that word, but it has way too many syllables not to be scary.
The Knights of Seiros will likely fight tooth and nail to stop us.
Well, we've got teeth and we've got nails, so I don't care who we're facing. I'll brush them all aside.
Worry not. While they may have a monastery to hole up in, we possess the superior numbers. Garreg Mach is well fortified, but not impregnable.
We're gonna smash the place to rubble.
While I appreciate the enthusiasm, we need to keep it in one piece. The Empire has use for the monastery once we're done here. Understood?
Right. Sorry.
The soldiers are ready, Your Majesty. We can begin the attack at once.
The scouting is also finished. We know with certainty where the enemy will be taking its positioning. We are owing this to Monica and her perfect memory. She has incredible knowledge of this place.
As usual, Monica, your talents are invaluable.
I really didn't do much, Your Majesty. That is, it was truly an honor to assist you. Not to say I've finished helping you, of course. In fact, I am always at the ready.
Don't ever change, Monica. And finally, who do we have here?
This is my little sister Fleisch. I was given approval to make her my attendant.
Fleisch von Bergley's at your service, Your Majesty. My brother and I are, in your hands.
Ah, so you're Caspar's famous aunt who's actually younger than he is.
Yes, Your Majesty. The very same.
Fleisch is too green for battle, but she'll be providing support from behind the front lines.
You can rely on me.
I realize saying this might make the situation worse, but there's no need to be so nervous. If you act to the best of your abilities, all will be well. Now then, everyone, the time has come.
The time to take Garreg Mach and reclaim Fdlan.
Jumping straight into the maw of our enemies, eh? Ooh, how exciting! Is this where I should talk about my heart racing?
Huh? Since when do we talk about your feelings? That's new.
not throw away your lives, friends. Be not reckless as you attend to our defense.
A defensive position within the monastery walls? This is merely a stalling tactic. We must dispatch them at once.
Then the brute force approach it is. Garreg Mach must fall. We'll start on the lower level and work our way up, taking control of the walls. Split into groups and take those strongholds.
The enemy is desperate, and will most likely dispatch troops to recapture any strongholds we seize. Be on your guards for this tactic.
Why'd they drag me into this? Not fair.
If you don't want to fight, then surrender. I swear no harm will come to you.
That's very nice of you, but they gave me a home turf. So I should probably put up at least some kind of fight. Okay, I'm losing. That's really bad.
I sense a darkness in your power. If you harbor ill will towards them, then help us best them.
I know which them you're talking about. Well, it's not like I want revenge or anything, but sure. Sign me up. I'm swapping in!
To think I would be serving the church and fighting my own homeland? Is this the goddess testing me? So ends my brief and meaningless existence. This feels right. A fitting end for one who has already lost everything.
No matter who they are, all who choose the wrong side in war must be cut down.
The right flank has broken the enemy line.
The left is through as well, Your Majesty.
Excellent job, both of you. But there is still much work to be done.
I will not sit idly by and allow Garreg Mach to be placed in further danger.
Take a breather.
The enemy is unleashing powerful knives. We can't hold out for long.
The enemy is after the strongholds we captured. They'll be retaken if we don't defend them quickly.
Some parts of the monastery walls appear weak. An armored unit could likely smash through and provide another way in. I've prepared a means to bolster our defenses, albeit temporarily. We need only give the command when the time is right.
Hey, swapping in!
I have this.
I'll take over.
My turn?
Is it my turn?
Yeah, not...
We need to intercept those reinforcements.
Those are the Knights of Saros. We were never gonna stop them that easily.
Time to show how strong you've become.
I'm ready.
Watch this!
Take a breather.
Fresh soldiers incoming. Don't worry, we'll handle them.
An ambush from above. They are having the advantage, but we can turn it around.
Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
I care not for your reasoning. There can be no excuse for war. I must do everything in my power to stop this. Seems like...
Retreat while you still can, Flame. I beg you.
Very well. Stay safe, my brother. I thought that scary magic would never let up.
I have to defend the monastery, whatever it takes.
Is it
it my turn?
I have this.
The enemy shows no sign of stopping. And if we don't keep an eye on our strongholds, we'll be sure to lose them.
Keep going. We're making progress.
I'm ready.
I'm okay.
Now, bolster the strongholds.
No distractions. We'll soon control the walls.
We are losing ground. Dig in, all of you. We must hold out. No matter what.
No! I have to do better. Watch this.
Does that mean he's given up?
Thanks for the rescue.
Take a breather.
We owe you.
Is it my turn? It is not a problem.
I have this.
We have preparedness
Take a
for these
breather.
things.
All right, we have the ground surrounded. Now we just need to fight our way up to the monastery proper.
We can retreat no further. You Empire soldiers will rue the day you took up arms against Garreg Mach.
I can I think we've handled the situation.
I'm swapping in.
I'm ready.
Hey, I actually hold my own. I'm so good.
Enemy down.
I will not ask you your reasons. Not anymore. But I will see your evil punished!
Splendid. Though yours is indeed a power that warrants caution.
side.
I cannot fail.
Forgive me, Rhea. I can fight no longer. The rest is up to you.
Worry not, Sedith, nor you, Thane. You both did well to hold them back this long. Now come forth, all of you. Protect Garreg Mach from those despicable rebels.
So Lady Rhea has decided to show herself at last. Stout hearts, everyone.
Victory can only be ours if we strike her down.
Energy.
You are mine! Be praying now!
I can still fight!
I'll fight for Lady Rhea until the end.
The sky...
I'm ready.
Ready the heavy weaponry. We can no longer afford the luxury of worrying about collateral damage to the town.
We'll be in serious trouble if they target Her Majesty. We have to take control of those weapons right now.
I have to protect her.
My turn? I have it. Is it my turn?
Watch this!
My turn?
I'm swapping in. I have it. I cannot let my guard slip.
I'll take over.
Take a breather. Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
Victory is mine!
I'm sorry, Lady Rhea. I can't fight anymore.
Your efforts will not be in vain, Cyril. I will send these sinners to meet the goddess! And what do you stand to gain for involving yourself in this?
It's not a mystery. I'm a merc, and she's got the coin to pay me.
Right then. I will see my...
It's Bernie's time to shine! Sure hope... Please let us take this place down! I swore to hide!
We'll have these defenses cleared in short order.
Permit you to desecrate Garreg Mach for 1 minute further.
This land is precious to me, and I will not allow you to have it.
That's what you get for trying to target Her Majesty like a pack of cowards!
No! You're done!
I yield you the monastery for now, Edelgard. But know this, there will be no forgiveness for your blasphemous actions this day.
No, I don't expect there will be. Take heart, everyone. Garreg Mach has fallen, and victory is ours.
Lady Rhea, are you hurt?
Ah, Catherine, you came.
Not soon enough. Garreg Mach is done for.
It is all right. For now, we must retreat. This path is unknown to the Empire. It will take us out to Arval, the Valley of Torment. From there, we make for Fargus to seek aid.
The Empire attacked from the east, which means at least some of the Alliance's lords must have aligned with them. But those of the Kingdom are devout. We can trust them. I have already sent a messenger ahead requesting reinforcements, and, should the need arise, asylum.
In that case, I'll talk to my parents and ask for their assistance as well. Regardless, we should hurry. We can't let the Empire get ahead of us and send troops onto Kingdom soil. Now, follow me, if you would.
Thank you, Catherine. Let Edelgard have Garreg Mach for now. Let her enjoy this fleeting moment of glee. Because when we return here, Edelgard von Hresvelg will suffer a death beyond her greatest imagining.
Great.
Out.
Me?
What?
This...
Can't let...
No.
Garreg Mach, you remain ever as resplendent as the day I left you.
The place cannot be so dear to your heart that it requires inferior poetry for an introduction.
Inferior? I will have you know that line comes from one of my favorite operas. However, I concede I may have gotten carried away, what with my head still swimming from battle.
Hey, I know exactly what you mean. Something about Garreg Mach is just special. And our victory here is gonna have a huge impact on the war, right?
Yes, this should be enough to lure some of the more indecisive nobles into our camp.
I only wish I could vanquish the guilt I feel for turning on the church like this. Still, it was my decision to fight by 80's side, and I stand by it to the end.
I see. In that case, proceed as planned. Deploy the pursuit units immediately.
At once, Your Majesty.
So, Rhea and the others escaped with the help of a great white beast, did they?
Almost as if the Immaculate One that saved St. Seros has returned from the mists of legend. Although, it's a bit unnerving the way it sprung out of nowhere.
I knew we shouldn't have messed with Lady Rhea. She can be so scary. I'm just going to go back to my room and stay there until forever, okay? Okay.
Do as you like, Bernadetta, but realize your father will be arriving in Garreg Mach soon. This is the seat of the Church of Seros, and as bishop, his place is here.
Really? In that case, I think I'll just forget about the monastery and go with you.
Good. Just be aware we may be marching for the kingdom next.
The kingdom? I possess no love for the cold, but I will try to grin as I am bearing it. Point at the path to your foes, and I will be hunting them to their final breath.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Petra. Whether we capture or kill will depend on the foe. Now then, enough wasting time. We need to find Rhea, and we need her alive.
"2 years ago, I never would have imagined we'd be fighting a war like this.
You say fighting, but I think you mean instigating. Let's be fully clear about our role in all of this. Still, this is a positive turn of events for you, yes?
How do you mean?
When a war breaks out, every mercenary in the land starts crawling out of the woodwork. And those associates you happen to be working with should be tough enough to take on you-know-who.
They're not just associates. They didn't have to trust a down-and-out mercenary like me, but they did anyway. And that makes them friends. Still, you're probably right. This will be a great chance to drive Jeralt's mercenaries out into the open.
And then you can give them their just desserts or die trying.
Could have done without that last part, thanks.
Relax, relax. You know I'm on your side. Our destinies are forever intertwined.
Listen up, boy. You're not going to believe this.
Judith, do you think you could ease up on the whole boy thing? I'm your fearless leader now, remember? But sure, tell me what happened.
You might want to take a seat for this. Garreg Mach Monastery has fallen. Not even the great knights of Seros could stop the invaders' overwhelming numbers.
Wait, what? That's not possible. They should still be days away from the monastery. How did they manage to deliver an army of that size to the gates of Garreg Mach so quickly? Unless... this can't be happening. Did Count Gloucester turn? And Acheron too?
I'm afraid both houses fly Imperial colors now. House Phlegethon yielded the north side of the Great Bridge of Myrden, and Gloucester waved them right on through.
Those filthy liars! When I warned them the Empire was raising an army, they couldn't stop puffing their chests and crowing about how they'd hold the border. But it looks like the Empire had already gotten to them. This is all my fault for not keeping my ear to the ground.
I'm afraid that wouldn't have helped, fearless leader. All the dirty dealings were handled via letter.
But now I've lost the initiative, and against Edelgard no less. She can come at the Alliance with gloves off now. This is a real problem. What is it?
Sir, we have an unexpected guest. It's, Lord Holst of House Goneril.
Holst? What's the strongest man in Leicester doing at my door? Besides thinking about battering it down, I mean.
You can ask him yourself, sir. He is present.
Apologies for dropping by without warning, my lord. I just happened to be near Deirdre when word reached me about Garreg Mach.
I didn't realize you were in our neck of the woods, Holst, but please, come make yourself at home. As fate would have it, I was just pulling my hair out over the exact same problem. Can you believe that Count Gloucester? He turned on us like it was nothing. If I don't handle this situation with the Empire delicately, it will fracture the Alliance. If you have any sage advice, now would be a great time for it. Or muscle. I'll take muscle if that's what I can get.
I came here to help however I can. We must work together to keep Leicester safe, and more importantly, free.
Garreg Mach has fallen to the Empire, Your Majesty.
I did not expect it would last long. Is Lady Rhea safe?
Yes. She escaped, and is on her way here with a small force.
I see.
This won't be like granting asylum to your standard refugee. If we take the Archbishop in, it will be tantamount to declaring war on the very Empire. Is that a risk you're willing to accept, Your Majesty?
It is. We have already thoroughly discussed the matter with the Kingdom's lords. Even if I refrain from deciding publicly one way or the other, the Empire will still insist that we hand Lady Rhea over. The Kingdom's people and government are too frail to stand without the Holy Church's support. I agree with her ultimate goal, but such a situation calls for gradual reform over time. The Emperor's desire to tear it up rapidly will not do.
Then it is a good thing we've prepared for such contingencies. I will start by sending a party to ALL to welcome our new guests.
Thank you. I would go myself if I could, but I'm needed here to prepare for the war. For now, send messengers to Counts Galatea and Karen, imploring them to muster troops for our defense. Oh, and send for House Fraldarius as well. Let's make sure our new Duke earns his title.
Grave news, Your Majesty.
What is it now?
Count Rowe has declared fealty to the Empire and is marshalling his troops as we speak. Also, one of his bannermen, Lord Lenato, is moving to hunt down and slay the Archbishop.
We have long held our suspicions about House Rowe, but I never expected their actions to plunge us into war.
And after all the discussions we've had to prevent exactly this, he must believe his reason is just.
Very well then. Our plans have changed. I will go and meet with Lady Rhea personally, and House Fraldarius will serve as my guard. Inform Galatea and Karen. They are to gather their troops in Erebus and Geraint lands.
Lord Lenato was once a faithful servant to the crown. Will you now see him executed?
I have no mercy for traitors, no matter their pasts. On the contrary, I have an obligation to protect the kingdom from his kind. We've struggled long to attain this peace. I will not permit the Empire to crush it beneath their foot now.
Scarlet blaze. Skirmish in the fog. The Empire captures Garreg Mach, and when the lords of Fargus and Leicester declare their allegiances to the Central Church, they incur Edelgard's ire. She sends one army to the Alliance under the command of her war minister, Count Berglies, and leads a second herself to the kingdom's Castle Gaspar, the bastion of Northern Row.
Lady Edelgard, we have received an urgent message from Count Rowe. Apparently, he has taken up arms against the kingdom.
What is he thinking? He was supposed to join his troops with ours so we could use our combined strength to strong-arm more of their neighbors into declaring fealty for us. What use is a plan if the man won't follow it?
It also seems that Lord Lenato, one of Rowe's castled bannermen, has gone so far as to mount a one-man crusade against the Archbishop. He has long held deep enmity for Lady Rhea, and likely leapt into action at news of Garreg Mach's fall. I should have suspected he would lack self-control when it came to his vengeance. Naturally, the kingdom mobilized troops in response, and now move to strike Lenato down as we speak.
So where does this put us? Can we get reinforcements to him in time?
You want to save the man, Your Majesty? If I may, we would march all that way for what, exactly?
Imagine the consequences of leaving him to die. We need our vassals to believe the Empire will always come to their aid. Always.
Of course, Your Majesty. I will make the arrangements straight away. The region northeast of Castle Gaspar is shrouded in deep fog this time of year. That likely accounts for why they are currently only engaging in minor skirmishes. Which means we still have time to intervene.
Good. Now make our plans known to the others. I'm counting on you, Hubert.
At once, Your Majesty.
All of this makes me even more concerned about the situation in Leicester. Nothing has impeded Minister Bergley's march east, has it?
It has not. In fact, Count Gloucester has given him leave to garrison our troops there. I hear he has begun turning the screws on House Ordelia, and any other lords who have yet to make their allegiances clear. On the other hand, the Alliance's more powerful houses have united in their condemnation of Count Gloucester's actions. The Minister may soon face a battle with Houses Regan and Goneril, if not others.
I can't picture a battle the Minister wouldn't win most handily. Still, the Alliance's new leader, Claude, is an unknown quantity. We can't risk underestimating his skill.
Quite right. One can never be too cautious.
Do you have a moment? Hello. Ahem.
Nuh-uh.
On another matter.
Which battle do you wish to I'll continue gathering records of your battles.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Hey there. Need something? Is this it? See you around.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use. Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Well, well. Hello, you. We have some truly capable people here. Come back soon, all right?
Which battlefield are you headed to?
The fight starts now. I'll do what I've got to do. That's it.
I will do all that I can.
The stronghold's ours.
I'm swapping in.
Lend me your strength!
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Not a problem. I've got...
Our teamwork is becoming excellent.
You are mine!
This stronghold will fall!
I do hope you'll make this fun for me.
This place is becoming ours.
Watch this!
I can't hold everyone back over this.
It's not over.
Take a breather.
How does that please you?
Here it comes! You're
Capture the feisty ones. They're worth more alive. Let's seal the deal.
We did it!
Can't hold everyone back over this.
No distractions.
Still improving.
Show me what you're capable of.
It's not looking good.
I was lacking caution.
How lovely!
I won't ever forget your kindness.
Luck was on our side today.
Well, would you look at that?
No.
So, what did you want to talk about, Hubert?
I thought we might discuss you, actually. You wish to know more about those eldritch powers of yours, yes?
Oh, right. Edelgard said I might have a chance to get to the bottom of that. Kinda figured she'd forgotten, since it's been 2 years now.
Pray accept my apology on her behalf. It has been more trying to find answers than we originally expected. With Lord Arundel lost to the winds, it has been a trial combing through what little evidence he left behind. And of course, we are undertaking all of this in the midst of painstaking preparations for war.
Lord Arundel is the guy who could shapeshift like Tomas, right? The one who escaped?
Correct. However, we have recently learned that he goes by another name. Tomas.
Did you figure out if my powers are the same as his? And what are my powers anyway? Not some kind of curse, I hope.
A fine question. I think it is safe to assume that you possess some form of magic. However, it is not the same ilk as the white and black magic we are familiar with. Yours is, shall we say, dark magic. Heathen craft that is structured differently from conventional spells.
Ah.
You are familiar with those who slither in the dark, yes? People like Tomas, Kranya, and Tomas. We believe they possess the same power as you.
That's tough to accept, but the similarities are too great for it to be anything else.
Still, what you think does not matter in the end, because my mind is already made up.
So what? Are you gonna banish me someplace far away because I'm too dangerous? It's fine if you do. I'm used to being cut loose. That's just how life as a sellsword goes.
Do not be absurd. If we were done with you, we would kill you, not banish you. Fortunately, you are exceedingly talented, and Her Majesty trusts you implicitly. The way I see it, we stand to profit best by keeping you in our service.
So you trust me too? Thanks, I guess.
But now we have a more important question to answer. Namely, how you came by your powers.
I thought I heard someone talking in here.
We were just finishing up. Do you have business with our mercenary friend, Your Majesty?
I do. And I suspect it's related to what you were just talking about.
Then I will leave you to it. Pray excuse me.
You should see the look on your face. Did Hubert threaten you? Don't let it get to you. Yes, he's quite good at that kind of thing, but it comes from a place of caution.
I wish that was all that was bothering me.
I want to transform the world into a place where no one has to feel trapped by where they came from. When I am done, it won't matter where you were born, whose blood you have, or what powers course through you. Everyone will be treated as equals. That's what we're fighting for, and that is what this war is going to achieve. So believe me when I say this, I don't care who you are. I only care about what you have done and what you have yet to do.
Well, thanks, Edelgard. I feel a little better now. The fight starts now.
We must use swiftness to reach our ally in time.
We will surmount this challenge together.
I'm swapping in. I have this.
I beg your assistance at once.
We'll make good use of this. A taste more bitter than blackest coffee. All would be lost if I were to die here.
You cannot give up, no matter what.
I was lacking caution.
I'm dragging the others down.
I will crush all obstacles in my way.
Your mightiness is on full display, Edelgard.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
For the faith!
Right on.
I may no longer be the shield of Fargus, but I will not hesitate to cut you down, should you try to bring harm to the kingdom. I wield this blade in the name of my king, for Dimitri, and for Lambert.
Position secured.
I'm sure you have your reasons, but your fate was sealed the moment you dared challenge our might.
I will end you!
No, not yet. Seize this moment!
That takes care of the rescue. And not a moment too soon. What a fascinating power.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
For Brigid.
My potential is...
Great thing.
Maybe this'll help.
So, do I smile?
Strength.
For the...
Can't wait to see how you do.
The fog is rather thicker than I imagined, Hubert. And if I'm not mistaken...
Yes, I agree. Dark magic is assuredly the cause. We already know those who slither in the dark have had comings and goings at House Row. I doubt one of them is here, but there could be a mage present who received their training.
Then we had best leverage our own assets.
Why is everyone whispering? Is the enemy aware of our coming?
It's entirely possible, yes. They could be directly on top of us, and we would scarcely know it. So yes, let us all stay on our toes. Prudent of you to bring it up, Ferdinand.
Thank you. I mean, thank you.
Why so quiet, Caspar? Normally you'd be at the front of the line making all kinds of racket.
What, you think I'm the kind of guy who'd get all scared and give our position away? Sorry, I'm not afraid of anything.
You're unusually quiet, Petra. Did you not get enough sleep or something?
I am listening to our surroundings. Nothing has more danger than fog. One incorrect step and you will be losing your life.
Can we all try to relax? I'm pretty sure we're alone out here, so let's just calm down before we wear ourselves out.
Sometimes you all make me think we're still back at the academy.
Is that supposed to be a compliment?
Well, great. I was hoping to finish this before reinforcements arrived, but so be it. I will prioritize locating Lord Lonato. Can I leave the Imperial troops to you?
I know what to do, so let me do it already. Just mind this fog, and make sure you don't attack the wrong side.
That goes for you as well. Let us see if you can live up to your reputation.
closer we get, the denser the fog. I can barely make out my own feet.
It will prove useful for Lord Renato. As he possesses low numbers, the man will doubtless take any damage.
We need to find him before the kingdom does and take him into our protection.
Lord Renato will surely be hiding in one of these strongholds awaiting rescue.
The fog will provide cover, but not forever. We need to hurry.
We're not really going to stumble our way through this soup, are we? I thought we had some sort of solution.
Out of the way!
Hold strong, men! His lordship needs us!
I'm swapping in!
Lord Lenato's forces appear to be fighting a losing battle.
We must help them if we can.
Take a breather.
Send whatever troops we can spare.
Let's do this!
Now we can see the enemy, but they can also be seeing us. Keep your wariness.
Still fight!
Thank you!
Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
I see a mage! Do you think he's responsible for all this fog? They sniffed out the spellcaster. This fog lifts. Lord Renato will have no one
All I wanted was to land one blow on that conniving archbishop.
I can still
Take this! Yeah, not bad.
Thank you. Lord Lenato is sheltering deep in the eastern wood. Please, hurry to him.
We have our location. Let us not waste any time getting there.
I'll use this.
It seems my blade is too dull for the task.
The Imperial Army is here. All troops, ready yourselves to intercept.
Here it comes! You're done!
I'm swapping it. Watch this.
My turn.
I'm swapping. Watch this.
Take a breather.
I'll take over.
Take a breather. I've got this.
You will pay in blood for invading the lands of Fargus.
Out of the way!
Thank you!
Excellent! All the citizens are safe.
Is it my turn? I have this.
Watch this! I'm not done yet!
Forgive your fool of a father, Kristoff, for he is soon to join you.
Our effort on the Kingdom front is sure to fail now.
Being bested by the likes of you.
My thanks for the rescue.
They must...
That's one task on the to-do list. Now we just have to deal with the kingdom.
It's not over yet. It's not over.
Lord Lonato, forgive me.
In the friendly words. So I live to see another day, do I knew the goddess wouldn't abandon us.
I don't like how close this is, but I'm glad you're safe. Now we can focus on the rest of the fight.
Now that Lord Lonato is rescued, can finally dispense with the magic.
Hey, the fog is gone. Now we don't have to keep running into things.
How could you betray His Majesty, Lonato? How could you do this to me?
Ash, you came here for me.
Lord Lonato,
Take a breather.
I'm swapping in. I have this.
I'll take over.
My turn?
We may have failed to save them all. We did the best we could.
Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
we're really in a tight spot here. I can stand. I have to survive this. I'm so scared to die.
I can still fight! To avenge one son, I have slain a second. My soul is forever forfeit.
Our goal here is achieved. Now we hunt down any kingdom stragglers and... What?
Your fun ends here.
An enemy detachment. Put them to rout and make sure to keep Lord Lonato safe.
The mercenaries have cut off their retreat. Now's our chance to get Lonato. Not good.
Here I go. Gnomes, I'll provide some protection.
There's not a question of can. Well, my will is there.
So, what should I be doing again? I'll back you up. Hang on.
Oh, if I must.
I must help Lord Lonato.
Not a problem. I've got this.
I'm swapping in. I have.
Watch this.
You again, is it? I see you fight for the Empire now.
Just draw your weapon already. You and me have a score to settle.
You've already lost.
No.
I will end you.
My turn.
My true power.
This place will never fall with me around.
Monstrous strength! Well, couldn't hurt.
A noble does not know the meaning of the word surrender.
Might be time for this. Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
Guess I better get in there instead of letting the kid do all the work.
Count me in, Captain. I may be a new arrival, but no one can arrival my enthusiasm.
Ignore the Ashen Demon and target the enemy commander instead. Doing so will force them to retreat.
Watch this! I know we were told not to engage, but isn't this a great opportunity to see how much you've grown?
Time to face the Blade Breaker's wrath.
Don't let me die here. Take a breather.
Him swapping in. I'll take over.
Take a
no
breather.
escape. Here I go. They must.
Not a problem. I'm here to help. Not a problem. Move out.
Is it my turn?
My turn?
Watch this!
Good. I was worried the Empire's soldiers lacked backbone.
Watch this!
Take a breather.
I'm sorry.
Not a problem. I'm here to help.
Is it my turn? I have this. I'll take over.
Guard this place with your lives.
Stand aside.
It's not over.
I must out.
What? We're really pushing our luck here, Alois. You decide when we fall back.
Come then! Let us fight with honor!
Wait, is that Alois? Since when did he quit the Knights of Syrinx?
To drag my new comrades down. Stay the course.
Already lost. I will end you.
Captain! Jeralt's mercenaries! Retreat!
Well done. We have kept his lordship safe. This victory will greatly further our conquest.
Well, we did it.
Yet you're still the saddest looking fighter in camp. Why the long face?
Because we only barely got the job done. Everything else was a miserable failure. Sure, we saved Lonato and put Jeralt and his mercenaries to rout. But we let the kingdom's troops get away in the process. And if that wasn't bad enough, I failed to beat the Ashen Demon. Basically, we lost in nearly every way you can lose.
Wrong. You were hired to do a job, and you did it. And in the process, you've received a valuable reminder about the unique danger the Ashen Demon poses.
You're right. I can't believe one fighter could turn the tide of an entire battle like that.
Precisely. They're surely going to continue standing in our way, so do try to dig a little deeper the next time you square off.
Then I guess my goal hasn't changed. Thanks for the encouragement.
Well, would you look?
Was...
The future is ours to make, no matter the sacrifice. What? We must make haste. There's not a moment to lose.
Understood.
Randolph, take your troops to Orion Road and await further instruction from Hubert.
Leave it to me, Your Majesty.
Why is everyone so worked up? What happened?
It seems the troops we stationed in the Alliance are in danger, and serious danger at that. Gloucester and the other lords betrayed them, and now they have been completely cut off.
No.
The word betrayal suggests they were on our side in the first place. But I think we can safely assume that was never their intent. This whole time they were simply waiting for us to move the rest of our army toward the kingdom. As soon as they saw an opportunity, they cut off routes to the Great Bridge of Myrddin and Garreg Mach. Now that our troops are trapped on Alliance lands, House Regan and House Gloucester have them surrounded on both sides. It's doubtless one of Claude's clever little stratagems, and it stings.
I don't understand. Everyone is aware of the troubled history between Regan and Gloucester. Why would they decide to bury the hatchet now? Unless this supposed feud is little more than a web Claude has spun for this exact moment.
Perhaps it is, but perhaps not. For all we know, he wants us to overthink the situation and make a greater mistake.
We'd better stay on our toes. This all fell together too perfectly to be some kind of unhappy accident.
I suppose. All I know is that our reinforcements will never make it there in time. The direct route east risks running into both Kingdom and Alliance forces. But if we attempt to skirt around them, we will all be aged and gray before we ever reach Gloucester.
Which means our only option is marching south. We'll regroup on this side of the Aramid River, retake the Great Bridge of Myrddin to cover our backs, and then cut through the enemy cordon.
That doesn't sound a whole lot faster. Will our troops be able to hold out that long?
I would say no, but these are no ordinary soldiers. They are commanded by our greatest warrior, Count Leopold von Bergliez, the Minister of Military Affairs, and a man who has never lost even one battle. If anyone can rally our troops and convince them to hold, it's him.
What a brilliant trap. The Regan boy's even craftier than they say.
I agree, sir. Even Count Gloucester's inept army seems to be acting with remarkable discipline. But will the reinforcements reach us in time?
The real question is, are they coming at all? Because if they're on the way, they'll make it in time. So long as I draw breath, they will make it. So count on them coming. Her Majesty would never abandon us.
Yes, sir.
Soldiers of the Empire, I know fear gnaws at your hearts, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. Don't run from this fear. Embrace it. Take measure of the enemy that surrounds us, and look them square in the face. Yes, we're outmaneuvered and face a vicious fight ahead. But pray to the goddess for protection, and her fire will fill your soul and temper your resolve. Our only duty here is to stay alive, be fearful of death, and let not a single soldier fall needlessly. Raise your voices with me now. Let me hear your courage. We will not lose.
Wow, these guys aren't backing down. If anything, they actually seem more excited than before. How is that possible? They're completely surrounded. No one will ever reach them in time.
Yes, but Count Bergliez is their commander. And I'm guessing a lot of those troops are veterans of the Dagda and Bridget War. During that conflict, the Count's troops held off wave after wave of Dagda soldiers right to the very end. Our force must look tame in comparison.
Okay, so what now? I wanted this to be clean, but we're looking at a complete bloodbath on both sides. What I want is the upper hand against the Empire, not these people's lives.
And there's honor in that, but I don't think they're going to play along.
They don't have to accept every part of it. I just thought they might be, you know, scared. Well, so be it. They may have boundless courage, but they don't have boundless food. If Count Bergliez wants me to tighten the snare, that's exactly what I'll do.
Scarlet Blaze. Bridge of Betrayal. The Empire achieves early success in the war thanks to House Gloucester, a noble alliance house whose vows of allegiance and safe passage were key to the quick capture of Garreg Mach. But Count Gloucester breaks his oath and turns on Bergliez's troops, trapped in hostile territory with their supply routes severed. The Imperial Army's outlook appears bleak.
I fear I may have miscalculated, my son.
How can that be possible, Father? We have the enemy surrounded.
Yes, and they have yet to give a damn. Time grows short, and soon Edelgard's reinforcements will descend upon the Alliance.
Then we will hold them off at the Great Bridge.
And they will find another way. If they manage to take even one of the Aramid River's crossings, they can break through our ranks. And while that may not spell immediate defeat, it will dash any hopes of Count Bergliez's surrender. Eventually, Edelgard's army will wash over the land, and then, my son,
we will be defeated.
Speak plain, Father. I beg of you. What does this mean for House Gloucester?
Do not fret, Lawrence. This was a leap of faith we had to take to better our territory's fortunes. When Claude came to me with this offer, I determined the reward to be worth the risk. If the gambit fails, so be it. All it means is that our house will have to swear allegiance to the Empire.
Edelgard will never settle for such. She will demand... Oh, Father. No.
I am proud of you, my son. You have grown into a man strong and wise enough to lead our house.
Is there nothing that can be done? What of your dream to claim the Alliance leadership from House Regan?
It is your house now. You determine our path. Besides, when the dust finally settles from this war, there may not be an alliance to lead.
So I am to submit to the Empire and carve out as big a place for our family as I can? Is that it? You would have me put an end to the Leicester Alliance?
Perhaps my praise of your wisdom was ill-advised. You get ahead of yourself, Lawrence. We bend the knee only if we lose, not before. And as you said, we may yet be able to drive back the Emperor's reinforcements and win the day. Always think 2 steps ahead, my son. Be clever. Survive. That is the lesson I seek to impart. I had best go prepare for my final battle as Count Gloucester. However this plays out, look for a way for our house to prosper and seize it, Lawrence. Seize it! That is how Irvin Fritz Gloucester fights, and it is how you must fight as well.
Well, we managed to slog our way to the encampment. Now we just have to finalize our plan.
Why is it so important to hold part of the Aramid riverbank again? I mean, wouldn't it make more sense to cross over into Alliance territory before it's too late?
If we do, we risk the enemy cutting off our retreat. We are here to break their siege, not fall prey to one.
If we don't conduct this rescue carefully, we'll be worse off than we started. We must be smart. And that means establishing at least one bridgehead in addition to the Great Bridge of Murden.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
The Minister is a general of much endurance. He will be holding out until we arrive. He is more than a warrior and a maker of strategies. It would lack wisdom to be making an enemy of him.
Yep, that's my father. No one can beat him. I just hope I can be half the warrior he is one day.
I think even 1.5 Bergleases would be more than enough. Not that it's any of my business.
So, what are we to do about House Gloucester? They have indicated a willingness to swear fealty, for whatever that pittance of a promise is worth. That leaves only Phlegathon and Ordelia, and I doubt very much that anyone would take us to task for dismantling them.
The head of House Ordelia is one of the 5 great lords. Dismantling them, as you say, would hamper Her Majesty's ability to rule effectively in the future. Consider, for example, why we chose not to dismantle House Eyre.
Because I belong to House Eyre, and you did not have to. Ah, of course. You are happy so long as they install successors who are willing to toe the line.
That is the plan, yes. House Phlegathon, however, must be disposed of. Their lord, Acheron, has leveraged his control of the Great Bridge to do whatever he well pleases. I have a suspicion the Alliance desires him gone as badly as we do.
Lawrence Gloucester and Lysithea von Ordelia were Her Majesty's schoolmates, yes? They may be more willing to listen to reason than the others. Sure, but Claude went to the Officers' Academy too. and he's taken a firm stance against the Empire. Do you really think this can be handled via diplomacy?
That will depend on precisely what their demands are. But first, we must retake the Great Bridge and extricate Count Bergles and his troops. Let us focus our energies on that for the time being.
Agreed. And it would behoove us all not to overlook how devious Claude can be just because we went to the Academy together. If he's not willing to come to the table, I won't hesitate to meet him on the battlefield instead.
As a mercenary, I've had to fight friends more than once. It's never easy. Of course, it's your job, so you do it. When you close your eyes at night, you can't help but wonder why it had to happen that way.
Pardon me. Right. Very nice.
My instruction comes at a high price. Don't neglect your daily studies.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
My potential...
Great things await me.
I think...
And I'll keep getting...
Accept the gifts.
With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
The fight starts now. Don't throw your lives away. Fall back.
We will surmount this challenge together. I beg your assistance at once.
Out of the way! I'm getting strong. Don't mind if I do. Take it!
Here I go. No mistakes. I'll provide some protection.
I will gladly handle this. I am here to aid you.
I can still fight!
Sorry, I gotta fall back.
Sorry, we weren't strong enough.
On to the next one.
That was brilliant fighting, but I will not be outdone.
Here it comes! You're done!
Watch this!
Not yet! Take a breather.
I'm swapping in. I have this.
Can't let it end like this.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
Is that all we've got?
Let's do this!
Well, would you look at that?
I'll take over.
I won't lose!
I'm all right.
We're done for. The rest is up to you.
Somebody help me!
My turn.
make a name for ourselves.
This is all my fault.
I've got...
Is that all we've got?
Out of my way!
Out of the way! I won't ever forget your kindness.
Won't mean a thing if I'm not still standing when the battle's over.
I hate to admit it, but you are truly an indispensable part of our army.
The stronghold's ours. I've got this. Not bad. This place won't be a problem anymore. I've got it. If I do.
I gotta fall back.
Perfect execution, wouldn't you?
I've got
you say? Anything for Lady Edelgard. I can still fight. You like that?
We escaped only by the skin of our teeth. Now, we need to regroup.
No matter what, I will not misplace my heart.
What did your investigation uncover, Hubert?
It appears those who slither in the dark had nothing to do with any of this. This plot was hatched by Houses Regan and Gloucester alone.
In other words, we know exactly where the idea to encircle our troops came from. Claude von Regan, leader of the Alliance.
He is going to be a true thorn in our side now that he is in charge. Back when Duke Regan had no clear heir, the lords were busy maneuvering to be next in line. Then Claude appeared in an instant and laid claim to the seat of power. We were hoping that would be enough to throw the Alliance into disarray, but he has done a remarkable job of seizing the reins.
Feigning discord with Gloucester while they privately schemed together was an especially nice touch. Sadly, it seems we're facing a gifted tactician as well as a skilled leader.
Yet for a tactician, he woefully underestimated Count Bergliez. I say we finish his education. It is time Claude learns the gulf between his power and the Empire's cannot be bridged with a few clever tricks.
Care to make yourself useful?
Counting on you both.
You have naught to worry about with me on the job.
I sure hope it's something I can actually do. We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
Counting on you both.
I will see it done speedily.
And you need me for this? Are you sure?
We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful?
Counting on you both.
Oh yeah!
We all must do our fair share.
You know, I don't believe I ever asked your feelings about this war. On the surface, it must seem as though we took Fdlan's fragile piece in our hand and shattered it into 1,000 pieces.
What, is it deep conversation time now? Where'd that come from?
It's merely that we've never discussed the matter, and you are in a fairly unique position amidst this all. I thought you might be able to provide some perspective on how an outsider views the actions Adrestia has taken.
The way I see it, you just did what you had to. You talk about peace, but it's not like people weren't already getting slaughtered for dumb reasons. I mean, pick your poison. If it's not greedy bandits ransacking your town, it's tyrannical nobles razing each other's land in search of more power. So, sure, people will die in the war, but the reforms it'll bring will save at least as many innocent citizens. Maybe even more.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it.
It's like you said, I'm in a unique position here.
Meaning you would have answered differently were you not a mercenary.
Yeah. If I was a farmer, for example, I'd be hounding you day and night to end the war. Sure, you say you're gonna bring this bright and beautiful future, but am I really gonna suffer for years, maybe even decades, waiting for it? The stuff you're doing now, enlisting my farmhands, trampling my fields, destroying my crops, just doesn't make it worth the wait. But you know the toll it's taking on your people, yet you choose to press on with the war anyway. So you've got to have a good reason, right?
Yes, of course. You certainly don't mince words. Is it the years of mercenary work that made you this way, or have you always been like this?
Yeah, I think it just kind of comes with the territory. I've been at this a long time, and lost more than my fair share of friends over the years. Not to mention all the horrible things I've done just for a fistful of gold.
Is that so? I would be interested to hear more.
Trust me, it's not as interesting as it sounds.
Who says it has to be? Interesting or not, I'll have you tell me one of these days.
If you say so. Just promise not to freak out when you realize how boring I am, okay?
Do I seem like the type of person to freak out about such a thing? Perhaps don't answer that.
Monica, why are you just standing there?
I was waiting for you.
You were speaking with Her Majesty, yes?
Yep, just going over some strategy. Why? Did you need me for something?
No, not exactly. So, what did Her Majesty say?
Well, she wanted to get my opinion on how best to utilize our mercenaries, since they all use different weapons. We're gonna be fighting some upcoming battles on terrain that'll make it harder to use lances, so we were trying to figure out how to deal with that.
And you didn't speak of anything else?
Well, yeah, but it probably wouldn't interest you. Mercenary stuff, you know?
That's not quite what I meant. There was cake for everyone, was there not? And I'm pretty certain there were fresh flowers throughout the room. Did you not see them?
Oh yeah, that cake was great. Did you want a piece? Flowers, though. I think maybe there were some little white ones.
Ugh, I have no interest in your opinion. I want to know what Her Majesty thought of them.
Oh, I don't know. She probably said something nice, but I wasn't really paying attention.
You weren't? Ugh. Never mind. I suppose I will have to ask her myself. I just want to know what Her Majesty genuinely thought. You were summoned by Her Majesty and granted the honor of giving her counsel. Then, she graciously offered you cake. And you didn't even have the decency to watch her eat it? Honestly, what is wrong with you?
Sorry if I let you down somehow. I don't think I really get what the big deal is, though. Want me to go ask her right now?
No, please don't. If Her Majesty learns I was prying about such things... I do not want to bother her with these trivialities. Forget I said anything.
I see what's going on here. The cake and flowers were your doing, weren't they? That's why you were asking me about how Edelgard reacted.
Yes, okay? Just please, not another word of this.
All right, I get it. Well, not really, but...
I beg you, forget this ever happened. The situation is far more complicated than you realize.
Hey there, Petra. Off the train? I'll join you.
That would give me much joy. An opponent with toughness will keep me upon my toes.
You mean me? Nah, you're way tougher than I am. Also, aren't you a queen now? I didn't realize dawn to dusk training was part of the Brigid Royal Regiment.
I have not become queen yet, but there is an understanding that it will happen. And yes, in Brigid, royalty must have knowledge of fighting. I mean, we must know how to fight. To be leading our people, a ruler must have more strength than any other. They must be the hardest to kill. My people are expecting this of me.
So, it's the toughest person calling the shots, huh? I love it. What could possibly go wrong?
This is how it is meant to be working. But such things do not always go with smoothness. Mercenaries are always seeking strength too, correct?
That's true. A merc lives and dies by the sword. If you're not better than the next opponent you face, they'll be the last one you face.
Yes, dying is without productivity. But it gives me a surprise that you do not avoid jobs of danger. A queen must be facing any wolf who comes to her door, but you can have pickiness when selecting fights.
Depends on how much food you can put on the table that week. Most of us mercs barely scrape by hand to mouth. End of the day, it's just business. Some mercs will take the coin and blow town, and some employers are more than happy to hang us all out to dry. I guess you don't have a lot of sellswords in Bridget, huh?
Correct. We do not require the selling of swords. In Bridget, everyone is a hunter. Everyone is a fisher. Everyone is a warrior. There is no need to be hiring, or to be hired.
That sounds incredible. In a place like that, nobody'd have to risk their life just to get a bite to eat.
Your words give me great happiness. I will always be full of pride for Bridget.
Care to make yourself useful? We all must do our fair share.
Time to work you into shape. Can't wait to see how you do.
Let's earn our keep.
Let us unite our strength for a successful defense.
Together, we can be turning the tides.
Shall we begin our attack?
Take this! The stronghold's ours.
You can't let it end like this.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
I'm swapping in! Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn.
I have this.
Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
The stronghold's in danger. Keep the enemy away from it.
Shall we begin our attack? Learn your place. I can't!
Well, would you...
Yeah. Can't fight like this. I'm bleeding all over the place.
What's next?
Watch this!
You know what they say about playing with fire.
Time to get going.
You know what they say about playing with fire.
How does that please you?
I was lacking caution. Stand aside!
Retreat!
All done. What is the next order?
Our time has finally come!
Not all days go the way you hope.
Never! Now you know the strength of the Adrestian Emperor.
That was phenomenal, Lady Edelgard. You've truly blown me away.
You held strong. Lift your heads high. The future is ours to make, no matter the sacrifice.
Okay.
How's that?
Hey there!
Only you would ask the Emperor out on an excursion. Let's be off. I rarely go riding, but find it to be quite liberating. Though I don't see them, I know Hubert's people are out there somewhere, watching us. Well done. My dream is to sit about and simply do nothing. Sadly, there's so much demanded of me, it will likely remain a dream until my final days. If you would. The sun is so warm. Very well. Back to work then. You and I...
me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Hey there. Need something? Is this it? See you around.
Let's earn our keep.
Our conquest hinges on victory.
Do you want me to lay an ambush?
We march for glory! Return with anticipation. We shall see this through to the bitter end. Take this!
The stronghold's ours.
Could you provide us with assistance?
I do hope you'll make this fun for me.
I'm swapping in. For Lady Edelgard.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy. No, not yet.
I must tread more carefully.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough. Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
All would be lost if I were to die here.
No matter what.
Mission accomplished.
Just in case.
This doesn't look good.
Watch this!
I do hope you'll make this fun for me.
They must...
it is done. Is it my turn? I was lacking caution. We've lost. They had the upper hand. I am having energy. Be praying now. Use this stronghold well. Not a problem.
We've seized the area.
If you stand in the Empire's path, you will be conquered.
Wait. This'll help.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
For the fate of...
Rigid. Now I...
With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Let's earn our keep. We've got an ally to rescue, so stay on your toes.
We can surmount any obstacle if we work together. Move it!
I won't ever forget your kindness.
Take this!
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Here I go. They must learn who they're up against.
Begin. The Sky Spirit, what? Begin. The
It's not over.
We can ill afford defeat here. I don't know how long I can hold out. Help me, please. We're in bad shape over here.
Let us bring this stronghold down efficiently.
The stronghold's ours.
The enemy stronghold will be out.
Here it comes! You're done! Right on. This place won't be a problem anymore. Enemy down.
Show me what you're capable of. Here, I'll provide some... Okay, let's go. Here I go. No mistakes. I'll provide...
Mission complete.
Fight like this. I put you all over the place.
We need backup! Please, hurry!
Stay sharp. Keep those eyes and ears open.
It is done.
Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
Ready for a taste of Blade Breaker style? I'll defeat every last one of you.
Out of my way!
I can't hold everyone back over this.
I'm glad we made it in time. I won't let myself stop here.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
The fight starts now.
I, Monica von Ox, will pour my love for Lady Edelgard into this battle.
Yeah, we can win this.
This could be a challenge.
This place won't be a problem anymore.
Here I go. No mistake.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
We are being overwhelmed. Find your courage and fight.
I'm bringing it down.
I'm getting stronger.
The enemy's stronghold will be ours.
This could be a challenge.
I see why Lady Edelgard likes you.
Don't mind if I do.
I must tread more carefully. We're in bad shape over here. Here I go. No mistakes. They must.
What is the next order?
You'll have to take things from here.
Not a problem. got this.
I'm swapping in.
Right on.
Not yet.
You are mine!
Take a breather.
Watch this!
Best take care.
Looks like that's it for us.
How does that please you?
Feast your eyes on the hero of Daphnel. By the name of House Daphnel, I will not lose.
Not a problem. I've got this.
They must learn.
We'll make good use of this.
This could be a challenge. They must.
I'll take over.
Take a breather. You're
All victories stem from love. Greetings. Welcome.
Is that the one? Nothing but the best for you. Come back soon.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
For Bridget.
Maybe.
With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
We'll reach the Great Bridge of Myrden soon. Houses Phlegethon and Gloucester are defending it, just as we anticipated. But Ladislava has done her job and broken through the enemy line for us. I intend to claim a swift victory and return her to us whole.
If possible, the members of House Gloucester are to be taken alive. As we discussed previously, killing them will jeopardize Her Majesty's ability to rule effectively.
If any enemy commanders appear open to persuasion, try to convince them to surrender. Our goal here is not to utterly annihilate our foes. The fewer casualties, the better. That said, anyone who refuses to submit must be struck down without mercy.
I know when to catch and when to kill. I am often being faced with such decisions on the hunt.
You expect me to make that kind of decision in the heat of battle?
You just do what you always do, Bernadetta. If it's all right with you, I'd prefer to focus on the diplomacy part. I'm not much for bloodshed.
Then you may leave that part to me. I will happily deal with any soldiers you cannot. It should be a simple enough matter to determine which of our enemies wishes to live and which will choose the way of death.
We'd better not misjudge anyone, or else our lives will be the ones in danger.
Then we should fight first and ask questions later. When in doubt, take them out. Am I right? We can sweat the small stuff when the battle's over. Until then, I'll do what I do best.
I believe we should all do what we do best. If we do, I feel confident we will emerge on top when the dust settles.
Victory is the most important thing, so leave the vanguard to me.
Then, if everyone is prepared, let us show them the might of the Empire.
Bye.
I don't care much for battle.
They certainly aren't fooling around with these defenses. Count Gloucester must be located on the far bank. Ladislava is holding the central checkpoint. We'll mount our attack from there.
The checkpoint is our key to taking the Great Bridge. Without it, we have not even a slim hope of victory.
Her Majesty is counting on me, and I will not let her down.
They have her surrounded. Time for a rescue!
If we rush in heedlessly, we'll be trapped along with them.
Wait, that...
We must secure the route as we go.
Never hurts to have a safe place to retreat to.
It takes a trickster to recognize a trick. And the enemy is being suspiciously quiet in the west. Has there...
Not a problem. I've got this.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Right then. Let us go to work. Urgent as it is to retake the checkpoint, I believe the west should be dealt with first.
The western area has been subdued.
The enemy is here? How did they catch on to us? I got this. No! Their main force was supposed to head to the checkpoint so we could ambush them. Intercept! Intercept!
We were wise to strike west first. I fear it would have been a disaster otherwise.
Let's say we take that ballista for our own.
There's nowhere to run.
Not a problem.
Lay down your arms and we will spare.
Surrender to the Empire? Never!
We'll have these defenses crippled in short order.
This stronghold will fall!
I chose to be here, and I'm going to fight the Empire to the end!
This stronghold will fall!
All right, more of that, please.
This.
Take a breather.
We're almost to the checkpoint. Keep going.
Not so fast. If you want through, you've got to open those purses and pay the toll.
Of all the irritating places to lay an ambush.
This man is a mercenary. Perhaps offering...
Right then. Let us go to work.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up...
I will gladly handle this.
A reward will allow us to avoid a fight.
Looks like you'll be my first real challenge in ages. Let's dance!
If I stand down now, I'll never be able to face the others again. I won't give up.
How do you know unless you keep living? I mean, things like this tend to have a way of working themselves out, you know?
Is it my turn?
I guess so, but... All right. I surrender.
The arrows have stopped. Let us proceed. just surrender. Besides, you're a clever man. You know the Empire won't let someone as strong as you rot in a cell.
Yeah, I guess you got a point.
My thanks. Mind taking it from here?
Vladislava, this is a great achievement.
You honor me, Your Majesty. May victory be yours this day.
Now we can fight on even footing.
Those are my lands at the other end of this bridge, and you lot are not welcome.
Now there is a fool even by alliance standards.
I'm swapping in.
Let us do them a favor and introduce him to an early parade.
Listen up, rogues. You will defend the supplies we stole from the Empire to the death. I can already smell the coin they'll fetch me.
They have our supplies. We must smite them before they can make their escape.
Yeah? I am Acheron, savior of the Alliance. Oh, and that's a good one. Let me just write that down.
You're done! It's not over.
Can't you idiots see I'm in trouble? Now stop standing about with your jaws slackened and help me already! I should have switched sides, but I had the chance.
It's not over.
Lord Acheron is done for. Grab the goods and head for the hill.
Thieves got away. How vexing. But alas,
Is it my turn?
What's done is done.
Watch this.
The Alliance's lands lie ahead, as well as Gloucester's army.
So, they've taken the Great Bridge, have they? That makes us the Alliance's last defense.
There must be a way to resolve this matter without further bloodshed, Father.
Our first priority is to find Count Gloucester. He was on our side once. He'll surrender.
There is no telling where the enemy might be lurking. We have no choice but to seize control of the entire bridge.
Not a problem. I've got this.
I will gladly handle this.
Begin. The sky.
This stronghold will fall!
The enemy's stronghold will be ours.
already lost! I will end you! Our foothold is secure. Now we need only capture the enemy commander.
Right then. Let us go to work. I will see my duty done.
Not a problem. I'm here to help. Guard this place with your lives.
Those are Gloucester lands you see beyond me, and I will not suffer one heel of your boots to sully them.
We'll have these defenses crippled in short order. Not quite!
Gloucester is known for its tenacity.
Not enough!
My, I'm more wounded than I realized.
We must tend to your injuries. Your death is a complication we do not require.
Lawrence, no! Monsters, how dare you hurt my son!
Count Gloucester will not concede so easily now that we have damaged his precious heir.
You've sent my son to the brink of death, and now you will face my wrath. Is this the end?
You've already lost! I will end you!
I can fight no more, Your Majesty. All of House Gloucester bows to your will.
Victory is ours. But this is merely the first step of our rescue.
Right you are. We need to relieve our allies who are embattled on Alliance lands.
We won, but this is no time to rest easy. There's a lot more work still to be done.
Agreed. We will leave some troops here with the wounded to hold our position. Then take the reconsolidated force north without delay. Sadly, there can be no victory celebration until we have extricated Count Burgleys and the others.
Based on our projections, they will run out of provisions at any moment. We can also assume they know we have made it to Gloucester, meaning they will be waiting for us. But each hour they wait is another hour their stomachs remain empty.
If we peel away House Gloucester's troops, we can create an opening in the enemy ranks. Once that's done, we'll bring an end to Claude's shady scheme.
This is...
Your Majesty, Gloucester has yielded his lands and titles to his firstborn son, Lawrence. However, the new Count Gloucester sustained grievous wounds during the battle. There is a chance he will never be able to take the field again. As such, he claims he will focus on ruling Gloucester territory with the counsel of his father and younger siblings. In his stead, he will offer us soldiers for the war effort and expresses his immense desire to join the Empire. No doubt, he wishes to make his loyalty plain by taking a clear stand against House Regan.
It's a shame what happened to him. Well, I see no reason to reject his offer. See that his soldiers are properly integrated.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
Sometimes I have no idea what goes through your noble heads. How can you possibly trust a house that just plunged a knife into your back? If a merc pulled a stunt like that, they'd either be cast aside or cut down where they stood.
I believe it, and I'd like to do the same. But not just anyone can hold Gloucester territory together, and I have no one else to take Lawrence's place.
I suppose no one would put up with the aristocracy if it didn't afford some sort of stability.
Yes, that is simply the way of things in Fdlan now. But as I've told you, I intend to change this. The age of deciding our rulers by blood must end. A day will come when anyone can vie for the right to rule, and then we will be free of this wretched system. So stand with me. Help me make it so.
Scarlet Blaze. The triumph of valor. To rescue Count Bergley's, Edelgard seizes the Great Bridge of Myrden, forcing Count Gloucester's surrender. With no time to lose, she then presses on, unbowed. But Claude is not one to be caught off guard. He rallies every resource at his disposal, determined to tighten the noose around Bergley's forces and prevent any rescue.
So we've lost Gloucester. Unavoidable, perhaps, but it still stings all the same. Fortunately, I haven't been sitting on my hands this whole time. If we smash the Imperial reinforcements and stop them from breaking the siege, Count Bergley's will have no choice but to give up. We're going to face that challenge, and we're going to face it with the Alliance's latest and greatest, which is why I've asked all of you here.
Did you really just say latest and greatest with a straight face? Oh, he said it all right. And while I can't swear we'll have that, we do at least have numbers on our side.
Yep, more than half of the old Golden Deer House is here.
Some of us may not be quite as great as you say, but... well, you know best.
I'm grateful to each of you for answering the call. It's more than I can say for some of our classmates.
Yeah, Ignatz and Lawrence both sided with the enemy.
About that. It pains me to say this, but House Ardelia has made its allegiance to the Empire clear. It was against my parents' protest that I came here in the first place. If this battle doesn't unfold the way you're hoping, I may be forced to leave as quickly as I arrived.
That's okay, Lysithia. You're not the only one who's here with strings attached. Yes. My adoptive father has also insisted I return home at once, should the tides turn against us.
Sounds about right. 3 cheers for that good old Alliance solidarity.
I'll fight with you to the end, Claude! Unless it puts Maya in danger. Then I'm out.
Look, what matters is that you're all here, and that we settle this war with the next battle. Also, for full disclosure, I may have sort of brought along some extra professional muscle. Come on in.
It's good to meet you. I'm the acting captain of Jeralt's mercenaries.
Our guest here is fresh off another battle with the Empire on Kingdom soil. From what I gather, remaining in the Kingdom was no longer an option. And that's when our paths crossed here in Alliance territory.
Oh, hello! I know reliable when I see it, and you are definitely that.
I'll do whatever you ask, as long as I'm getting paid. So long as we're allied, I won't fail you.
All right, let's begin our council. As you've no doubt heard from our scouts, the path from here to Deirdre will be fraught with difficulties.
The Alliance has constructed fortresses and palisades, and laid other traps to slow our progress. In addition, they are plotting ambushes at key positions along the way. Needless to say, we will not be able to avail ourselves of the direct route.
But if we try to dance around all their traps, we'll never make it in time.
Yes, but this is Count Bergley's we're talking about. He could probably stretch his soldiers a few extra days through sheer force of will.
I would normally write off such an idea as lunacy, but sadly, it will likely come to that. We have made attempts to smuggle provisions to Count Bergley's through holes in the enemy lines, but this has met with little success.
They must be so hungry. I know just how that feels. The struggle to get food when all you want to do is hide under your covers. Hello, old friend.
I mean, no offense, but if time is truly so short, why do we waste it dithering in council? We should embark on our rescue mission straight away!
Yeah, what are we waiting for? We're their only hope.
I agree. Less talking, more saving.
Calm down, all of you. Such rash action is exactly what Claude is counting on.
So we must take the safe route, but do so as quickly as possible. A best of both worlds situation, I suppose. Understood.
Good. With that decided, let's move on and discuss our preferred formation.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Ah, fiery as ever. What an inspiring sight.
Oh, hey, Ferdinand. You think so? The way I see it, a mercenary who doesn't train every day probably won't stay a merc for long.
I cannot dispute your logic. Though, I must say, you never did strike me as a typical mercenary. And your upward trajectory has proven me right. To go from nothing to a commander rivaling even the finest of nobles as quickly as you have is astounding. You are the most intriguing man.
Well, that's because I've made a habit of giving my all. I'm honestly just happy to have earned Edelgard's respect.
Your all, you say?
Something wrong?
To the contrary, I find your attitude inspirational. We are birds of a feather, you and I. Every task I undertake must also be done to utmost perfection. Polishing my armor? It shall have a mirror sheen. Cooking a meal? Let not even a single ingredient go to waste. True nobility means surmounting any challenge before you with no less than every fiber of your being.
That's taking it a little far, don't you think? Maybe you're not wasting food, but what about your time and energy? And I'm not any sort of noble, you know.
I am aghast. Are you suggesting that devoting myself fully to every endeavor is wasteful?
I mean, yeah. If you put your all into every little thing, you'll run out of stamina right when you need it most. You're like the knight in that proverb, the one who spends all day building a fence around his Pegasus, only for it to fly away.
Valuable advice for a Pegasus, perhaps, but I am no beast. I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
I know that you're different, I do. But everyone needs to take it easy sometimes. If you always keep your bowstring taut, it's just gonna snap when you actually need to fire.
I assure you I am no bowstring either, but I take your point. However, there is no cause for concern. As I have told you on multiple occasions, I am Ferdinand von Eyre. Whether I am resting, enjoying leisurely pursuits, or simply in contemplation, I always apply all my energy to the task at hand. At work or at rest, I will forever give it my all.
Seriously? What's full-on resting even look like?
This is you.
Let's earn our keep.
I will find a weakness in the enemy.
United, we are unbeatable!
I've got...
This could be a challenge.
This place won't be a problem anymore.
Anything for Lady Ada.
It's not over. It's not over.
Tastes more bitter than blackest coffee.
So you got one tough fight on your hands.
So easy.
I see why Lady Edelgard likes you.
I'm getting...
Looks like that's it for us.
Nice job! Our time has finally come! Never!
Defensive...
It is done.
This could be a challenge.
Watch this!
Leave defending this position to me.
I fight with all I have!
Rejoice! Victory is ours!
Huh? What's... Oh, it's a dream.
Why do you always settle for such simple reasoning? You know this is more than a fabrication of your sleep-addled mind. Our first reunion in who knows how long, and you try to write me off as a figment of your imagination?
Sorry about that. Though I was definitely asleep last I checked. Anyway, what do you want?
To warn you, something is troubling me, eating away at me actually. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I can sense a presence closing in on you. A dangerous one.
Well, whoever it is, I'll watch my back. Same as always.
I know you're the cautious type, but this threat calls for additional vigilance. It could be that you're going to face the Ashen Demon again soon.
Good, because this time, I'm gonna win. I have to. Fortunately, I'm pretty used to these powers of yours by now.
Then I'll let myself stay just a tiny bit optimistic. Just don't forget that your opponent has had as much time to grow as you. Your future isn't the only one at stake here. The demon could also put an end to Edelgard's vision with as little as one swing of a sword. Whatever happens, we can't let all our hard work be undone.
I won't let anything happen. Not to Edelgard, or to the others.
That's the spirit. I know you can do this. After all, you're my...
Yeah. I'm your partner in destiny.
I finally got you to say it! How wonderful!
What say you?
Let's earn our keep. Hope this is one of those easy wins.
Do you want me to lay an ambush? Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
I will gladly handle this.
The enemy's stronghold will be ours.
I'm bringing it down.
I can still fight. Don't mind if I do.
Let's do this! Let's begin our advance! Out of the way!
Still improving.
Show me what you're capable of.
Take it down in one fell swoop!
Yeah, not... The stronghold's ours.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must look.
I can't hold everyone back over this.
It is certainly worth an attempt.
I will gladly handle this.
Watch this!
I have this.
I'm swapping in!
Just do this.
You are mine!
It's not over.
Away!
I'm still fighting! Not yet! I can still
You are mine! This place is becoming ours.
I am having energy.
Betray me!
War feeds my body.
I got this!
I have this.
Watch this! I must up.
Retreat!
How does that please you?
I can't hold everyone back over this.
Just wait.
All would be lost if I were to die here. You will not fall in vain.
Right on your heels, Edelgard.
It is done.
This place won't be a problem anymore.
Is it my turn?
I almost feel sorry for them.
Then Swappy, I'm ready. Distractions. I'll take over.
Still here. Gotcha now.
You've already lost. I will end you.
I'll win the next one too, if I just stay focused.
That's so.
How about it?
Greetings.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
It is you.
Ah, what a lovely breeze. Truly, there is nothing so liberating as the great outdoors.
Your Majesty, Hubert is looking for you. My apologies. I didn't realize you were resting.
I only stepped out for a bit of fresh air. I'll be ready to return shortly.
Oh no! Please don't rush back on my account. I am more than happy to keep Hubert occupied in the meantime. Please, Your Majesty, enjoy yourself. I'll simply tell him I failed to find you. Ah, and are you cold? I can bring you a coat and some hot tea.
I appreciate the concern, Monica, but I'm quite all right. But while you're here, there is something I must tell you.
Why are you staring at me, Your Majesty? Is there something on my face?
I was only going to say how fortunate we are to have you with us. Those who slither in the dark had you in their clutches. In another world, we might have lost you to them forever.
Yes, it seemed they were only keeping me alive so they could use me for some kind of dark ritual. And I can only assume that would not have ended with me alive and well. You saved my life. I wish I could express what an honor it was to be personally rescued by the woman I've dedicated my entire life to.
That's kind of you to say, but I only did it because I needed the military leverage.
That doesn't matter. I'm serious when I say that the day you rescued me was the day I stopped simply idolizing you and decided you were the one for me.
The one for you?
Yes. You risked your life to protect a lowly noble like me.
You need to understand the situation, Monica. I was fully prepared to sacrifice you if doing so would bring me even one step closer to achieving my goals. I had no intention of rescuing you until right before the opportunity presented itself.
Oh, but, why not?
I was under the impression that those who slither in the dark needed you quite badly. And as I required their strength to wage my war, I was prepared to look the other way. When we laid out our plans, your death was something we took as a given.
All the same, you still chose to save me in the end. I don't care how you got to that decision, only that you did. You could have offered me up as a bargaining chip, but you chose not to. Instead, you closed that door just so I could be standing here today.
Monica, I
only get one life, and I can't tell you how lucky I am to share it with you. It is my destiny to walk beside you, and that makes me happier than you could ever know.
Well, thank you. That means a lot.
You don't say.
Nuh-uh.
You'd like to go for a ride? Very well. It's always important to take a break every now and again. Of course, I have some time on my hands. If I knew it was going to be this relaxing, I would have brought Her Majesty along. Seeing everyone rally around Her Majesty and her cause is enough to move me to tears. Yay! Don't you think Her Majesty is at her most beautiful in profile? Apologies. Just a stray thought.
My wish for the future is that Her Majesty will unify Fdlan, enact reforms, and make her dream a reality. Leave it to me. That was time well spent. Let us do it again sometime.
You wanted to talk, Monica? This is an interesting choice of location.
I hear you've been going above and beyond lately, that you perform miracles each time you set foot on the battlefield.
Why are you complimenting me all of a sudden? I mean, things have been going well, but...
Oh, I assure you, I have no ulterior motive. You've helped me out a great deal too, after all. Even Her Majesty praises your fine work. She talks about you so much, in fact, I'm more than a little sick of hearing your name.
Huh. She talks about me that much? Wait a sec. You aren't jealous, are you? Nah, that wouldn't make any sense.
Indeed, it wouldn't. Why in the world would I be jealous of you? After all, you are merely Her Majesty's subordinate. Your relationship will never transcend the bounds of master and servant. It will never reach the depths of meaning that Her Majesty and I share.
You're totally right. We're not in the same league.
What is this sudden attitude shift? You don't believe me, do you? It never even crossed my mind how irritatingly close you and Her Majesty are. Not once.
Yeah, you basically just admitted it.
I certainly did not.
You did. You said you were jealous that Edelgard and I are so close.
The word jealous never traversed my lips.
You sure you're not, though?
Perhaps a little.
That's what I thought.
But so what if I am? I have always been Her Majesty's most devoted admirer. Hubert is one thing, but you're just a run-of-the-mill mercenary. To think Her Majesty has uttered your name more times than she has mine, it makes me want to scream my lungs out.
You've been counting? Look, I probably come up a lot because we've been fighting together so much. Don't worry, Monica. Things will turn around once the war's over.
Aw. Being consoled by the winner only makes me feel even more like a loser. I can't believe it has come to this. I have no other choice but to ask for your help.
What's come to what now?
I will just have to show you. Come on, let's go.
The fight starts now.
We must hold at all costs.
We're at a disadvantage here, so don't get reckless. Yeah. We've got...
Onward! Here goes!
This is all my fault.
We'll have to take things from here.
Don't mind if I do.
Witness our valiant efforts.
A taste more bitter than blackened coffee.
Looks like that's it for us.
Sorry, I gotta fall back.
You're dead! Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
We won't let this opportunity go to waste.
Can't fight like this. I'm bleeding all over the place.
Too easy.
I see why Lady Edelgard likes you.
Let us begin our advance.
Defeat. I'm sorry. Looks like that's it for us.
It is done.
I'm dragging the others down.
It's not over yet. hide on your hands.
You're done!
I'm dragging the others down.
Right on.
Here I go. No mistakes. They...
Yeah, right.
I'm not finished.
Out of the way!
Wait, that... The stronghold's ours.
You held strong. Lift your heads high.
I see.
Yes.
What say you?
Greetings. Welcome. Nothing but the best for you. Nothing but the best for you. Nothing but the best for you. Thanks a bunch.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Everything about that felt so very right. Not that they're... Well,
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
maybe this'll help keep me on an even keel.
Can't wait to see how you do.
Let's earn our keep.
Conduct a rescue quickly. We can ill afford any losses.
Together, we can be turning the tides.
Watch this. I don't know how long I can hold out. Help me, please. Position secured.
Right on.
Sorry, but I gotta fall back.
Time to get going.
Unfurl the flag. It worked. You will not fall in vain.
Your mightiness is on full display, Edelgard.
We'll make good use of this.
But I gotta fall back.
Run forward. The rest is up to you.
Mission complete.
By the name of House Daphno, I will not lose.
It's not over.
Not a problem. I've got this.
You've already lost. I will end you.
Yeah, right.
People's future will be built on merit, not privilege. And I will wade through an ocean of blood to see it made so.
Watching you gets me all fired up.
My enjoyment of this is quickly wearing thin.
This could be a challenge.
Take a breather.
I can't hold everyone back over this.
The stronghold's ours. I'm glad we made it in time.
The few...
I'll shoot.
Let's earn our keep.
I will find a weakness in the enemy. Then swap it.
Take a breather.
Yeah.
We can win this.
I have this. Then swapping in. Fight with all I have.
Position secure.
Let's move. I'm all right.
Take it down in one fell swoop.
War
feeds my body and...
Take a breather.
I'll take over.
Hit them hard and fast!
Not a problem. I'm here to help.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Your punishment!
For you! Not a problem. I've got it.
Watch this!
I was lacking caution.
We'll make good use of this.
I can't get you! Help!
My turn?
Is it my turn?
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
We did it!
I am having energy. Betrayed now!
Not for myself. For everyone. I'm impressed. Begin. I will help.
I will gladly handle this. Orders received. I have this.
Watch this!
Take a breather.
Leave defending this position to me.
The stronghold's ours.
I have this.
Let's move.
I'll take over. I must tread more carefully.
Say this is defeat. I'm sorry.
Perfect execution, wouldn't you say?
You've already lost!
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
Sorry, we weren't strong enough.
Thank you. I'll repay you somehow.
I'm ready. I'm swapping in. I'm ready.
Watch this!
My turn?
My strength is yours.
I won't ever forget your kindness.
Think I'm in trouble here.
Still in the fight.
I'll take over.
It's not over.
Position secured.
My turn?
You're done!
You like that?
This battle will make a fine stage for my debut.
I'm swapping. I'm ready. I'm swapping in.
Follow me, everyone.
Your mightiness is on full display, Edelgard.
I have this.
I'll take over.
I have this. You will not pass me. This is the end.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Watch this!
Take a breather.
Shall we begin our attack?
from love.
Yes.
Over here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hello. Only you would ask the Emperor out on an excursion. Let's be off. I rarely go riding, but find it to be quite liberating. Oh, what a lovely flower. Still, perhaps it would have been best to leave it be. I thought outings like this were a noble pastime, but I see you're an expert at it as well. Hello. Me? Oh, I suppose I can't complain. Hello. Though I don't... A fine idea. Back to work then. You and I both have a mountain of things to do after.
Time to work you into shape.
One cannot achieve.
Gaze upon my...
proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Excuse me. May I ask for your ear?
Sure thing. What's on your mind?
I have the desire to be learning more about mercenaries. It is a subject of much fascination to me.
Sure, I guess. But I think you've heard most of the exciting bits by now.
Nonsense. Each word you speak is full of excitement. Please give me more illumination. For example, are you receiving payment for your work here?
Sure. Me and Edelgard have a contract. Lucrative one too, as these things go. Guess the boss thinks pretty highly of me.
You said money was of importance for people who sell their swords. But what if an enemy offered a bigger payment? Would you be taking it?
Are you kidding? I'd tell them to get lost before they could finish the offer. But there are plenty of mercs who wouldn't. Gold sings loudest, you know? Still, if an enemy can outbid your current employer, it means they've got a good shot at winning. And nobody who enjoys breathing wants to wind up on the losing side.
So in Fdlan, one must try to be allies with the side that has more richness?
See, that's the thing. Trust is its own currency too. I mean, let's say someone shows up with a pile of gold and asks you to switch sides. Tempting, right? But you gotta be careful. You could take them up on their offer, only to learn that the money was just bait, and the guy actually wants you dead. And to make things worse, the honest employer you just stabbed in the back now knows you're as reliable as a three-legged horse. Point is, integrity means more to a mercenary than money. Probably should have led with that, actually.
I have understanding. Trust is of importance to everyone, but that has even more truth for a seller of swords.
You got it. Oh, and trust me, folks who hire for the best jobs make sure to know everything about you before extending the offer. But there's a flip side to that coin. If you're the type of employer who likes to leave mercs in the lurch, you better believe that word will get around. Hard enough to stay alive without that nonsense.
That is a thing we all share in common. We wish to keep breathing, as you said. And what if I was offering a job? We are on the same side. Would that be betrayal? Bridget is a land of richness. We can offer much in exchange for the selling of your sword.
It sounds tempting, but nah, I can't. I've got to see my current contract through first. Also, didn't we just get done discussing how terrible it is to abandon a job before it's done?
I knew you would be declining. You are the model of a mercenary.
I knew Count Bergliez was formidable, but I clearly did not give the man enough credit. I thought for certain he would have fallen by now, and yet here we are.
If we're handing out credit, Claude deserves some as well. Maintaining a siege for this long takes its own toll on morale. Yet his troops remain disciplined, well-positioned, and ready to engage us.
One advantage to a siege is mobility. They can deploy soldiers up and down the line as needed to keep the upper hand. In other words, they are outfitted with many highly mobile units, which means they can respond quickly to enemy reinforcements as well.
If we rush in blindly and are driven back, it would likely break our allies' spirits for good. Not even Count Bergliez would be able to rally them again. Surrender would be the only option.
Why are they wavering now when we're so close? We're not looking to win the war today. We just have to break the siege.
We should attack their lines at multiple positions. We don't need to win the battle. We just need them to break formation long enough for the Count and his troops to get out of there.
Well, this is new. You are not often one to give voice to your opinions on tactics. Still, you have struck the proverbial nail on the head. It is exactly how we must proceed.
Then it's decided. I look forward to your exploits on the battlefield. Today, we free our Imperial allies and reward their continued valor in the face of impossible odds. Controls the stronghold in the center of the plain, but the enemy has him completely cut off from aid. Our goal is to break the siege so he and his troops can evacuate safely.
So much for securing a surrender before reinforcements arrive. Well, you all know what to do. Engage the enemy.
There's no time for the...
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Right then. Let us go to work.
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Not a problem. I've got this.
It's Bernie's time to shine!
Delicate approach. Let's tear into him from all sides!
There can be no victory this day if we do not rescue both Bergliez and his troops.
I stand with my friends and will not permit you to pass.
I'm itching to show what my muscles can do. Now, who wants to be first?
Let us bring this stronghold down efficiently.
Bringing it down.
Come on!
Anything for Lady Edelgard.
This is rough. Out of the way! My body's crying out for a break.
Here it comes! You're done!
Maya, I'm sorry. I did what I could.
Her Majesty comes to rescue us. I know your spirits are weary, but rekindle them now with whatever spark of hope remains in your soul. I feel no mercy.
What does it matter if I die? Goddess! I have no regrets. I'll be with the goddess soon.
Marianne, no! How could you?
Battle.
We have broken through! Continue pushing!
We must secure an exit for our allies. Taking down those strongholds will drive...
All right, here they come. But I came here to fight, and I won't back down.
A wedge into their...
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Right then. Let us go to work. I will see my
It's Bernie's time to shine! Sure hope this goes...
Not a problem. I've got this.
I will gladly handle this. Orders, siege.
There are 2 strongholds. We must deploy our forces with cleverness to be taking both.
Not bad. No, not bad at all. Look, I really need to hold this line, so why don't you just leave and we'll call it a day. Oh.
This stronghold will fall!
Watch this!
Take a
I
break.
surrender. And as it was my choice alone to be with, I ask you not to take action against my parents.
Then it's a good thing I'm not the type to punish people for such trivial reasons.
Out of the way!
I can't mess this up. Not when everyone's counting on me.
Out of the way!
Get out of there, Hilda! We can't lose you!
Yeah, all right. Sorry.
Now then, if they'll just be kind enough to let us escape this way...
Our allies are nearly within reach. Clear out the enemy soldiers in those strongholds.
The siege is coming apart at the seams. Deploy the reinforcements. Fill those gaps.
They're trying to
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Here I go. No, they must learn who they're up against.
Right then. Let us go to...
Shore up areas where we've thinned their ranks. Don't let that happen! A detachment of white mages stands ready to mend our wounded comrades.
We'll have these...
It's Bernie's time to shine! Sure hope this goes okay. I will gladly handle this. Orders received. It's Bernie's time to shine!
Defense is crippled in short order.
I'm bringing it down!
Please let us take this place down! Somewhere to hide! Let us bring this stronghold down efficiently.
Ah, but it does my heart good to see you. Pray, take care of my troops.
Does the center still hold?
Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
You last feet. Target their strongholds and crush their reinforcements.
They've got catapults! We have to stop them!
I'll take over. Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Right then. Let us go to work. I would...
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Take a breather.
I will gladly handle this. Orders received. It's Bernie! Sure hope this goes okay. I will...
Wide open! Push through! We must reach Count Bergley!
Bringing it down!
So, I don't want to panic anyone, but they're still hurling boulders at us!
I'm swapping in! I'm ready.
Watch this! Now! Heal Count Bergley's forces! Lost! I will...
Pay attention now.
Thank you.
Well, that was a delight. Maybe we can stop and rest for a few here?
The siege is broken, men. Your courage and perseverance have been rewarded.
The way is open. Move as one and defend the Count and his soldiers as we go.
You think I'm just gonna let you slink out of here? I'm already 2 steps ahead.
Looks like we're up.
They cut off our escape and... Oh no, look who's with them.
We won't put a dent in Jeralt's company with the numbers he has. I vote we rush Claude's main position instead.
It would indeed catch him by surprise. But do we flank from the left or right?
Either way, let's choose a path and clear out anyone foolish enough to stand before us.
The Count's soldiers we saved could be of great use if we place them under his command.
I'm humbled you came for me personally, Your Majesty.
You can thank me once we're clear of this place. Now ready your troops.
It's Bernie's time to shine! Sure hope this goes okay. I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Not a problem. I've got this.
For retreat.
I have this.
I'll take over.
My turn? Very well.
We attack from that direction.
Her Majesty blazes the trail. Charge!
His retreat is looking more and more like a full-on assault. Stay with him, everyone.
Hold on. Are they coming for us?
If that's the escape plan, we're better off keeping the numbers small, instead of relying on the Count's men for aid.
I got this! They're trying to escape to the north! After them!
I will gladly handle this. Orders received. It's Bernie's time to shine! Sure hope this goes okay.
Right then. Let us go to work.
Not a problem. I'm here to help.
Begin. The Sky Spirit.
I think
to see you among the ranks of my rescuers.
Yeah, right. Do not be having the wrong ideas. I am helping the Empire, not you.
I can stand this no longer. I'm falling back.
Take a breather.
What the? Out of the way! not over.
We're nearly clear of the battlefield. Just one more push and... Oh no!
It won't do to have you slip our grasp now.
The Ashen Demon. Clever of Claw to keep this little surprise for the moment that would matter most.
I've got...
I'll handle the mercenary. The rest of you press on. Don't stop, no matter what.
Here it comes! Take this! You're done!
You'll never get a better crack at the Alliance's leadership, Your Majesty. Hit them with all you have. Leave nothing on the battlefield.
Count Burglace is keeping the Ashen Demon busy, which means now is our chance to strike at Claude.
They're avoiding us entirely and attacking the main position instead. Looks like someone over there has half a brain after all.
The battle's lost if they've made it this far, but maybe I can still take out an officer or two. So you're the one who's messing up all of my clever plans. Hey, I just work here. You're gonna make a nice trophy for the Emperor.
Well met, my son. For the first time in my life, I thought my end had come for me.
Yeah, I've never seen you in such bad shape. You were half dead.
I will end you. Can't you just play nice until I achieve what I set out to do?
Funny. I was gonna ask you that. But I'm guessing the answer's the same for both of us. They've got me cornered. Better think fast. Is that all you got?
Sorry to cut your escape short, friends.
You're in my way.
That's all I can take. Let's see if our new mercenary friend is worth all that gold.
I must be getting old. Enough! I'm falling back.
You handle things over there. We'll hunt down the Imperials who escape.
We have reinforcements watching the escape route. We'll hold Jeralt's mercenaries at bay.
I'm ready. I'm not afraid of you!
This just leaves the Ashen Demon. We're close to the finish now, so let's take whatever time we need and do this right.
Clash with Confronting has left the demon weak.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Here I go. No mistakes.
They're theory. This could be our best chance to crush that pest for good.
This didn't go how I expected, but I can still do some damage. How many times have we fought now? Either way, this will be the last.
You're right about that. I'm not letting you leave here alive, Ashen Demon!
No, not yet! Witness my true power!
Giving this Joker a chance to withdraw?
The Empire has grown strong.
Well, couldn't hurt.
I fight with all time! You got this, Bernie!
We might actually have to work for this one. We've finally got that menace on the ropes. We can win this!
You're done! Here it comes! Out of the way! You're
Such vexing arrogance for one so small. Perhaps you truly are one of their descendants. In any event, you labored to destroy my vessel, did you not? That is a deed most foul. One you will pay for with your life. You cannot hope to win so bound in flesh. Pitiful.
This isn't a fight you can win. Get out of there!
You can run all you like. Why do you fight me?
Why so this?
I'm sorry, Claude. They were too much for us.
It's all right, Hilda. Well, it's not, but I knew this was a possible outcome. I was hoping the terrain might let us hold, but against that many soldiers deployed that skillfully, it just wasn't enough.
You sound sad. It's a little weird.
Can you blame me? Look at how many people have died because I decided to fight this war. Maybe I should have just let the Empire have their way.
My father and the others never would have accepted that. You had to throw everything you had at the enemy at least once, or they'd think you were a coward forever.
Wow, Hilda. I didn't think you'd picked up on all of that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Too bad everything I had still wasn't enough.
Well, the next step is to put our heads together and figure out what to do next.
I hope you don't mind if I lean on you and that brother of yours for support. Lester's Round Table is overdue for some big changes.
Again, Your Majesty. You've got my deepest thanks for rescuing us. And since my lack of foresight's to blame, let me apologize again for what happened.
I will not hear of it, Count Berglies. Had any but you been in command, I would be collecting corpses right now instead of thanks. I failed to see what Duke Regan and Count Gloucester were plotting. The blame is mine alone. So I will hear no more self-reproach from you. Go now and rest those weary bones.
I'm grateful for the kindness, Your Majesty. Honestly, this experience shook me more than you might realize. I never would have made it through without the brave men and women who serve me. They're the ones who deserve your praise.
Understood. I will see they are duly rewarded. Hubert, summon Monica and have that put in writing as an official decree. And now, I want to know how we are faring with our efforts in the kingdom.
Battle?
Hey!
This is...
And here I'd thought we won.
As did I.
Who knew the Ashen Demon had that kind of strength? Not that I'm making excuses. You gave me power of my own, and it still wasn't close to enough.
That's not true.
Of course it is. What am I even up against here? It's like I looked away for 1 second, and suddenly I was facing someone else entirely.
That would explain what was troubling me before. That is the unique danger I sensed. Still, you can win this fight. I know you can. And I'll do whatever I can to make it so. We'll claim victory over that monster together.
You know what? You're right. I'll be strong enough one day if I just keep at it. Still, one day could be years from now at this rate. We should probably think of a backup plan. And hey, the Ashen Demon's a mercenary, right? Might be best for the Empire to toss some coin their way and put the rivalry behind us.
You want to hire that thing? Seriously? Fighting side by side with the Ashen Demon? Are you mad?
You make it sound like the worst idea in the world. We have a war to win here, remember? Gotta keep an open mind.
Ah, I understand now. You've witnessed your adversary's true strength and convinced yourself you cannot win.
What? No. I just know a valuable resource when I see one. And we're far better off with them than we are against them.
If that's really how you feel, then so be it. But trust me, you don't need to worry. You'll get stronger soon, I promise. So maybe don't go relinquishing your prey just yet. After all, I desire nothing more than to see you achieve your goals.
A glove does not defy the hand, and yet you've done just that. So this is my name, yet I am also called the Beginning. I am progenitor and mother to all who call Fdlan home.
Where am I?
I am not here to answer all you ask. Yet I will grant the one. You stand before my throne. If you so wish, then take a seat. But know then that your flesh is mine to wield. You lack the power to resist.
My flesh? What are you saying?
You should not have interfered! I could have cut that wretch down with a stroke! Oh, that one vexes me so. When next we meet, I must step in and deal with them myself. It is quite clear that you cannot my power safely wield. Do I speak plain?
Not in the slightest. I have so many questions.
Hey, lazy bones. Get up already. You sure you're all right? You don't seem like yourself.
I'm fine. Just a strange dream.
Like the ones you used to have.
Yes, but this time we talked.
Huh?
You fool! That was no dream!
What's wrong?
Nothing. Wait, didn't you...
Do you lack wits? My voice is not for him. Whenever I speak, it is for you alone.
On second thought, I think there is something wrong. I mean, my hair's still a different color, right?
Yes, and your eyes too. How that happened is beyond me. Anyway, we lost the battle, so probably best to wave this place goodbye and find somewhere to rest up.
Is that a fact?
Actually, I think I'd feel more comfortable staying here on the battlefield a while longer. I just need to swing my sword around, get my head on straight. Don't worry, I'll be fine.
If you say so, but if it gets any worse, tell me.
Hubert, if you would.
Of course, Your Majesty. Let me apprise you all as to what is going on. As you know, our talons have been sunk in our little alliance problem for some time now. But now we must deal with the kingdom, which has sent an army to claim the heads of Count Rowe and any others who came over to our side. However, Rowe is seated at Arien Road, the fortress city, a citadel as hard to crack as Fort Mercius.
Ah, Arien Road, the Silver Maiden.
Seems sorta weird to call a big hulking place like that a maiden.
That's because she's as hard to get near as the purest of maidens. If you're still confused, that's your own problem.
Yeah, I still don't get it.
Our reports indicate that despite the strength of the kingdom's army, they are still struggling to take the fortress city. But, given enough time, they will. Unless we send reinforcements. Therefore, we must direct our attention to the kingdom once more.
Will this constant bouncing between the Kingdom and Alliance not take its toll on our soldiers?
Who said we were taking our entire force? We will depart for Garreg Mach with elite troops, then collect fresh units before proceeding west. Simultaneously, I plan to have Duke Garrett summon the Western Lord soldiers and march toward the fortress city. We will join up at that point and strike at the kingdom's main force together. What say you to that?
I would say it is the ideal strategy, at least on paper.
Okay, let's keep our optimism in check here. I mean, speaking from personal experience, nothing ever turns out the way you want it to.
Should we be having concern? If the plan is good, we will find success.
And the Alliance? They may attempt another one of their schemes while we're distracted.
They will not. Her Majesty is taking a measured approach to resolving matters with Leicester. Count Burgleys is worn as thin as they are. We will have him set up camp at the Great Bridge and continue negotiations from there. To our advantage, Gloucester has passed leadership to his son, who is willing to submit to imperial rule. Besides, from what I hear, the Round Table is too busy chewing itself apart to start any more trouble.
That leaves only the Knights of Saros to contend with. The Minister of Religious Affairs will handle them.
My father? But he's not capable of facing the Knights?
I let the Ashen Demon outmaneuver me in the last battle. But that won't happen again.
Scarlet Blaze. The Maiden's Peril. When he learns of the Empire's struggle, Dmitri decides the time is right to strike. He moves swiftly to drive the Empire out, toppling one unfaithful Western lord after another. Finally, he descends on Arien Road, seat of Count Rowe, the first lord to betray him. Thus does Edelgard's army begin another grueling march to rescue a different count.
We've been here before. But we were in such a rush to rescue Lonato that we never got more than a glimpse of Arien Road. Can't really appreciate the scale that quick. And now we're back to bail it out.
If only Claude hadn't hatched his futile scheme. We could have avoided all these needless battles and saved countless lives.
Yet, in a more positive light, he handed us the perfect opportunity to show that not even the Alliance and Kingdom together can match the Empire's strength. Once we crush the army of Fargus, our superiority will be clear for all to see.
And will that actually result in fewer casualties going forward? Because that is what would put Her Majesty's heart at ease.
I will make no guarantees for matters beyond our control. So long as fanatics are willing to die for the Central Church, casualties are inevitable.
We broke the Alliance's siege, and we can break the Kingdom's too.
We're lucky it's a stronghold like Aryan Road that's under siege. It shouldn't be half the nail-biter we had to deal with last time.
Yes, but last time Count Bergles was in command. For all we know, Count Rowe will break like a twig and surrender the moment he hears the first soldier crest the hill.
As I see it, we have two options. We can take a direct path for Aryan Road, or we can wait until we scatter the Kingdom troops that are fanned out in the north. It is a most vexing decision.
As a professional at staying holed up, I think we should secure the perimeter first and get rid of as much danger as we possibly can.
Time is important. We should be striking fast and hard.
War doesn't wait. We should free the city while we still have the chance.
Let's keep both options open and see how the situation unfolds. General Randolph.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I commend you for holding Aryan Road with what few soldiers you had.
Thank you, Your Majesty. But I am unworthy of such praise when I failed to prevent the siege. Coordination with Count Rowe proved difficult. It was all I could do merely to keep the enemy in check.
That alone is commendable. The more foolish man would have rushed to glory and gotten himself and his underlings killed in the process.
I have a key role for you in the coming rescue, General. I know you were up to the task.
Of course, Your Majesty.
My brother and I will give our all.
Very good. But do not let your eagerness for victory come at the cost of lives. We have many more battles ahead and must conduct ourselves accordingly.
Hey there, Edelgard.
Leafing through documents, are we? This is new.
Yeah, completely out of character, I know. But one of these reports has been stuck in my mind. Back when Count Rowe declared fealty to the Empire, other lords committed to doing the same, right? But the moment we left and the Kingdom army marched south, they fell right back in line. It's like they never betrayed Fargus in the first place.
Good memory. That's exactly what happened. Houses Elidor and Duval both made overtures to join the Empire.
So why is the Kingdom welcoming them back without so much as a wrist slap? Is this another House Gloucester thing where the politics demand it? Seems like their importance as noble families outstrips the fact that they're all two-faced liars.
Politics are doubtless involved, but the heads of houses can change, as they did with Gloucester. We're not bound to place importance on any one individual, only the bloodline.
So the Kingdom's aristocracy gets the same free pass as the Alliance's?
Yes, and the Empire's as well, even though I do my best to treat everyone equally. I cannot afford to slight a minister's house, for example. They broke fealty to the former Prime Minister when they swore it to me. Would you call that treachery? What makes it different from the actions of Count Gloucester?
I don't know. You tell me.
It depends on what motivated the change of heart. Was it for land? For status? To exact revenge or seize glory? Because I view a betrayal for any of those reasons to be utterly worthless.
Yeah, money and vengeance are pretty shallow motives. Though, that's why I'm here.
I'm not talking about mercenaries. I'm talking about lords. Each of their decisions has the ability to upend the lives of thousands, if not more. Only a person with the character to realize that is truly fit to lead.
I've worked for plenty of nobles in my time. Until now, I couldn't have cared less what it means to actually be one. But then you gave me responsibility over all these soldiers, and it... well, I guess I'm starting to see the world in a different way. And the people who live in it, too.
I see.
I admit your grand designs sail clear over my head sometimes. Most of the time, actually. But that's why I stand by you. I feel like one of these days, something important's gonna rub off on me.
And I feel the same. You've opened my eyes to all manner of things I might never have seen otherwise. You are a commoner without the fetters of a family name, wielding your sword directly for me. That's more valuable than you may realize.
Time to work you into shape.
Training together isn't always easy. Honestly, that was kinda lousy.
I must make... You are...
Is that a...
I see the merits in our training together.
It's
Time to work you into shape.
My potential is...
Great things away.
I think I'm in...
So, do I...
Can't wait to see how you do.
The fight starts now.
I will be doing my part for victory.
Yeah, we can win this!
Forward march! And don't let me catch you lagging behind!
Anything for me?
Let's get this battle underway!
This could be a challenge.
All right. My wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
Take this! Yeah, right. It's not over.
Can't fight like this. I'm bleeding all over the place.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
I will gladly handle this. Order.
How can I face my comrades after this? Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
We can ill afford defeat here. Let's begin.
You ready for this? I take no pleasure in this fight.
Watch this!
And neither will you.
Are you prepared?
Sure.
from here.
You know what they say about playing with fire.
All would be lost if I were to die here. Unfurl the flag!
War feats.
Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
All done. What is the next order?
Even a guy like me has a few things worth fighting for.
All would be lost if I were to die here. We'll make good use of this. Please, best take care.
I can't hold everyone back over this.
Taste more bitter than black coffee. Already lost. I will end you.
No, nice hit. No point dying here for nothing. I'd better fall back.
Follow me, everyone.
That was phenomenal, Lady Edelgard. You've truly blown me away.
The Adrestian Emperor.
I'm right on your heels, Edelgard.
Position secured.
Can you believe this, Gwendol? We've waited what feels like decades, and still no Imperial army. What is the Emperor thinking? She promised to protect us.
Calm yourself, my lord. They will come. We've received reports of a large army forming to the south of Arien Road. They will scatter this siege to the wind. I have no doubt of that.
They had better. It's her promises that swayed me into betraying the kingdom in the first place. I didn't do this just so my lands could be leveled by the King of Fargus's fiery wrath.
The Silver Maiden will keep us safe. She yields to no invader.
Viscount Elidor and Count Duval have both sent messages, imploring me to surrender for the sake of my people. Yes, perhaps it's not too late. I can lure the Imperial army in and kill them, then beg the king for mercy.
My lord.
Lonato, you fool. Your rashness is to blame for all of this.
This is no time to go soft, my lord. Turning our coats a second time would be abominable. One betrayal can be explained away with the right sort of excuse, but a second? A second paints the lot of us as feckless curs.
Ugh. Then what would you have me do? Gwendol, you tell me!
Command it, my lord, and I will gladly go to my grave. You, however, must not. Yet unless you have fought life and limb for your people, you cannot surrender with honor intact. Anything less would earn you the people's scorn, just as it did your ancestors.
Ha! Ha ha ha! Yes, of course. It certainly would not do to forget that roe blood is stained with treachery. Well, so be it. A weather vane must go with the wind, and a born traitor must finish the sedition he started.
Wise words, my lord. Your people will thank you for this course of action.
The fight starts now.
I will use all the strength I have.
Do you want me to lay an ambush?
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must...
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
more bitter than black as coffee. Okay, let's go.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Swapping in. I have this.
Watch this.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
How does that please you?
You know what they say about playing with...
Begin.
The fire.
All done. What is the next order?
We can't let it end like this.
Can't fight like this. I'm bleeding all over the place.
Now, where to next?
I will gladly handle this. Or...
Let's give this a shot.
Not a problem. I've got...
Looks like that's it for us.
What's next?
We can ill afford defeat here. Our time has finally come. Position secure.
Can't hold everyone back over this.
Now you know the strength of the Adrestian Emperor.
That was phenomenal, Lady Edelgard. You've truly blown me away.
I was lacking caution.
Unfurl the flag.
Retreat!
Still improving.
That was brilliant fighting, but I will not be outdone.
I can still fight.
Right on.
How can I face my comrades after this?
Perfect execution, wouldn't you say?
Your punishment!
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
I have finished with great success. No distractions.
our side today.
Hey!
The fight starts now.
We must hold at all costs.
Together, we can be turning the tides.
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're—
Begin.
I can still fight!
Take it! Don't mind if I do.
We're done for. The rest is up to you.
The stronghold's ours.
a taste more bitter than black as coffee.
Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
We're done for. The rest is up to you.
This.
Take a breather. Enemy down.
I see why Lady Edelgard likes you.
I could do with some reinforcements.
I have this.
This battle will make a fine stage for my debut.
I'm dragging the others down.
All done. What is the next order? It worked!
For the love of... Fight like this! I'm bleeding all over the place! Not yet!
I have you!
It's not over! It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
I'm swapping in.
I'm not afraid to fight. I'm doing this for all the people I care about. I have to fight, and I have to win! You've got this, Annette. Deep breaths. You are mine!
All right.
Position secure.
I don't know how we held them off, but we did.
Greetings.
That's so.
Let's earn our keep.
We must hold at all costs.
We can surmount any obstacle if we work together.
Would you provide us with assistance?
I go. No mistakes. I'll provide some protection.
Let's carve a swath through the battlefield.
Yeah, not...
I face my comrades after this.
Are you prepared?
Strongholds out.
Take this! Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
Right on.
I wield this blade in the name of my king, for Dimitri, and for Lambert. Surrender!
My accomplishments won't mean a thing if I'm not still standing when the battle's over.
Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
You're worth 1,000 soldiers.
We mustn't let them overwhelm us. Show me the limits of your strength.
This place won't be a problem anymore.
You held strong. Lift your heads high.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Let's earn our keep.
I will use all the strength I have.
United, we are unbeatable! Here I go. No mistake. They must learn who they're up.
Begin.
Don't mind if I do.
You're being overwhelmed. Find your courage and fight.
I'm bringing it down.
The enemy's stronghold will be ours.
Yeah, not bad. The stronghold's ours.
You'll make good use of this.
Let's give this a shot.
Here I go. They must learn who they're...
Begin.
Still improving.
I see why Lady Edelgard likes you.
This place won't be a problem anymore.
Now, what spices shall I dress you with? These people are simply begging to be hurt!
Watch this!
Retreat!
It worked!
Not a problem. I've got this.
I will gladly handle this.
Our fight is for a cause of nobleness.
This isn't good. It seems the fortress gates have been partially breached. The kingdom's soldiers are pouring into Aryan Road.
Does that make us right on time, or a bit too late? Dimitri is no ordinary king if he managed to pry a citadel like this apart. I assume our soldiers stand ready?
We go on your command.
If we dally too long, some of our officers and troops are likely to surrender to the enemy. That includes Count Rowe, who has a most notorious sense of self-preservation.
Yeah, him and every other noble.
Come now, that is simply not true. Why, take me, for example. I am the perfect embodiment of what every noble should aspire to be.
You can tell us all about it later, Ferdinand. Everyone, move out!
Courage, everyone. Aryan Road is nearly ours. Keep pressing until we claim the main hall.
The King's army is true to its reputation. Even I can only stall for so much time.
They're closing in on the main hall. We must help them, and quickly. We must reach reach the main hall before Count Rowe is put in peril.
Count Rowe values his life above all else. If they get a blade to his throat, the man will betray us in a heartbeat. The main gates are closed. We could circle around from the left or right, but
the ground along those routes is filled with traps. We'll have to do this the smart way and use the gates.
devices on the walls to the east and west will allow us to open the main gate.
Okay, I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Begin.
Please let us take this place down. I need somewhere to hide.
We'll never get anywhere with that device until we deal with the soldiers around it.
I must...
Out of the way!
Watch this!
I have this! I'm not afraid of you!
I can still fight! What the?
Spikes just came out of the ground! Everyone, stay away from the pointy bits!
I'm swapping in!
Take a breather.
This place is a serious pain. Why can't the route to the main hall just be a straight line?
You call that fighting? The Great Lion has only begun to roar!
Main gates are open. What now? I'll hold the area around the gates, Your Majesty.
Here I go. No mistake. They must learn who they're up against.
Oh, if I must. Leave this to me.
It's Bernie's time to shine! All right, but I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Majesty, you keep going.
We can do this, Randolph. None will get past us.
The enemy controls the central gates as well. How aggravating. This is clearly going to be a multi-step process. First, we must use devices within the fortress to gain access to the walls, where we will find the devices that will open the central gates.
So you're saying we should start by using the 2 devices in front of the central gates?
Why does this have to be so complicated?
Maybe they call her the Silver Maiden because our hair will be gray by the time we finish this.
I'm bringing it down!
I will gladly handle this.
Very well. I stand ready for what comes.
Time slips away from us. Move faster!
No, not yet.
I'll take levers and switches over more soldiers any day of the week.
I take no joy in battling old friends, but I have a duty and will see it through.
Here it comes! You're done!
I must keep everyone safe. I'm so sorry. All I did was get in the way.
Forgive me, Mercedes. I will see you avenged. Personally.
There! Now we can reach the other devices that will open the central gates.
We must move on those gates. Time is our enemy. Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn.
The devices we're looking for are up on the walls to the east and west.
My last battle was a fine one. I thank you for the opportunity, Your Majesty.
It is not too late to swear fealty. I've no desire to take unnecessary lives.
Gwendol, I have decided we fight for the king after all. Help His Majesty drive those Imperial dogs back from whence they came.
Why, my lord? How could you change sides again after all my cautioning?
So it's come to this, eh? So be it. Take our remaining soldiers and cut the Imperial dogs down where they stand.
I am your knight to my dying breath, my lord.
I see you've dug your grave. Now you can lie in it.
In the name of the king.
Not a problem.
The Empire must be destroyed!
My turn.
All
I'll
troops,
take over.
advance! Reinforcements have arrived.
Then we'll stop them. They can't be allowed to interfere with the rescue.
I'm counting on you, Randolph. Defend those gates with your life.
One is down, one is to go.
This stronghold will fall! Take a breather. Out of the way! Yeah, not bad.
Finally. Now, to breach the central gates.
You will go no further.
If to do...
Oh, if I must. Leave this to me.
I will gladly handle this. Orders received. It's Bernie's time to Sure hope this goes okay.
Begin.
The Scott who is here. That means Dimitri is too.
It seems we may be able to disarm the traps within the fortress.
I saw another device like this on the other side of...
Here I go. No mistakes. They the wall.
Let's disable it.
Take your best shot.
Though I am reluctant to do this, I can see no other choice.
I fight with all I have. She'll be out of her minds to walk through a bunch of traps. Let's disable them already.
I'm bringing it down.
Wide!
I won't give up. Won't get past me. It's nothing. Forgive me, Your Majesty.
My turn?
Watch this! That takes care of their gate. We're nearly to the main hall now. Now we can advance safely.
I'm ready. Is it my turn? The sky...
Come at me, you Adrestian whelps! Draw what blood you can from the lion!
There's no more frightening foe than a lion before death.
Well fought, whelps.
I'm not ready to dive! Someone help! Gwendol, no! What would you have me do?
It's not over.
It wasn't supposed to be like this. No.
To think you once had a place at our table. Such a shame.
Take a breather.
If the Count has been struck down, I'll simply crush the enemy by my own hand. Let us make this a clean fight. Edelgard, how careless of you.
I could say the same of you. Surely the responsibility you bear is no less than mine.
Is that it?
Seems like fighting.
Amuse. Orion Road is the linchpin of the West. If we don't retake it... No. We must retake it. I feel no mercy. We are at a breaking point. All forces, fall back!
Move, Your Majesty. I will guard your escape.
That will not be necessary to do. Stay with our king and live on.
Swear that you will return to us, Ingrid. I could not bear to lose you.
Already lost. I will end you. Not done yet. Bring victory to Fargus, Your Majesty. We finally have the advantage. Let's work on securing... Is the king safe? Good. Then I've done what I set out to do. The rest of the fortress.
She laid down her life to protect Dimitri and proved loyal to the very end.
Yet sadly, despite our best efforts, Count Rowe and too many others perished. This is most painful indeed.
We must hurry, Your Majesty. The others have already withdrawn.
I know. I know. Forgive me, my friends. It pains me beyond measure to leave you here.
The blame is mine, Your Majesty. I should have taken guard of the rear.
Then I would only be mourning your death instead. The decision was mine, as is the failure. Every death this day rests on my shoulders.
Your Majesty, please.
It should have been me who died.
Please, don't torment yourself. Mercedes fought because she loved our people. She wanted to protect you and them both. Not just her, but... Ingrid chose to be there, and she did so for you. Do not take that from them.
In the name of this magic lance, I swear I will defend Fargus. So rest now. I will return for you when you are avenged.
By your valiant efforts, Orion Road has held strong. I thank you, one and all.
I hardly broke a sweat. Those kingdom soldiers were nothing.
Wait, if they were nothing, then why was I having so much trouble? I thought I was surely off to my death when Count Rowe turned on us.
A fine job of pulling through. Truly, that dumb luck of yours is awe-inspiring.
I can't believe we had to kill Ingrid.
She was a most formidable commander, Dorothea. We had no choice if we hoped to claim victory.
I know that. You think I don't know that?
Right now, we need to discuss our next move. I'm sending the main body of our army back to Enbar. They'll remain in the capital until they recuperate from this latest string of battles, and until we've had time to retool our strategy.
We hold Aryan Road and the Western Church in the west, the Great Bridge of Myrddin to the east, and Garreg Mach between them. We'll treat all three as key positions and endeavor to hold our lines there. After we regroup, we'll determine a proper time to resume our advance.
It vexes me to say this, but I have been short-sighted. We are nowhere near achieving our goals in the Alliance or the Kingdom. My command has been riddled with errors, and for that, I apologize.
Oh? And where exactly is all of this coming from? You usually exude confidence. From where I stand, we have come a great distance with minimal casualties. If time has been lost, we should be easily able to make up for it.
I'm personally happy I had the chance to see Her Majesty's vulnerable side, even if just this once.
Reassuring her with predictable responses, are we? Well, sorry. For once, I'm not sleepy at all.
Nice try. That response still registers way up there on the Lin scale.
I will be using the extra time to make improvements, so I can offer more usefulness in future battles.
I'm lucky to be surrounded by such consistent friends.
How about me? Do I count as consistent?
I can always count on you to be you. And you may take that any way you like.
So, we're finally going back to the capital. Feels like it's been ages. Couldn't come at a better time either. My bones could use the rest after all the battles we've been through.
I wholeheartedly agree. The respite will help us prepare to face the Ashen Demon.
Yeah, about that. I've been giving it some thought, and I don't think we need to obsess over that anymore.
But what about Captain Burling and your old allies? The ones who were brutally slaughtered, remember? You said avenging them was your dream. And think about how much hardship the Ashen Demon has put you through since you joined the Empire.
Don't get me wrong, I'd still love to prove I'm the better fighter. But imagine if we got someone like that on our side. We'd be unstoppable. It's time for me to put my wants aside and put an end to this war. For my friends. Unless you think that's a mistake. The Ashen Demon's mercenaries have fought for both the Kingdom and the Alliance. They don't have a cause, and they don't care who comes out on top in the end. It's all about who can toss them the most coin. And now that the dust has settled a bit, we've got a chance to lure them over ourselves.
And here I thought you were intelligent. Think about it. Their allegiances have changed, yes, but no matter their client, they've always been fighting the Empire. Why would they join us now? For that matter, what makes you think our soldiers would want to fight alongside a person who's murdered hundreds of their comrades?
Well, yeah, all right. Fair point.
I'm glad you understand.
Hey, Arval?
Yes?
Why is it so important to you that the demon dies?
Because I care about you, of course. I mean, I think that's the reason.
Arval, out with it.
I suppose it just feels like our destiny. Like it's something we're meant to do.
Oh, Edelgard. I'm glad I found you. Got a few?
Of course. What is it?
Well, remember how Hubert laid into me after the Knights of Seiros raided Enbar? It got me thinking, what do I need to do for you to trust me again?
Nothing. Hubert and I stopped doubting you the moment that business was behind us. You worked tirelessly for me, and I'm grateful for that. So please, there's no need to worry.
Still, we have no idea when those who slither in the dark might try to interfere again. Honestly, it kind of feels like there's more I should be doing to help. Like I'm just floating around without a purpose or something.
Very well. What do you propose?
If I had to pick something, I'd say protecting you would be my top priority. Everyone's got a bone to pick with you, especially the Church and those who slither in the dark. And they won't rest till they have your head. After all, the Imperial Army's not gonna lose if we've got you at the top handing down orders. And I figure Hubert will stay off my back as long as I put my energy into keeping you safe. Then you can lead us to victory, and we'll all live trustfully ever after.
Perhaps, but I think you're forgetting something. The only way to protect me is by staying at my side, and therein lies a conundrum. Allowing you that close to me would in itself be proof of my trust, without which you would have never earned such an opportunity in the first place.
I know that. Still, I can't help but feel like that's what I've got to do to prove myself to you. Please, Edelgard. Even if it just means shielding you from your enemies.
Very well. Do as you will. In the meanwhile, I'll tell Hubert... Well, I'm not entirely sure what I will tell him. At the very least, we know those who slither in the dark are able to shapeshift at will. So, in a way, it doesn't matter who I choose to surround myself with. They could just as well turn out to be someone wholly different.
Thanks, Edelgard. I honestly could have sworn you were gonna say no.
Of course. What I truly want to know is why you'd risk your life just to earn my trust.
Do you really have to ask? You reshaped my entire life. Before I met you, I had nobody. I was nobody. But you still chose me, of all people, to command one of your armies. Now, I can't walk down the street without people yelling my name. And I've got a great life, surrounded by amazing friends. All of it possible because of you.
That's not true. You would not have earned this post if you lacked the talent.
Maybe now, but before you came along, nobody in the Empire gave a Pegasus's backside about talent. You gave me a seat at the table when no one else would.
Ah, I see.
If you want proof you've changed the world, just take a look at me. Because this guy, he's a whole new person thanks to you.
You must be exhausted, Your Majesty. I was beginning to believe that council would never end. Should I make tea?
Thank you, Monica. Why don't you join me?
Oh, I would love to.
I can hardly remember the last time I saw you rest. You need to stop overworking yourself. We can't afford for you to get sick.
Her Majesty has invited me to tea, and she's worried about my health? Oh, this is the greatest day of my humble life.
Come now, I've always cared for your well-being, and it's not as if we never have tea together.
Oh, I'm aware. This is the 208th time you've worried about me, and our 113th time sharing tea. I've been keeping a record on paper, and in my head.
Now I'm even more concerned.
Aw, thanks.
I suppose it just shows how hard you work for me. I hope you feel I do enough in return. If there is anything you need, don't hesitate to ask.
Truly? You'd really listen to my request? Your Majesty is actually willing to make Monica von Ox's impossible wish come true?
Well, let's keep the wishes within the realm of the plausible, if you please.
All right. In that case, may I... Oh, this is so disrespectful. May I hold you in my embrace? Just for a minute?
I don't see why not.
What kindness! I promise to be even more loyal to you from now on, Your Majesty.
As if such a thing were possible, you've given me more loyalty than I could ever rightfully expect.
Oh, that reminds me. There is something I've been meaning to tell you. It seems as if you have been upset with yourself because you were planning to leave me for dead. But I just want you to know that had such events come to pass, I still would have died happy. I would have been at peace because I helped you achieve your vision. Well, I should go see to that tea.
She really is something else. I knew she was strong, yet she always finds new ways to surprise me. Thank you, Monica.
And that's the situation. Now put your head down and see it done.
Leave it to me. I can do this blindfolded.
And don't neglect your night training. You'll be a wreck in the morning if you don't put the hours in.
What kind of lazy jerk do you take me for? Of course I'd never skip my training.
Very good. Well, I must be going. It seems you have a visitor anyway, so farewell.
Wait, a visitor? Oh, hey, Petra. Sorry, were you waiting for me? What can I do for you? Everything all right? You don't look so good.
I am well. You have my thanks for your concern.
You sure? I can walk you to the infirmary. I think Professor Manuela is in, actually.
No, I am well. Do not be troubling yourself.
If you say so.
I do. Caspar, I was not realizing that your father was visiting.
Yeah, he dropped by to talk to Edelgard and some of the others. Guy's so busy he hardly stays in any one place for more than a few hours.
I must be remembering that.
Oh, you have some business with him?
No, not yet.
Hey, sorry, but did you need me for something?
Huh? Oh, Edelgard is needing you. I was coming to tell you. She appeared quite upset. Her composure was almost lost.
Wait, she's mad at me? Oh no, I totally forgot she wanted to see me! Thanks, Petra, you're a lifesaver!
One day, I will be having revenge. Leopold von Bergles, you will be ruining the day you stole my father's life.
fight starts now.
Let us unite our strength for a successful defense.
We're at a disadvantage here, so don't get reckless.
Bitter than black as coffee.
Out of the way!
Many thanks.
Take this place won't be a problem anymore.
I'll use this.
Here it comes! You're done! Enemy down.
That was brilliant fighting, but I will not be outdone.
About time!
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
Let's get started.
Sorry, but I gotta fall back.
My strength is yours.
Oh, you...
We can ill afford defeat here.
Tastes more bitter than black as coffee. All would be lost if I were to die here.
No point in capturing the stronghold if we don't put it to good use. I train harder than everyone else, which is why I never lose.
Excellent work.
It's not over.
I'll never lose! Out of my way!
We shall take up the defense.
You asked for it!
We weren't strong enough.
sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Edelgard.
It's not over.
I won't lose.
I'll never lose. Out of my way!
I'm swapping in. Confronting Edelgard. You are mine!
You'll have to take things from here.
We're not losing to anyone!
I've got this. Yeah, not... Don't mind if I do.
Our defense was perfection itself. We've finished laying out where the troops will be positioned, Claude. But, are you sure about this?
Am I sure about what?
This isn't even remotely like a standard attack formation. It's like you're going out of your way to limit casualties.
Not true. The moment the enemy drops their guard, we'll swarm them like a pack of bees.
And if they don't drop their guard?
Then I guess we'll just sit here making angry faces at each other.
Okay, come on. This strategy is not helpful.
Look, just by being here, we're drastically reducing the number of Kingdom soldiers the Imperial Army has to deal with, right? Which means we don't have to kick our troops into action until the Empire has marched further north. Once they're positioned to seize Bladed territory, that's when we'll move.
And if it all goes wrong, the losses could have catastrophic consequences for the future of the Alliance.
I'm not used to you being so worried about the big picture, Hilda. You've grown.
I wasn't going to stay a kid forever, you know.
Apparently not. I'm impressed.
Look, Hilda, I promise you, your fears are misplaced this time. The Empire's already compensated us for any potential losses, and will continue to do so. You don't think I would have signed that fancy pact if they weren't taking care of us, right?
Sure, but are they good for their word? Because I have doubts about that. I want to believe the pact will hold, I really do. But they strike me as folks who won't think twice about sticking an axe between your shoulders if the situation calls for it.
Fortunately, I can be pretty ruthless myself when it suits me. If I don't like something the Empire is doing, it might even be me who ends up breaking the pact.
If that's supposed to make me feel better, it is absolutely not working.
Easy, easy. I'm just throwing out a what-if here. Just promise that you'll always have my back, even when things look their worst, all right? I need you.
Oh, fine. But only because it's you.
A report, Your Majesty. The Imperial Army marches on Western Fargus.
Just when we'd brought peace back to the area, too. We should get ready to provide aid at once.
Rodrigue has already been dispatched to Mateus, along with all the soldiers I can currently spare. And I've sent Annette and Gustav to the Baron's side, though if it's for better or worse is yet to be seen. I don't doubt we'd all ride to the rescue if we could, but that's clearly not possible given the situation.
Agreed. Now that Claude's joined up with the enemy, we can't risk doing anything foolish. If we move our soldiers even a breath away from the northeast, the Alliance will be all over us.
All we can do now is divide our forces to keep the enemy in check and meet their attacks as they come. We never should have let this happen in the first place. But who could have seen the Empire and Alliance forming such a union?
Boar, are you seriously going to just stand by and watch? They'll overrun us if we don't stem the tide.
Though it smacks of desperation, I'm told the Western Front has enlisted the services of Jeralt's mercenaries. They're the same band that carried the battle at Magdred Way, so I hope we can make good use of them again.
Is this really the plan? Burn through mercenaries while we hole up here?
Do try not to be so grim. The Empire has pushed rapid reforms on the land over these last few years. Not everyone was happy to have such changes thrust upon them, and that includes their new friends in the Alliance. The Empire is leaning over the kingdom with such greed that they might yet trip over their own feet.
Do you think there will be revolts?
I'm certainly not going to plan my strategy around it, but there have been whispers, yes. The old ways must die. With that I agree. But shove that down the people's throats, and you risk breaking the very land you're trying to rule.
Yes. We've grappled for years with the aftermath of trying to enact reform.
Change is a painful process, but rushed change will set the region to rot from the inside out.
I wonder why they're so intent on doing this the quick and dirty way.
It's difficult to say. Perhaps were things different, we might have found some common ground, some harmonious way forward. But I've lost too many I care about to this war. Ash and Ingrid chief among them. When I think about what they fought for, what they died for, there can be no turning back.
Follow me, soldiers of the Empire.
The fight starts now.
We will save them. I know it.
We're at a disadvantage here, so don't get reckless.
Show me your strength!
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Here I go. No mistakes. They...
Out of the way! This place won't be a problem anymore.
It worked!
I'm swapping
Don't
in.
mind if I do.
Anything for Lady Xcagegame.
Lend me your strength!
Your teamwork is becoming excellent. Now die!
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
Right on.
I will gladly handle this. I am here to aid you.
Begin. I will help.
Not a problem.
Here I go. I'll provide some... Watch this!
I have this.
Take a breather.
Position secure.
Still improving.
I see why Lady Edelgard likes you.
Retreat!
My accomplishments won't mean a thing if I'm not still standing when the battle's over.
Is this the capability of a mercenary? I have my turn.
I won't ever forget your kindness.
You are mine!
It's not over.
You are mine! Help me! Someone! Anyone!
Anything for Lady Edelgard. I fight.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
That takes care of the rescue, and not a moment too soon.
The Imperial army will soon be knocking at our door. Why haven't Duval and Dominic stopped them?
Baron, you'll never reclaim the title of Viscount your Lord Uncle lost if you go weak in the knees. Letting yourself be pressured into betraying the kingdom will see you cast out of the aristocracy for the rest of time. And your fickle nature would earn you the derision of both the kingdom and the Empire alike. They'll view you the same way they do Count Rowe.
I care not. I've no interest in going to my grave just because I drew the shortest straw.
Sorry to interrupt, but I figured you'd want to know we finished cleaning up the enemy's advanced troops.
Excellent. You certainly live up to your esteemed reputation, Captain Jeralt. I've never met a more reliable band of mercenaries in all my years. It's a shame we only engaged you for the one contract. I don't suppose we could convince you to extend your term of service. His Majesty the King has heard tale of your exploits. I could arrange for an introduction.
Appreciate the offer, but that would mean going to Fdlan. I've got reasons for avoiding that place, so thanks, but no thanks.
I see. It will be a shame to lose you, but I won't pry.
It's nothing against you or the kingdom, mind you.
Then I'll hold out hope we might fight alongside each other again someday. Now, if you'll excuse me, the Baron and I must inspect the camp. Best of luck to you in battle, Captain.
You feeling any better? I have to say, I'm still not used to this new look of yours.
That makes two of us. But it will bother me less once I'm on the battlefield.
If you say so. With the war and the state it's in, the Empire is throwing everything they've got at this thing. I don't know if it's that or something else, but I've got a bad feeling. So watch yourself out there.
I will. You do the same.
Oh, right. I've been meaning to give you this. Never used to be without it. Cuts like a dream. I want you to have it. Swords like this are given to captains of the Knights of Seros, and mine was just collecting dust in the band's convoy.
That's right. Alois mentioned you used to serve there.
That was a lifetime ago. I don't plan on swinging this sword ever again.
But are you sure you want to give it away? It must be quite special to you.
I'd be happiest seeing you get some use out of it.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Be good to it, all right?
Do you think this might work? We need to work with what we have.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
I will hew my own...
This'll take some...
Always strive to...
challenge that... Together isn't always easy.
I imagine...
Yes.
We must work together and improve.
This should... Yeah. Honestly, that was kinda lousy.
I think...
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
For the fate!
I think I'm...
And I'll keep...
Me?
Can't wait to see how you do.
The fight starts now.
I will be doing my part for victory.
Hey,
Yeah,
swapping it!
we can
Watch
win this.
What chick? Unfurl the flag! Oh, please! I got this! The only acceptable outcome.
Did we all see how gallant Lady Edelgard looked? I have this.
It is certainly worth an attempt. would be lost if I were to die here. Hold strong and watch for an opportunity to strike back.
It's not over.
We'll make good use of this.
Not a problem.
I yield to no one! Get out of my way!
This place is becoming ours.
Stand aside!
I have this.
Take a breather.
Out of the way!
Is it my turn?
I will gladly handle this. Or...
You are mine!
War feeds my body and...
We're not losing to anyone!
I'm ready.
I'll take over. People's future will be built on merit, not privilege. And I will wade through an ocean of blood to see it made so.
You are leaving us all in your dust, Edelgard. I must be better.
Position secure.
Beloved!
win the next one, too, if I just stay focused.
I can't... What... I...
The fight starts now.
Victory awaits! Now show me your courage!
I will do all that I can. We must act with swiftness.
This place won't be a problem anymore.
Still in the fight.
Don't mind if I do. We weren't strong enough.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
Time to make a name for ourselves.
Anything for ladies.
Sorry, but I gotta fall back.
Not falter.
You shall pay for this. You hear?
I'm unstoppable.
Show me what you're capable of.
A taste more bitter than blackest coffee.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground. It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough. The stronghold's ours.
Swapping in! I fight with all my
Can't fight like this. I'm bleeding all over the place.
Watch this!
Okay, Swappy! Take a breather. My accomplishments won't be a thing if I'm not still standing when the battle's over.
I hate to admit it, but you are truly an indispensable part of our army.
Looks like that's it for us.
Is it my turn? It is done.
I almost feel sorry for them.
The skies.
My turn?
Okay, let's go.
Is it my turn?
You are mine! You are mine! Out of my way!
Is that all we've got? I don't know how long I can hold out. Help me, please.
All enemies will be falling! You are mine!
Farewell! Use this stronghold well.
Looks like that's it for us.
Bow down before my valor.
This one stings.
Victory is ours!
I won't let myself stop here. Yeah.
Greetings!
Indeed.
Welcome. Welcome. Nothing but the best for you. Thanks a bunch.
Excuse me. Ah. You have my thanks.
Yes, let us get these horses on the road.
Your invitation gives me great joy. It is so wide and open here. We are not having grasslands like this in Bridget. I hope to spend much time with people I love. Yes. I read books before coming to Fdlan. I wanted to be preparing, but it was still a thing of difficulty. Wonderful. I thought Fdlan's army would be highly disciplined, but instead, the rules are having much flexibility. I have agreement. This brought great enjoyment.
will soon arrive at Baron Mateus's lands. Once we claim them, all of Western Fargus, roughly 1/3 of the kingdom's territory, will be under the rule of the Empire.
House Mateus was demoted from a viscountcy to a baronage for their part in some sort of revolt. The current Baron Mateus, whose father was the previous lord, is hardly the most loyal subject of the crown. Removing him from the picture should be a simple matter.
However, the kingdom has sent the Baron help in the form of the former Duke Fraldarius, who they call the Shield of Fargus. So long as he holds authority here, we won't be able to break their soldier solidarity.
Rodrigue is Felix's father, right? That's unfortunate. Don't get me wrong, I'll fight whoever I need to. It just feels like we're pitted against familiar faces every time we turn around. And that isn't all. Our reports indicate the enemy has hired Jeralt's mercenaries. We know from personal experience how formidable those foes can be.
The Ashen Demon again.
Say, that reminds me. What are you planning to do about that exactly?
We can't keep letting one mercenary mess with our whole army. So just watch. I'm gonna take that monster out once and for all. Or at least slow them down, if nothing else.
That hesitance doesn't suit you. Not anymore. You're far stronger than the last time your paths crossed. Just say the words and I'll give you all the power I can muster. We will prevail.
I possess skill at leading surprise attacks, and Bernadetta would be making a good decoy. If we are all working together, we will reach our goal with much ease.
I get a say in this whole decoy plan, right?
I was only saying a fact, not asking you to be doing it. Please accept my apologies.
Oh, okay.
I hope you plan to leave some of the enemy for me. You are all so skilled. I often feel like the fifth wheel on a well-crafted carriage.
Don't downplay your talents, Ferdinand. You give us courage every time we step on the field.
I'm lucky to be surrounded by so many gifted leaders. With all of you at my side, there is no limit to what the Empire might achieve in the years to come.
Victory to the Empire! Yay!
Come on, Arval, seriously? You can't drag me off to sleep like this when the battle's about to start.
Sorry, but we need to talk. Do you remember the warning I once gave you? Well, I've been struck by a similar premonition now. Something feels wrong. Very wrong.
Last time this happened, the Ashen Demon showed up and nearly sent me to an early grave. You think the same thing's gonna happen today?
Hard to say for sure. But the feeling's worse this time around. Stronger. So if I had to guess, I'd say they're on the cusp of something terrible. An act far more dangerous than we previously imagined.
Well, whatever's happening, I'm just gonna have to stop it.
So long as you don't put yourself in any unnecessary danger, yes. Remember, your death would cut both of our destinies far too short.
Our enemy has placed Baron Mateus front and...
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
So, what should I be doing again? Sure, let's try it.
I've got the center, while Jeralt's mercenaries are over with the main position.
We have no option but to defeat the enemy commander Rodrigue. Anything beyond that, however, requires careful consideration.
It will take time to ready a path to the shore. Until then, let us begin by attacking the plain to the west.
The Empire's here! No! I'm too young to die!
Now there's a pitiful man. You're the lord of these lands. Show some pride.
Shore up your defenses! Do not permit the enemy to break through!
If we take down the strongholds surrounding the Baron, we might convince him to lay down his arms.
Loose your arrows! Kill anyone who dares approach me!
The enemy is clearly desperate. Oh, projectiles will admittedly slow us down.
Who are these wimps?
I've got this. I've got this.
And if I hide out one of these?
I can't believe it's come to this! Out of the way! Take this! I refuse to perish on this wretched excuse for a battlefield!
Our swift strikes will be shaking the enemy's
Why did this?
I've got
I might have wrung surrender out of him had he lived. But, oh well. Done is done.
Good. We've decimated the enemy's forward position.
The Emperor's roster shames the rest of us. I must find a way to distinguish myself.
Continue to the northwest, and finish that path to the shore.
I've got.
I knew the Baron wasn't up to the task. We'll have to forestall the enemy ourselves. Move out and attack.
Out of the way!
so good. Though I'm prepared for something to go horrifically wrong any minute now.
I'm all for exercising caution, Lynn, but could you not be such a wet blanket?
An enemy detachment from the rear?
Take them out. Now. We can't. Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against. Avoid the risk.
Oh, if I must. Leave this to me.
We will soon control the area! Let's do this!
We're getting beaten back. I can't leave this position undefended.
I said I'd hand them the victory, and I'm not going to back down now.
Not a problem.
He's at least semi-reasonable.
If we can pin him down, please tell me you're not pointing that thing at my beautiful face.
Watch this!
Yeah, right.
I'm swapping in!
Take a breather. I'm tougher than I look.
I've heard of you, Gary. Perhaps we can forge a new arrangement that benefits us both.
Well, when you put it that way, I guess I would prefer not to get butchered.
This. I must stop the enemy here.
We've cleared a way to the shoal. We can attack from the east now.
Finally. Form a pincer and bear down on Rodrigue's position from both sides.
I won't last long.
They must look.
Trying to hold them off from two directions.
We've come to help, Lord Rodrigue.
And not a moment too soon. Let's show them the steel Fargus is made of.
I can't take much more. Oh, thank you. I wish I had your strength.
Alois has arrived. Better late than never. None of...
They must...
You knaves shall pass. I bear you no ill will, but it was your choice to come within striking distance. I come bearing reinforcements. Now go and help your comrades!
Nothing to fear.
Here I go. No mistake.
Hear from that rabble. Now remain calm and take the stronghold.
I make my own.
Stay the course.
I'm bringing it down.
Is that really the best you can do? Well, it'll take more than that.
Nice shot.
Is it my turn? I'll take over.
The Empire will not be impeded.
Is it my turn?
You are mine!
That's one beating too many. I leave the rest to you.
I don't care who you are. You go no further.
The Sky Spirit watches over me. Here I go. No mistakes. They must... There's no avoiding a fight with the Ashen Demon now.
Take a breather.
I'm taking as many of you down as I can.
I'm here to end you for good.
Then do it, if you can.
Out of the way!
Take this!
Anything for Lady Edelgard.
I've never faced a challenge like this.
Witness my true power! I'll fight with all I have!
No escape! Witness my true power! I'm ready. I'll take over. Here I go. No mistakes. Everyone! No mistakes!
Final words.
I can still win this. No, not again. I have to get out of here.
I'm happy to see the demon flee, but that erratic behavior concerns me.
No distractions.
Here for me? You must be eager to die.
Watch this!
Rest.
I yield to no one! Get out of my way!
Forgive me, Felix. Protect His Majesty. And Fargus.
The enemy commander has been defeated. Grant no quarter to any soldiers who refuse to surrender.
I leave to take care of one battle squad and come back to this? What a mess.
They must...
Time to send a few of you to the grave before Rodrigue gets lonely.
Well, now we know what happened to our reinforcements.
I don't remember agreeing to take the rear. I'll have to charge double for this.
I shall never back down! Yes, some demon might have gotten away. You'll make a fine substitute.
Stronger folks than you tried and failed to claim the Blade Breaker's head. My arm. That's not good.
Oh, lovely.
Too late to get away now. What? Ugh. It looks like you finally beat me. About time my luck ran out. Guess I'm overdue. The rest is up to you, kid.
I defeated the Blade Breaker. I can't believe it.
Randolph!
Don't worry about me, just go. Hurry!
I won't!
Please, Fleisch!
No! How could you? You monster!
Hey!
Don't leave me. Please, Randolph. This can't be real. Randolph, I'm so sorry. You're gone forever, and it's all because of me. It's all my fault.
Enough. You know that's not true.
But he could have escaped, and instead he stayed behind to protect me. And that's why that thing...
In that case, the fault is mine. I had the Ashen Demon cornered and couldn't close the deal. And then Jeralt gave me so much trouble that I wasn't able to reach you in time. I could have prevented all this if I'd just been a little quicker, a little better.
That's not true. You saved me.
That wasn't me. It was Randolph. He gave his life for yours.
No. No,
I know there's nothing I can say that's gonna help. So instead, I'll let my sword do the talking. When I cut the Ashen Demon down.
You're more than capable of it, too. You had that monster right in your grasp. I only wish my premonition hadn't come true.
Jeralt's gone?
No. This is all my fault. I let them walk all over me. I left him unprotected. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm so sorry.
It is what it is. Mercenaries live short lives.
It did not have to be like this. Had you not scorned my strength, your father would yet live.
The Captain was a true titan among men. I can't believe he's gone.
There is a way to solve this woe. Just grant to me your worldly flesh, and vengeance shall be yours. We must now send the whelp that killed your father to an early grave.
Do you mind taking command for a while, Alois? There's something I need to do.
Well, yes, of course, but surely I can aid you.
No. This task is mine alone.
Very well. But don't you dare get yourself killed.
This'll help.
I would.
This.
The enemy commander, the former Duke Fraldarius, has been defeated. Now Mateu's territory and all the western lands of Fargus will yield as one to the Empire. Still, this battle came at a far greater cost than we are used to paying.
This is the most dead and wounded we have ever faced in a battle. Not to mention the loss of General Randolph. And yet, we might finally be rid of one of the greatest thorns in our collective side. Eliminating Captain Jeralt was a masterstroke. If we are lucky, his band will fall apart without him.
Or it may throw them into a vengeful fury that makes them stronger and more united than ever. That's going to be a problem, especially with the Ashen Demon still roaming the land unchecked.
An intriguing figure, that one. And a crest bearer for certain. We'd be smart to step lightly.
Guess that explains where all the awesome power is coming from.
But the Ashen Demon doesn't strike me as nobility, and only nobles have crests.
I'd posit the man standing next to you doesn't exactly exude nobility either.
The demon's hair exhibits new color. It is like something from one of Bridget's old stories. One will be chosen by the spirits and granted their protection. And with that protection, great power.
Can I just go on the record and say no to vengeance? I have zero interest in being revenged upon.
That's the risk one takes when entering battle, Bernadetta. Sadly, you can't take up arms and not expect reprisal. We have no control over whether they come for us or not. We can only control what we do next.
No way! No one's making me take my medicine!
If you insist on continuing to interrupt Her Majesty, you will have far more immediate things to fear than an enemy's nebulous vengeance.
Come to think of it, has anyone seen our mercenary friend?
I know what I told Fleisch, but did I really do the right thing?
Of course. You did what no one else could. The Ashen Demon may have escaped, but you got rid of their captain. There's no question you've grown, and next time, the Ashen Demon will fall.
But so many people died, including Randolph.
A price must always be paid for victory. And besides, Randolph is just one man.
One man who was handpicked by Edelgard, just like me. One man who shared all of our struggles. He was a good man and a fine ally, and now he's dead because of me.
I had no idea you cared so much. All the more reason to finish what you started. You can still make this death mean something, and I can give you the strength to do so. Now cheer up. Seeing you sad like this makes me...
Makes you what?
Yes, it makes me very... something. Tight in the chest. Anyway, stop frowning at me. I don't like it. No matter what anyone else tells you, I'm the closest ally you have. Remember, we're partners in destiny.
Are you prepared for this?
Honestly, I don't know. Jeralt wouldn't want this. He didn't believe in vengeance for vengeance's sake.
Indeed. You could not be more right. Revenge is not a thing you take for someone else. You seek revenge to slake your rage and heal your wounded heart. I know you are prepared to do whatever that you must. I could do this by force, you know. Be grateful then that I asked for your leave at all.
You're right. This has to come from me. And I accept your power. Help me win, no matter what it takes.
Ah, yes. You shall make a most worthy vessel after all. And now, behold all that I have discovered at the edge of time.
Scarlet Blaze. Heroic bloodlines. Through a new pact with the Leicester Alliance, Edelgard can direct her might at the kingdom, and though it comes at no small price, her forces steadily gain the upper hand. But the kingdom does not stand idly by. Dmitri rallies the Western lords, led by House Dominic, blood of one of the 10 elites, in a last-ditch effort to forestall the Empire.
No, brother. Anything but that. You cannot force the relic onto a net.
Calm yourself. I've merely bade her wield it, not sent her rushing off into the teeth of the enemy.
It's all right, Father. I know I'm the only one who can do this. Just seeing the crest of Dominic and our hero's relic is going to improve everyone's morale.
It shames me to thrust this task on you, when it should have fallen to that craven son of mine.
Yes, I doubt we can expect Simon to return and wield the relic, considering how quickly he abandoned us.
It seems I raised him poorly, yes. I should have taught him how our house managed to survive this long without starving or freezing.
Don't look so sad, Uncle. I'll gladly carry the burden until Simon returns.
But Annette...
Enough, Father. Stop worrying. After all, this is nothing compared to what the soldiers are going through at the front. So many people are fighting and dying out there. Some of them my good friends. I'm not going to cower in safety while they struggle. Especially when I'm in the best position to help.
Forgive me, Annette.
If you sense any danger at all, child, promise me that you'll run. I couldn't bear to lose you.
I know, Father. So let's just all do the best we can to keep our land safe.
The nearer we get to Blaidd territory, the more resistance we're likely to face. The lords surrounding the capital are the most loyal to the crown.
We have Geraint, Enid, Brennius, and Belinus. There is no telling whether these houses will choose subjection or destruction. Regardless, we cannot simply ignore them as we attempt to march on the capital. We must seize control of each of their lands and establish footholds before continuing on.
The Alliance is still doing everything we expected of them. There are no changes on that front. So as long as we continue tightening the vice around the kingdom, we're certain to fulfill your Majesty's goals.
Glad to hear it about the Alliance.
Does this mean the war will be over soon? I feel some actual motivation coming on.
Well, in that case...
Nope, never mind, motivation gone.
That was a close one, Bernadetta. You almost got yourself assigned to the front lines. As for me, you know what to do. Just put me right at the front and let me start wrecking stuff.
We shall see who does more wrecking of stuff, Caspar. I will not be letting you outshine me. Watch as I am bringing glory to Bridget and the Empire on the battlefield.
I wonder if I'll find someone worth marrying before this war is over.
Enough. It's easy to let your guard down when the end is in sight, and we can't fall victim to that. Stay disciplined, and together we will take Fodlan's future in hand.
Don't worry, Edelgard. We're ready to get this done.
That goes doubly so for me. I must ready myself for the final clash that looms in the coming days.
Right then. Let's start by taking care of the enemy in front of us.
I have the most brilliant idea. Naturally, this task falls to me.
Shall we?
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Excuse me.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Wow, that was amazing! No wonder Edelgard trusts you so much.
Oh, hey Caspar. You weren't so bad out there yourself. Not that I'm surprised. You must make House Burgleys proud.
Don't I wish? I'm still pretty steamed about how the last battle went. I can't even outshine you right now, let alone my father. Ugh, it really burns me up.
You think? I don't know much about your dad, but I'd say you're on par with me at least. Maybe even better.
Sheesh, sore winner much? Just you wait though, I'm only getting started. Old Caspar here's gonna upstage you once and for all, and I'm gonna do it for me.
Okay, but think about it. I'm a mercenary and you're a noble. I'll have way more chances than you to excel in battle, which also means way more chances to die. Meanwhile, your dad's the Minister of Military Affairs. You falling in combat definitely wouldn't be a good look.
You've got that all wrong. Since I'm his second son, I'm completely expendable as far as he's concerned. Ever since I was born, me and my brother were treated completely different. I don't have a shot at being the heir. Which means the only way I'm getting ahead in life is by proving myself in battle. I mean, I guess I could always go into politics or education or something. The point is, whatever I want to do, I've got to climb up from the bottom to do it. And the climb I picked means building a name for myself on the battlefield, no matter the risks.
Huh, it's almost like you're a mercenary. I never thought a noble could have that kind of motivation. You're a lot more inspiring than you give yourself credit for, Caspar.
It's nothing. I mean, I've still got the Burgley's name to lean on and all, so I'm better off than just any old merc.
Right. I guess I'm starting to get why you're so competitive with me now. But you should know, I'm not the kind of guy to back down from a challenge. I've been honing my craft as a mercenary for as long as I can remember, even since I was a kid. So you can train till your muscles give out if you want. Some noble brat's not gonna beat me.
Oh yeah? Fine. I know I'm not gonna catch up to you overnight. But it'll happen someday. Just you wait.
Interesting. Her Majesty refrained from drinking tea today. A bit unusual, don't you think? I believe the last time that happened was 15 days ago. Ergo, we can conclude she tends to renounce the beverage when...
Hey, remind me why I'm doing this again? What's the point of recording all this stuff? Why not just hang out with her?
It is not stuff. These are Her Majesty's great exploits. They must be accurately recorded and preserved within the annals of Imperial history.
Not sure I'd call her tea habits great exploits. No one's ever gonna need that information. And how do you remember this stuff? I couldn't even tell you what I had for breakfast this morning.
I remember everything Her Majesty does. every word she has ever spoken to me, every morsel she has ever eaten, not to mention where and when she ate it. Every sigh that has escaped her lips, each and every one of her favorite...
Yeah, let's stop there. This is all sorts of weird.
Why do you say that? These are simply records that need to be kept.
Just think about it for a minute. Have you ever read a book on Adrestian history that lists the number of times an emperor sighed?
There has never been a historian with a memory like mine, nor one who could keep such accurate records. Until now. The sole reason I have this excellent memory is to ensure that Her Majesty's great exploits are documented properly.
But if your memory's so good, then there's no reason for me to help, is there?
Oh, but there is. Her Majesty places a great deal of confidence in you. She often engages you in conversation, and the two of you spend an insufferable amount of time together. As such, you're able to obtain information I could not otherwise verify on my own. There is nobody more qualified than you to assist me in this undertaking.
All right, fine. I get that you're serious about all this. I don't mind lending a hand when I'm not busy, and there doesn't seem to be much harm in it. For Edelgard, anyway.
Spoken like a true confidant of Her Majesty. How dependable of you. It's no wonder she trusts you more and more each day, even if it is maddening. And so, the time has come for me to grant you a very special privilege. I will permit you to devote yourself to Her Majesty as a sign of your undying love.
I'm honored, I guess. Does that mean you're not jealous of me anymore?
I suppose not. We will be comrades, joined in our quest to bestow love and affection upon Her Majesty.
Well, all right then. I wouldn't get your hopes up, though. I'm not really sure how I'd show my love for her, or if I'd even want to.
Very well. You clearly still fail to appreciate the full extent of Her Majesty's charm. However, I am confident you will come to your senses the more you assist me. I hope that one day you will ascend and become a true admirer of Her Majesty.
Yeah, you do that.
This war is going on and on. Do you think we will ever have sight of the end?
Yeah, I do. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but it's definitely out there on the horizon.
It will be good to be putting this war behind us. When the war is finished, what are you wishing to do?
That's a pretty big question.
Then I will give more clarity. How will you be supporting yourself when your contract is completed? If you have the desire, you could come to Bridget with me.
Wait, seriously? I thought you were just pulling my leg about that.
I would never be pulling your legs. Also, I am speaking with seriousness. After losing the war with the Empire, Bridget was forced into becoming a vassal state. But this war is giving Bridget the chance to stand on equal feet again. We will be opening our borders to Fdlan. The exchanges between us will flourish. I am needing a person I can trust to give me help with this. Please, accept my apologies if the offer was given with too much suddenness.
No, it's not that. I was just taking a moment to admire you. This war has been particularly ugly, and it seems like we're tearing each other apart on a daily basis. But people like you and Edelgard are already thinking about what comes next, how to plan for it. You're every bit the ruler they are.
No, I am different. I am the Queen of Brigid. We are the proud Isles, placed upon the sea by the spirits, who are watching over us to this day. Our future has the brightness of the sun. I am hoping you will be at my side as we are shaping it.
Powerful words, and I'm happy you put that much stock in me. Honestly, it's a good fit. I've got nothing tying me down, no family, no titles, no property to speak of.
I am not asking for your answer in this moment. I know your sword is sold right now. But when this war is over, I hope the making of a decision is at the top of your to-be-doing list. That is why I am approaching you so early, because I am very, very sneaky.
Fair enough. I'll keep that in mind. And I don't blame you for trying to sneak ahead of the competition. Honestly, I'm kind of flattered. So, how about this? Let's both make it through this war unscathed and decide what comes next together.
Please be listening. Is it okay for me to be gifted this? How kind! Here. I would like you to be having this in return.
Another clear victory for the Empire in battle. You can surely guess who stole the show yet again.
Our mercenary friend? Always a force upon the battlefield, that one.
Their approach on the battlefield is exceptional, yet their curious power has also proved quite the boon.
It is deeply fascinating, isn't it? Something beyond the principles of magic, and yet different from the power of crests. I might go so far as to say it veers close to the realm of dark magic, but I fear that's beyond my expertise.
I am possessed of some small knowledge, yet still fail to understand the nature of that power.
Then at present we can do nothing but throw our hands to the sky. And with that, I must be off.
Oh? I thought you would be more curious about our mercenary ally. Would you truly raise the white flag merely because the matter lies outside your usual ken?
What are you playing at, Hubert? If you want me to investigate a specimen, go ahead. Hook it and reel it in.
Ah, but you are the better angler of the two of us. Furthermore, my method of hooking would complicate our relationship with so valued an ally. An inducement from your lips would ensure things proceed more smoothly.
Well, this is becoming a hassle. Can't you push yourself to learn some new hooking strategies? Like, I don't know, one befitting the elegance of a true nobleman? Involving fancy tea, perhaps?
A positively hair-raising notion. Please, do not speak it aloud again.
Then maybe get in their face and pick a fight with them. You two could end up becoming fast friends.
So you wish me to shout myself hoarse and swing my fists about like a common ruffian? I shall pretend I did not hear that suggestion.
No? Then the only option left is aggressive persuasion, driven home at the point of an axe, let's say.
Linhardt, who in the world are you talking about right now? I should think there is no one quite so barbarous in our own army.
Oh, I didn't have anyone particular in mind. I was just brainstorming new methods to ensnare our illustrious mercenary friend. Why? Did they remind you of acquaintances of ours?
In any event, let us leave this sleeping dog where it lies. I do not dislike conversing with you, but we seem to procure results of little benefit when we do. And with that, I have matters to attend to and must be off. Farewell.
Until next time, Hubert. So when can I expect you to have reeled in our mercenary friend? I suspect we'd make headway on the research if we engaged in it together.
I'm afraid I've not the time to play along with your capricious whims, Linhardt. I will, of course, be cheering you on with some enthusiasm from the shadows as you hook the subject yourself.
Let's earn our keep.
My heart beats for Lady Edelgard.
Do you want me to lay an ambush?
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Begin.
I will gladly. Orders received.
Begin.
This... I'm bringing it down.
The enemy's stronghold will be ours.
Out of the way! This place won't be a problem anymore.
Take this! Drive them straight into their graves!
Out of the way!
Begin. Here I go. No mistakes. They must look...
Not a problem. I've got this.
Begin. The skies... We'll strike at their weakest point. The enemy stronghold will be ours.
I have this.
Enemy down.
Watch this. Show me what you're capable of.
This stronghold will fall.
Attack! Give them no quarter!
Stand aside. You'll have to take things from here. Success was to be expected.
Yeah, right! Still in front! Yeah, right! Still in the fight!
Retreat!
Now, where to... I will gladly handle this. Or next.
Yeah, right! I'm all right.
Let's bring this stronghold down efficiently.
Don't mind if I do.
Somebody help me! This isn't looking so good.
I'm swapping in.
Someone help me!
I can't hold everything.
Not a problem.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must...
One back over this. bring the others down.
Can't let it end like this.
Bring it down! Not a problem. I've got this.
Begin.
I won't ever forget your kindness.
Take a breather.
I have this. The enemy's stronghold will be ours.
Bring it down! This stronghold will fall!
You will not fall in vain. Did you all see how gallant Lady Edelgard looked?
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Stand aside. Get out of my way.
No, not yet.
How does that please you?
I can still fight.
Anything for Lady Edelgard. Is it my turn? Use this stronghold well.
My turn?
I'm ready.
I'll have my fill of bloodshed.
All right.
Watch this. They must... It's as good as ours!
I'll take over.
Stand aside!
Then swapping in. Away!
You are mine! Onward and upward. For Britain. I'm...
Hubert, have you learned anything about my father's whereabouts?
Nothing. We've not the faintest idea what he is up to. If we are lucky, he will be naught but a corpse by the wayside. I know that sounds cruel, but frankly, his death would do us a great service.
You remain as blunt as the blacksmith's anvil. Still, I cannot deny the truth of what you say. I still think it for the best if he is taken into custody and given a fair trial under Imperial law. And yet, at times, a different thought manages to creep in around the edges of my mind. There is a part of me, a very small part, granted, Dad hopes he has found a quiet life for himself somewhere out of the way.
The man can strive for a bucolic life all he wants, but he will never have it. Adrastia looks to be at peace, but beneath the surface, many disagree with the Emperor's ways. Make no mistake. These dissidents will seek out your father and prop him up as their leader.
Yes, I suppose he will never stop being the former Prime Minister and a symbol of the old regime. But to frame it as you do...
I am right, and you know it. Make your peace with it. Once a man strays from the path, there is no guiding him back.
I disagree. I believe we all deserve a second chance. In any case, if you find out anything about my father, be sure to inform me.
I almost wish they did prop the man up. Because perhaps then... But no. Either way, it seems I will have to start taking more serious precautions. I only hope he can settle things with his father in one manner or the other. Just as I did.
The fight starts now.
We must hold at all costs.
We're at a disadvantage here, so don't get reckless.
All would be lost if I were to die here.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
Watch this!
I can still fight!
I can't hold everyone back over this. I'm swapping in. Anything for me, You are mine!
I got this! I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough. We'll give it a go.
You are mine! Please! I fight with all...
We're done for. The rest is up to you. Discretion is the better part of valor.
Not a problem.
Can't let it end like this.
Stand down! You are mine! Stand down!
This place is becoming ours.
Take a breather.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
We won't lose, no matter what. I'm dragging the others down. I'm ready. So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
Watch this! Well...
Enemy down.
I'm swapping in! You and I will forge a new path forward!
All would be lost if I were to die here.
Run for your lives!
Give them... Each battle, a victory.
Your spirit is admirable.
No one shows up to a good party on time.
Right on.
Here goes!
My turn.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
You know what they say about playing with fire.
stand strong. Lift your heads high.
So, this is probably a giant waste of everyone's time, but I have to pull this off, no matter what.
What you think?
Right?
Kneel before Her Majesty.
Let's earn our keep.
Our aim is defense. Hold fast and secure your victory.
Together, we can be turning the tides.
We need your help. We've got to... Don't mind if I do.
Stand back.
Watch this!
Him swapping in! One line!
I can feel it.
We can ill afford defeat here.
Looks like that's it for us. You know what they say about playing with fire.
Tastes more bitter than black as coffee.
I'm all right.
Someone! Anyone!
Stand back.
My turn. Not a problem. I've got her.
Allow me.
Watch this!
You're in a tight spot.
Not yet.
If I may.
Take a breather. On to the next one.
Show me what you're capable of.
Knowing when to retreat is a practical strategy.
What's next? Yeah.
Stand back.
Thank you so much!
I'll take over.
Let's move out!
Can't fight like this. I'm bleeding all over the place.
Objective fulfilled.
We can ill afford defeat here.
Follow me, everyone.
I'm right on your heels, Edelgard.
We'll make good use of this.
We did it. We held with strength.
Time to work you into shape.
How this takes me. Yes. We must work together and improve. This should come.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
For the...
My potential.
Great.
I think...
Can't wait to see how you do.
Yeah, and watch your back out there, okay?
Hear you loud and clear, boss. Sure glad I got you in my corner.
Now then, just gotta... Oh. What are you hiding back there for, Bernadetta?
Who's that guy you were just talking to?
Oh, who? That? Just a merc buddy of mine, asking if I had any jobs for him.
Oh, he was a mercenary? But he looked like a bandit!
Hey, come on now. You shouldn't assume the guy's a common criminal just because he looks rough around the edges.
But, what about the way he talked? Oh, so scary!
You'd sound like that too if you'd been a merc your whole life. Most of these guys didn't have a mom teaching them how to sound nice and proper like I did.
I see. I guess I don't really know you that well, but are all your friends like that? Is that too nosy? That's really nosy, huh?
Oh yeah, whole gang's all pretty much the same. Guess that means you're not going into the merc business anytime soon, huh?
Obviously not! No way, not happening! Even if I wasn't as shy as I am, I'd never be able to handle all those scary people at once!
That sounds like your anxiety talking. You'd see there's nothing to be afraid of if you just gave them a fair shot. And, hey, isn't basing your opinion of strangers on their appearance just gonna make you feel worse?
Well, what else am I supposed to base my opinion on?
Just spend some time with them. If you ask me, the best place to judge someone's character is either on the battlefield or over the dinner table.
I already told you I can't! Not me! Nope! Please, I need you to understand!
I really don't get it. Is his appearance the only thing that's making you distrust him? There are plenty of guys out there who look just like that but have a heart of solid gold. Nicest folks you'll ever meet. By the same token, there's some real horrible people who cover it up with niceties and honeyed words. The kind of people who prey on others. My point is, judging a book by its cover will only get you in trouble. Trust me, you can't always tell who's good and who's bad from looks alone.
Why are you trying to scare me? Nobody's tricking the iron-hearted Bernie. Not today, not ever. Well, probably. Maybe. I'll be fine, I swear.
Our recent battles have won nearly all of the kingdom's central and western lords to our side. Those who chose not to bend the knee are making their last stand in that castle.
They are weary men unable to keep pace with the times. And now we can be rid of them all in but a single stroke. They had plenty of chances to surrender and chose not to avail themselves thus. Show no mercy. If they wish to cling to the past, let them die in its embrace.
I wish they'd consider all the poor souls they're forcing to perish along with them.
Sure, but I fully understand why they'd want to hole up in a castle. That's my go-to move.
They're beneath a siege, not holed up. The difference is unequivocal.
Sorry, what?
Unequivocal. It is a new word I have been learning. Its meaning is clear and unambiguous, yes?
Again, what? Look, the way I see it, we just need to bust through the gates and pummel the stuffing out of them.
It unfortunately is not that simple. Most of the kingdom's castles are specifically designed to withstand a siege. Our only option is to chip away at them slowly from the surrounding forts.
I agree, there is no place for mercy on the battlefield. If the enemy desires a fight, we will rend them asunder and leave their bones on the midden heap.
We need to move carefully. A cornered foe is capable of anything.
Oh, come on. We'll have these nobodies cleared out before dinner.
I hope you're ready to back that boast with action. It's time. All units to positions. Prepare to attack. We thought. They've made Baron Dominic their figurehead because of his blood ties to the 10 elites. But frankly, his lineage is of no concern to me. Your orders are to breach the castle, find him, and cut things down.
Begin by eliminating the troops outside the castle. Split up and take control of those strongholds.
Right then. Let us go to work. I will see my duty done.
Here I go.
We'll have these defenses crippled in short order. Take care not to forge too far ahead now. It would be disastrous if the enemy were to seize our main base.
I can still fight!
Watch this!
No, not yet!
There's not a question of can. Leave this to me.
So, what should I be doing again? Sure.
I will capture this stronghold.
Let's down before you have time to strap your armor on.
Okay, swapping in.
Take a breather.
Allow me.
Why won't you just give up already?
That thinned the castle perimeter nicely. Now I must find a way to...
Help! It's a bloodbath out here! Let us in! We beg you!
I can't leave those people out there to die. Open the gates!
Throw the gates wide. Let that bleeding heart get the best of you. You're finished!
My turn?
No one will ravage these lands while I still draw breath. I will lay the lot of you low. Uncharitable.
Out of the way!
I must buy as much time as I can. Uncharitable. That is all the fight I have left in me. I pray it was enough, my brother.
Our preparations are complete. Begin the counterattack at once. So, the enemy still has warriors of spirit, do they? Good. Let us give them a fight to remember.
They have both of our flanks. Split up and eliminate them before they cause any real trouble.
The day has come to repay the debt my...
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up to.
So, what should I do? Sure, let's try it.
Oh, if I not leave this to me.
Here I go. No mistakes.
It's Bernie's time to shine! Sure hope this goes okay. It's Bernie's time to shine! Sure hope this goes okay.
Begin.
This lineage owns the role again. And should the cost be my life, so be it.
Still in the fight.
I've got you now!
I never wanted this bloodshed, but now there is no stopping it.
Yeah, right. Still in the fight.
It's not over.
Stand back.
Watch this!
Is it my turn? Is everything prepared? All of our hopes rest on this strategy.
The enemy is targeting us with their ballistae, Your Majesty. We must respond.
There's no escape. Goddess above, I beg you to watch over the people of Fardis.
We've
Here I go. No mistakes.
estimated our foes. Send word to Duke Ivan and Count Karen and have them send reinforcements.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Oh, if I must. Leave this to me.
Charge!
Begin. This.
Take a breather.
Stand back.
I'll take over.
My strength, please. The rest is in your hands.
You're mine!
My turn.
The enemy's stronghold will be ours. Let's do this! Is it my turn? Every messenger must be silent. This is the way of battle. War.
You are right! You are right!
Begin.
Take a breather.
We need to eliminate the other ballista before this thing really gets out of hand.
Well, I'm certainly glad you...
Not a problem.
I won't have to deal with those reinforcements.
I'll take over. I'm swapping in. The enemy's stronghold will be ours.
Right then. Let us go to work.
My turn?
Allow me.
Hardly a problem.
I'll take over. Here I go. No mistakes.
I'm swapping in.
You are
It always ends this way for villains who try to hop. Begin. This arm her
Take a
majesty.
breather.
Show yourself, Baron Dominic. Surrender, and I will spare your life.
My life means nothing if I must spend the rest of it facing my people in shame.
Watch this!
I will not abandon them in their time of need.
Here I go. No mistakes.
I will not suffer you to lay a hand on my brother.
Bring it down!
All enemies will be falling! You are mine!
Farewell!
You are mine!
Take a breather.
I'm bringing it down.
Stand back. There's not a leak.
Watch this!
I can still fight.
Is it my turn?
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Right then. Let us go to work. I will see my...
Oh, if I must. Leave...
I was commanded to return alive, and so help me, I intend to obey.
There's not a question of can, only a matter of will. My will is... Noble does not know the meaning of the word surrender.
In the name of Bridget! You are mine!
Unchargeable.
Impossible! You are mine!
Brother, Your Majesty, I pray you deliver our kingdom to peace.
Father, no! Fine then. I will finish what you started. I'm not afraid to fight. I'm doing this for all the people I care about.
She wields a hero's
We'll be
rank.
falling.
If we strip her of it, it could serve us well in the future.
I promise to defend this castle, and I will, no matter who I have to face.
The sky speaks.
My turn?
The others are out here risking life and limb, and I can't let them down.
Out of the way! It's not over. Take this!
I'm sorry, Father. I did everything in my power, but it just wasn't enough.
Oh, dear Annette.
Stand back.
Not you as well. How will I ever tell your mother? Alas, Gustav. And now I, too, go to battle for the last time. Though our fates may be sealed, we will fight to the very last.
Such pointless resistance. Seize the remaining strongholds, and let us nip this problem in the bud once
Seize every last enemy position. With no resistance.
You will pay for the blood you have spilled this day. You'll have to do better than that to best a warrior of Fargus.
Not yet.
Well fought, everyone. This will deal a crushing blow to the kingdom. Our campaign is not over, but for now, we celebrate.
And so I reach my end. Pray forgive me my weakness, your majesty. Annette, Gustav, forgive me.
They deified him for being the descendant of a hero. And in return, he got a life he could never control, and a death he could never ordain.
Yet surely the man was happy to die for his people. He must have felt as though he had fulfilled his set purpose in life.
That notion alone should tell you how warped the world has become. Still, right and wrong are spoils to be handed out by the victor of this war.
Well said, Your Majesty. We must prevail if we are to change the world. This war is only the first step.
I get it now.
I beg your pardon.
Everything's finally clicked for me. I understand what we're really up against here.
Oh?
I told you before, I don't always get where you're coming from. Still, you trusted me, and that was enough. But what you said just then, it made me realize we're not fighting the church or the kingdom. I mean, we are, of course, but what we're really up against is the world itself. And even if we win, there's no guarantee we'll leave Fdlan better than we found it. All we can do is try our best and hope it works out. Pretty hard to wrap your brain around, honestly. I can't even begin to fathom how you can grapple with something that heavy.
Once again, you managed to find a most surprising nugget of philosophy.
I knew you'd understand, even if I can't point to the reason why I felt that way. But I'm glad to hear you say it. Thank you. Imperial soldiers, the lands of Brynnius now belong to us. As you know, Brynnius shares a border with Blapid territory. The enemy's stronghold of Fdlan is but a stone's throw away. At long last, we approach the final push of this campaign. Stay vigilant, but be not afraid. We shall wield our weapons as one, claim our victory, and unite all of Fdlan under our flag!
Blapid land at last. The kingdom will be more desperate than ever now.
As they should be. We have stripped away nearly half of their territory at this point. But we still have the remaining houses to contend with. Cairn, Galatea, Fraldarius, and Gautier are all unshakably faithful to the crown. They would tear us to pieces had they the chance. Certainly not my idea of a fun afternoon.
Still, we have no choice but to face them unless they decide to stop harboring the Archbishop.
Do you think that's even a possibility? The people of the kingdom are quite devout after all.
I highly doubt it. So let them huddle together like the cornered rats they are and...
Huh? What's going on?
Urgent news, my lord. Massive revolts have broken out in Hrim and Ordelia territory.
What? Did you say Hrim?
Where's Hrim again?
The eastern edge of the Empire, north of Ire, along the Aramid River. And Ordelia land is across the bank in Alliance territory. Something must have happened to stir them up.
Unrest in both the Empire and the Alliance? This can't be a coincidence.
So, those who slither in the dark have finally made their move.
This is it. This is our chance to figure out who or what those people really are.
Scarlet Blaze. The Rising Darkness. Having smashed the kingdom's last desperate defense, the Empire takes the battle north. Further pressure from the Alliance to the east forces King Dimitri to make a difficult choice. Will the Empire and Alliance prevail and unite Fdlan? Just as all begin to entertain the possibility, those most opposed to the idea finally emerge from the shadows.
Apparently, it started with attacks by bandits and insurgents, which touched off a widespread revolt. The people have taken to the streets, and now Hrim and Ordelia territory are in total chaos.
We have no choice but to intervene. At present, it is just Hrim territory. But if the unrest spreads to neighboring Imperial lands, there will be no water cask large enough to quench the flames.
Especially if the fires were intentionally set. And yet, redeploying our forces to deal with the unrest could be exactly what they're after.
I believe it is, Your Majesty. With the aid of the Alliance, we were on the brink of securing the kingdom's surrender. The war was all but decided. It seems certain parties were not at all happy with that particular arrangement.
Are you sure we have to deal with it right now? Why not go back once we finish up in the kingdom?
And go back to what, exactly? An empire in flames?
Sounds like we don't have a choice.
No one is more reluctant than I am to turn back when victory is within our grasp. But it is the only option. Fortunately, the kingdom now lacks the soldiers to take advantage and regain their lost territory. We'll leave enough troops to hold the line and take the main force east at speed. I'll have Count Burgleys take position at Aryan Road.
That sounds exhausting. But you're the boss.
Do you mind if I just slink off to my room and... Oh, here come the dagger eyes. Never mind.
If it's settled, let's not waste another second. Every moment we delay means more suffering for the innocent people who are caught up in this.
Going to Hrimland will take us close to Ire. Needless to say, I am in favor of departing at once.
Let's go find the masterminds behind this mess and send them to meet their maker.
But how will we be telling the innocent people from those who are causing trouble? A fair point. If we're too reckless, many good people are going to be killed.
Only one thing to do. let's get to Hrim territory and sort this out.
I have a proposition.
Do you think this might work? We need to work with what we have.
Shall we?
Oh hey, looks like I'm not the first one to show up.
Hello there. No need to pay me any mind. I'll just be absorbed in my book here. I assume you've come to meet someone? As they've clearly not arrived yet, why don't you join me? Here.
Thanks. Hey, Linhardt, you're into all that spooky magic stuff, right? Like sorcery and crests and whatnot?
Yes? Why? Is there something you'd like to ask me?
Oh, no. I was just thinking it's kind of weird that you've never really been interested in my power.
Do you want me to be?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even understand it myself. But with you helping me, I might actually learn something. That and Hubert scared me half to death talking about how you might experiment on me. And just so we're clear, I'm not into that.
Uh-huh. Well, not everything piques my interest. Your circumstances simply do not.
If you're not interested, then so be it. But is there any particular reason why?
Hard to say. Perhaps because a sword is the only thing you're able to manifest? Strictly speaking, I suppose your power does raise some questions. But that sinister weapon of yours, it just doesn't leave me all that interested in learning more.
Sinister, huh? Well, that's one way to describe it.
Tell me, have you ever beheld one of the hero's relics? They also possess the most peculiar aura. And yet, there's something almost divine about the terror they instill. But your sword? It's cold. Maybe even inhuman. In more complex terms, it's little more than an inorganic, dispassionate construct. Not a hint of the goddess's divine guidance in its design. It's not as if you were able to choose what you manifested, right? It just came to you.
True, but what if I could turn it into something else and start manifesting different things? Would you be interested then?
Is such a thing possible? I would like to see that for myself, I must admit. In fact, I'd be quite excited by that. What a fascinating topic to lay at my feet.
Hey, it was just a suggestion. I have no idea if I can actually do it.
But aren't you the one who brought it up?
Ah, Bernadetta. I see the documents I was waiting for have finally arrived.
Hubert! I'm not doing anything bad!
Then would you be so kind as to hand those over? They are addressed to me, after all.
Oh, right. Edelgard asked me to bring them. Phew, that was heavy. What are all these documents anyway?
Old records of bandit activity in this area that I need for my investigation.
Hey, that reminds me. I heard we had a group of bandits cornered, but they sort of got away.
Yes, a most vexing development. It beggars belief that our troops prove unable to exterminate even these few stray vermin.
Wait, are you angry?
Oh, I doubt it is worth raising my ire over.
That's good. But you look like you're angry.
Bernadetta, are you aware of how your persistence often leads to the very outcome you wish to avoid?
I mean, yes?
In any event, my mood is what it is because I must now locate a den of rats. I will need to research previous stomping grounds, then cross-reference the location of their old lairs in order to work out where this new one might be.
Wow, that sounds like a ton of work.
Yes, but there is nothing for it. These craven rats will not re-emerge once they've burrowed into their nests.
Hey, neat! I definitely understand the desire to burrow in somewhere and never come out. I mean, but when there are festivals and stuff, they might slip up and leave? Maybe? Possibly? I mean, everyone loves festivals, except when there are people around, which is usually the case.
Somehow I suspect you would not emerge for even the most magnificent of carnivals. However, you and the rats may differ on that point.
We do what now?
Yes, of course. Unlike you, these thieves have no particular desire to live away from others. We have had them on the run for some time, which means they've not been able to earn coin through their usual underhanded work. Thus, if I were to prepare a place where they could cut a few easy purses, they might consider the spoils to be worth the risk.
Okay.
And the bait shall be a festival. Due to the war, we have not held a genuine festival for quite some time, after all. So even if we do not capture the rodents, and it merely brings much-needed succor to the people, I would still consider it a success. Well done, Bernadetta. You have come up with a splendid idea that eluded even myself.
Why are you complimenting me out of nowhere? Are you plotting against me?
Not particularly, no. Although I am thinking I will require your assistance in this matter from now on.
No! Someone free poor Bernie from this torment!
Do I want to know what you two are talking about?
Is it not obvious? We are debating who might be behind the recent disturbance in the peace.
And what's your answer?
Lord Arundel, Tomas, Kranya, those who slither in the dark. We may have ousted them from power in Enbar, but we knew it was not the end of their vile schemes. Which is why we have been preparing for the day they bared their fangs once more.
Granted, we lack solid proof they are behind this. But it is the most likely explanation considering the scale of the revolts, as well as where and when they all occurred.
I'll keep that in mind on the battlefield. Oh, and for the record, I like this part where you all trust me enough to tell me what's going on.
A strategy I strongly oppose. But Her Majesty insisted we keep you in the loop.
Must you always antagonize Hubert?
I merely state fact. Though I will admit you saved the Emperor's life once. Still, I would not be shocked in the slightest if you suddenly changed your colors and tried to kill her. Yet sharing such knowledge with you achieves a dual purpose. It helps prevent those who slither in the dark from using you, and it gives ample justification to dispose of you, should you betray us.
You never change, Hubert. At this point, I don't know how I'd react if you did.
You may not have Hubert's trust, but you have mine. I'll be counting on you as always in the battles to come. If those who slither in the dark appear, we must strike them down.
The fight starts now.
Striking swiftly is our best chance.
I will ensure that what needs to be done is done.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over.
Right then. I will see my duty done.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must... Bringing it down. You'll have to take things from here.
Don't mind if I do.
Begin.
Still fight!
Retreat! We need backup! Please, hurry!
Our time has finally come!
You know what they say about playing with fire.
I have finished with great success.
The stronghold's ours.
I've got you now!
Can't fight like this. I'm bleeding all over the place.
lose! We can't gain any ground!
It's nothing personal. Someone was put to rot. I will get vengeance. Success was to be expected.
Standing when the battle's over.
Your power walks the line of darkness. It is great enough to overrun the battlefield.
We're not losing to anyone!
Here goes!
They must learn who they're up against.
Right then. I was...
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Sorry, but I can't. I'll fall back.
You'll have to take things from here.
Wait. Stand back.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
Not a problem.
Watch this.
Looks like that's it for us.
How does that please you? They must look.
We can ill afford defeat here.
Take a breather. Won't be a problem anymore. Too easy.
Show me what you're capable of. Rejoice! Victory is ours!
Everywhere you turn, you see another gruesome sight. Look what they've done to the homes, the fields, the people.
These bandits are like rats. They're nothing alone, but if you let them band together...
I've been here before. It was a long time ago, sure, but I can't believe this is all that's left.
Apparently, the first thing they did was find and kill Viscount Hrim Stand-in, along with the rest of the local magistrates. With no one in charge, the bandits have taken free reign of the place.
Assassinations too? They've cut us deep indeed.
But why were they killing the leaders instead of taking them hostage? Are they not wanting control of the land?
It would seem their interest is little more than unadulterated chaos. Someone clearly does not wish Fdlan to be united beneath the Empire's flag.
This is a sick way to show it, though I imagine there is a method to their madness.
Even I won't let myself run away from a situation like this!
We need to restore order as quickly as possible and return to the Kingdom front. Once I've brought an end to the war, I will never permit something this ghastly to happen again.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Time to work you into shape.
This'll take...
All is...
This is a way...
Anything less than...
Can't wait to see how you do.
Yes, that looks right.
Why, hello, Linhart. It is not often I find you drawing outside.
I'm not drawing. I'm simply trying to capture this wyvern's form. See? It's resting on that hill over there.
Ah, an extraordinary sight indeed. Now then, let us see what you have done so far. I must say, it feels as though something is lacking in your work. How can I describe it? Your depiction is almost too accurate. Take these scales, for example. Why, they could have been plucked from the very wyvern itself.
I told you this isn't art. I'm doing it for my research. And when conducting research, it's always best to have precise references. The same is true when dealing with numbers or gathering information.
I see. So you value accuracy above all else.
Right. Honestly, I've never quite understood art anyway. So I'm perfectly content leaving that sort of thing to the true creatives. You know, the quirky ones. People like Bernadetta.
Even so, there may come a day when your work is seen as the craft of a master artisan, when such precision is lauded as the height of aesthetic genius.
What makes you say that?
Oh, merely a passing thought. Perhaps in the distant future, connoisseurs will value accuracy and attention to detail over the magnificent interpretive pieces we hold dear today.
Do you really think that'll happen, though? I doubt people will ever stop appreciating the ancient classics. You certainly have always done so.
Yes, there is no denying that. But I fear my own personal inclinations hold little sway over public opinion. Nobody knows what trends may arise in the decades and centuries to come. So I can indeed envision a future in which accurate depictions are praised just the same as the greats of old. And I encourage you to do the same, my friend.
I don't get it. How are you so optimistic all the time? It's like you're constantly looking toward the future.
I could say quite the same about you. I have always believed you to be rather forward-thinking.
That's not optimism, though. All I'm thinking forward to is the time when I can just sleep the days away. That's why I'm forcing myself to be as active as I can now.
Regrettably, those halcyon days of slumber are still but a distant dream. I have much work for you, both now and further down the road. To begin with, might I ask you to paint my portrait?
For the last time, I'm a researcher, not an artist. Are you sure you want such a faithful depiction?
That is exactly what I want. How else would my yet unborn descendants know the true visage of the great Ferdinand von Eyre? Indeed, I would be proud to submit myself as a subject of your research. Consider it a study in the personification of nobility itself.
Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm fine drawing you, but I don't have the slightest modicum of interest in actually researching you. Though, I do sometimes wonder where you get all that unabashed confidence from. I'm tired. Time to find a good spot for a nap. Bernadetta? Why are you skulking in the weeds?
No reason! Not getting in the way of two people's love at all! No, sir!
Huh? But I'm alone here. Ah, I see. That.
Yeah, that! I was out walking when I saw them! A man and a woman together in the woods, getting, hated.
Well, neither of them seems to be dead yet.
They're on a secret date, you dummy! Not fighting!
Regardless, how does two lovers stealing a moment alone lead to you curled up here in the fetal position?
Because I'm hiding! I mean, if I messed up their date, they might try to get revenge on me.
Relax. To them, you're no different than a pebble on the side of the road.
Hey, I'm not a pebble. I mean, sure, sometimes I wish I was just a rock, but...
Then just roll away quietly and you'll be fine.
Just roll away quietly. Hey, yeah! Wait, no! They'd see me! Stop trying to get me killed!
We've made enough racket over here to raise the dead, and they haven't even noticed. I think it's safe to say they're off in their own little world. Still, good for them, sharing words of love when either one could die tomorrow.
Wait, they could die tomorrow?
They're both soldiers who serve on the front lines. I doubt a rosy future awaits them.
No! That's not true! Couples swearing their love and defying destiny are a staple of classic fiction!
Sure, but the fact it wouldn't happen in reality is what makes it such a good story, right?
Wait, but there are tons of stories where two people who have sworn their love don't ever meet again.
Likely because that's something people are familiar with from their own lives.
Okay, so which is it? I believe those two can be happy together, so they can, right?
I hope that's the case, but reality is cruel. Anyway, I've talked myself right to sleep.
Huh? Come on, don't sleep there! Uh-oh. Guess I'd better try that turn into a pebble and roll away quietly plan.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat. Can't wait to see how you do. Time to work you into shape.
We definitely got some work to do.
I see the merits in our training together.
Listen.
That felt good. Let's do it again.
Training, can't wait to see how you do.
The fight starts now.
This battle will be another victory I lay upon Lady Edelgard's road to glory.
Yeah, we can win this.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Right then. I will see.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
I can still fight.
We'll have these defenses crippled in short order.
The enemy stronghold will be ours.
No, not yet.
Bringing it down.
Don't mind if I do. Not a problem. I've got...
Stand back.
By my command, Mach! Here I go. No mistakes. I'll provide some protection.
Right then. Let us go to work.
Begin. The Sky...
Take a breather. Perhaps we will incorporate this territory into our future strategies.
This stronghold will fall!
Attack!
Take this!
Escape is our only option.
None will pass on my watch.
Out of the way!
Attack! Give them no quarter!
Stand back.
We must do something.
The stronghold's ours. Take it.
I do hope you'll make this fun.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Not a problem.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
All done. What is the next order? I am sorry. I thought we held a victory in our hands.
Right then. Let us go to work. I will see my team.
Not a problem. I've got it. Take a breather.
Hey, swapping it. Watch this. Is it my turn? Strong and watch for an opportunity to strike back.
My turn.
Stand back.
Take a breather. Done. Out of the way! On to the next one.
You are truly a force for reckoning.
Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done! Take this!
Rejoice! Victory is ours!
not bad.
What if we tried this? Just leave everything to me.
That's
Greetings.
Uh-oh. Welcome. Come back soon.
And of course, I'm worried about those who struggle at combat.
Yes, we must do all we can to support them. I'll do my part to watch out for those who need help.
Thank you. We'll do this together.
Support people who struggle with combat, huh? If there's a more perfect job for me out there, I don't know what it is. You ready, Bernadetta? Let's go!
No! Why do I have to do this?
Why do you have to train, you mean?
It's not training, it's weird! This is torture and I'm gonna die!
Hey, calm down. You'll only be fighting me.
You're lying! There are people hiding in this armor and they're gonna attack me, aren't they?
That armor isn't big enough for a person to hide in.
You don't know that! I could absolutely hide inside one.
I mean, yeah, okay. You probably could.
See? I was right! Wait, this isn't the time for me to worry about that! The fact you're plotting against me is the issue here! Why do you hate me?
Look, Edelgard said we need to help people who struggle with fighting, all right? I'm just trying to put that into action.
Nah! You're gonna take me out with a surprise attack from the darkness! I know your game!
And how would I attack you from the darkness when we're standing in the middle of the training grounds in broad daylight? You think all these people walking by would see me try to murder you or whatever and just keep going?
No, they're watching me. I'm sure of it. Your armor is staring at me. Nope, that's it. I'm out of here. I'm going home to enjoy a life of freedom without my father.
What? You can't just run out on me here, Bernadetta. I mean, trying to detect people hidden in suits of armor. That's one of my father's traditional training drills. I don't know any other way to do it.
I don't need your lousy support, so just leave me alone!
Maybe I'm not cut out for this kind of thing.
Ah, Happy. How are you finding your time in the Imperial Army?
Pretty normal, I guess. It's nice to be around a lot of people I don't know.
Excellent. For if you were dissatisfied, it could lead to an accident. And I would find that most vexing.
Oh, I have my dissatisfactions. Like the way you're talking to me right now, for starters. But if I sighed over every little thing that bothered me, I'd be dead before I took another breath.
Yes, quite true. By the by, have you considered my proposition? Though I am loath to discuss it, I am a firm believer in using every resource to its utmost.
I don't know. It feels pretty unethical, even if it is technically something we can do. And did you spare a single thought for how I might feel being used like that?
I actually made the proposal based on my estimation of your feelings. I imagine you would enjoy sighing for a greater cause, seeing as you are never able to unleash them freely.
And why exactly would I want to sigh, huh?
As I am not you, I have no answer to that question. I simply thought it might be unpleasant. Being the only one prohibited from performing an action others do as a matter of course, that is.
Right. Well, no, it isn't. And if you're really approaching this thing without considering my feelings, you're so far off the mark I don't know what to tell you.
My, I just thought the woman would enjoy breathing a literal sigh of relief. And to do so in a way where our forces make use of the monster she summons, where is the harm? Alas, I suspect I am in for another mocking at the hands of Her Majesty for how often people mistake me for a heartless cad.
The Bert? Again? Ugh.
Happy. Now that you are calmer, I thought perhaps we might share some tea and treats. But if you're not interested, I am content to deal with them myself.
You really want me to buy into this plan of yours, huh? I told you, the answer's no. Now stay away from me.
I assure you, I have no such ulterior motive here.
Liar.
Yes. Well, I can see any further conversation will be fruitless. In that case, I bid you good day. Had I known this would all be for me, I would have made coffee instead of tea.
Huh? What's coffee?
It does not concern you. Pray forgive my intrusion.
Yeesh. Just being near that guy makes me want to sigh.
Oh dear.
Let's see.
Right. Only you would ask the Emperor out on an excursion. Let's be off. I rarely go riding, but find it to be quite liberating. The sun is so warm on my skin. I see why people pine for it so. How nice. Tell me if you see any pretty flowers. Not to pluck, mind you, just to admire. If you would. Do you ever wish you could be completely and utterly alone? It is a daily dream for me. I'm always pleased to see you. Back to work then.
We're too late, Professor. She's the only one left.
What an abhorrent sight.
My Miguel! Give me back my little boy!
I'm so sorry, but your boy is... he's gone. Please, you must live on. Come with us. Leonie, will you take her? I'll check down the other way.
Come with me, ma'am. It'll be all right.
We got more bandits! They're kidnappers!
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Come on, we need to move.
We are hopelessly outnumbered. It seems these streets will be my grave.
This town's even worse than the others. Quickly! Wait, is that... Professor Hanneman? Does that fool really think he can contain this alone? Everyone, to me! We're mounting a rescue. I will not lose one more innocent life today.
These monsters are gonna pay.
This is a rescue first and foremost. We must save the townsfolk from danger, as well as the brave fighters defending them. Remember, the perpetrators of this atrocity may be hiding amidst the chaos.
Right then, let us go to work.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches...
It's Birdie's time to shine! Sure hope this goes okay.
There's not a question of can. Only a... Leave this to me!
If you find them, they are to be shown no mercy.
To protect the evacuees, we must defend this shelter at all costs. Stay on your guards.
How many of these ruffians are there? I can't protect everyone forever.
Professor Hanneman is in trouble. Hurry!
me! I will capture this stronghold.
Die for me! Please let us take this place down! I need somewhere to hide!
Out of the way! I've got this.
I'd rather die than accept aid from the people who killed Captain Jeralt. But the townsfolk need you, so I'll put my feelings aside.
Feel no mercy. Let's do this!
We need help!
You're done!
Any final words?
No nobleman worth his salt can ignore the cries of citizens in danger. Out of the way!
Any final words? I must find a way to endure.
What should I be doing again? Sure, let's try it.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against.
Right then. Let us go to work. You appear to need...
You are mine!
Out of the way!
It's Bernie's time to shine!
Not a problem. I've got this.
Stand back.
I never doubted you would come.
Watch this!
Yeah, right.
Help me!
I'm swapping in!
That was certainly close. Yeah, right. I am much obliged to your assistance.
Thank goodness we got to Professor Hammond in time.
This has been a fine place to conduct business. Keep at it, friends. There's coin to be made.
He must be the one leading the bandits. Time to dole out some justice.
Carry the loot to safety and be quick about it.
Not a problem.
How dare they steal from the people?
It's not over. It's not over.
Move out.
Thank you. That was too close.
Take a breather.
Excellent. Allow me.
All the citizens are safe.
Is it my turn?
My turn? I've got this.
I won't lose.
I've got.
We can make sure this plunder is returned to its rightful owners.
What? No, I'm not him. You've got the wrong... Fine, have it your way.
Out of the way! Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
This should do it.
The double I planted turned out to be a stroke of genius. Now to take my leave while the taking is still good.
Wait, so the other guy was a fake? No fair!
I've got to pay for that!
Wait, I'm just a passing merchant. I'm not... It was worth a try.
Never back down!
I'm afraid of you! Since you're doing so well, maybe it's okay for me to take it easy a little bit.
Out of the way!
I should have stayed a merchant. The money came easier.
I've seen that rogue before. Wasn't he one of the merchants who frequented Garreg Mach?
Please! Someone help me!
Kill that man, and strip his bones of whatever you can find.
There's trouble to the east. Hurry! We haven't a moment to lose.
There are still people under attack. We must be giving them assistance.
Darkest monster! You'll pay for this!
Save your breath. You'll need to scream as I tear your limbs from your...
Not a problem.
Here I go. No, they must learn who they're up against.
So, I'll back you up. Hang on!
Right then. I will see my duty done.
You do realize you're dead. Yes.
It's not over.
Here it comes! You're done!
Stand back.
I'll take over. Not good enough. Not happening. Stand aside. Not good enough.
Not a problem.
You my life. Thank you.
All the people have been saved. Now we can be returning to the task at hand. I'm swapping it!
Take a breather, Luck.
Please, don't leave me behind.
I'm getting...
That man may be depraved, but orchestrating all of this is beyond his meager capability. Our true enemy is those who slither in the dark.
Demonic beast, eh? I wager they have been quite eager to spring this little surprise on us.
We can't allow any more damage to the town. We must eliminate the monster ourselves.
I've got it.
Is this poison? You cowards leased your weapons.
It's Leone, right? Look, you've done enough. Come with me and let's get you looked at.
I don't need pity for murderers.
Watch yourselves! This menace will not go down so easily.
Come on! Bigger doesn't mean stronger. We can definitely take it.
So this is the scene where all hope seems lost.
We've come a long way together. This fell creature is no match for us. You're done!
Allow me.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Here it comes! See ya! You're done!
Stand back.
I'm sorry, Captain. I couldn't keep my promise.
Thank goodness.
Take a breather.
We no longer have to worry about the town being demolished.
I should have known these thugs would serve as little more than bait. My name is Solon, and I am the savior of this beast-infested world.
I've got...
There is our true enemy. First we will break this magic, then we will break the man himself.
Do not make the foolish mistake of trying to take the man alive. Solon must be struck down, here and now.
I will brook no interference from the beasts.
Fresh enemy soldiers are attacking the shelter.
We've got a friend in trouble. Not a problem. I've got this.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Of course they would strike where we are most vulnerable. To arms! We must defend the shelter or all is for naught.
Bring it down!
Is it my turn? I'll take over.
Just wait.
Not a problem. I've got...
Not yet. Still fun.
Is it my turn?
Away!
Not a problem. I've got this.
That takes care of the barriers. I need only deal with that mage.
This stronghold will fall!
I must know how you came by those powers.
It seems our adversaries know something about us after all.
I see trifling with you was a mistake.
I won't lose!
The shelter is safe, and hopefully the enemy is out of such trick. They must look.
I'm swapping in. In the name of Bridget!
What? So be it. Another chance will present itself ere long.
We knew he would try to escape, yet still we cannot stop him.
This should put an end to the disturbance in town. You all fought bravely.
We have finished assessing the damage, and it is a grim picture indeed. Thanks to the swift action of our rescuers, we were able to free the abducted townsfolk. However, there are still countless victims who have lost their homes and families.
The bandits are targeting the most populous towns here, and it appears the Alliance is dealing with the same problem across the river in Ordelia land. I can't give back what they lost. All I can do is give them the time they need to heal and rebuild. Yet, perhaps the most vexing part is that Solon and the others slithered out of our grasp again, and we barely know more about them than when we started.
My apologies, Your Majesty. Their warping magic is unlike the white magic we know, and as yet cannot be disrupted or thwarted. Additionally, a town such as this gives them far too many places to hide.
I'm not blaming you, Hubert.
The guy didn't even seem fazed by us. What do you think they're after?
Nothing savory. That much is certain.
I've heard enough. Proceed as we discussed. Make sure the survivors have everything they need to carry on.
Edelgard, why was it so important for us to suddenly convene like this? We are quite busy preparing to remobilize the troops, you know.
Ah, Ferdinand. Have you not noticed the flock of messengers coming and going?
I doubt anyone's missed it with all the commotion they're causing. What happened?
I am sorry you have to repeat your report. But would you mind telling everyone here what you told us?
I come with a most urgent message from Burgley's territory. Fort Merceus has been seized. It happened after most of the garrison left to deal with Hrimlands. Apparently, some of the remaining troops staged a rebellion from within. At the same time, the fort was besieged by unidentified mages, along with the army of the former Duke Eyre. Together, they managed to reach the heart of the fortress and seize control. As we speak, they hold hostage many key commanders and their families.
Eyre? Then the man behind all this is...
The former Duke himself, my lord. It seems he's come out of hiding.
I see.
They're using the hostages as leverage over our loyal soldiers to force them into their ranks. It seems they intend to use the fort as a launch point for a march on the capital.
Wait, what? That's catastrophic!
My brother is stationed at Fort Merceus. Is he even doing anything about it?
Count Burgley's successor, who was serving as the provisional garrison commander, was taken prisoner. Apparently, he made the prudent decision of refusing to join the rebellion.
Not sure if that's good news or bad news, but I know I'm glad he's not dead.
The former Duke Eyre has vowed to overthrow the Emperor, and is even now calling on the other lords to join the cause. To my knowledge, there have been no takers so far, but given time, who can say?
There is no shortage of rotten nobles whose status and interests were set aside by Her Majesty's reforms. There is unrest ahead in the Empire. Make no mistake.
As if we haven't dealt with a lifetime's worth already. Obviously, these people don't care about anyone but themselves.
This is calling for swift action. We must retake the fort with quickness.
Our fortunes continue taking one poor turn after another. Still, there's nothing for it. We must deal with Eyre's machinations immediately and decisively.
Try to look on the bright side, Your Majesty. This could be our chance to dispose of everyone who opposes you in one fell swoop.
scarlet blaze, severing the past. After a furious march, Edelgard's army restores a measure of peace to the imperiled lands of Hrym, only to learn of a revolt at Fort Mercius, staged by the deposed Duke Ire. The disturbance in Hrym was but a feint to give those who slither in the dark time to capture Mercius, and eventually the capital of Enbar. But Edelgard moves to thwart them.
Have you heard, Duke Ire? Viscount Menya has hastened from afar to join your cause. Our houses, Fenya and Menya, share a distant blood ancestor. And now we stand together again to save the Empire from her plight.
Hastened from afar with what? That miserable smattering of soldiers? From what I hear, Menya's heir is a rabid supporter of the Emperor. Are you certain the father is not being foisted on us just to get him out of the picture?
Absolutely not. And besides, all of House Fenya is united behind you. If we appeal to the other lords jointly, I'm certain a multitude of troops will flock to Fort Mercius.
I should hope so. I've no idea why they'd side with that pathetic excuse for an emperor. Only I, Ludwig von Eyre, can restore Adrestia to its former glory.
About those mages, they say they want to, alter the fort's defenses?
Fine, fine. Let them do as they wish. So long as we're outnumbered, we must embrace creative solutions. Edelgard will strike the moment we give any indication we're after the capital. We'll lure her troops inside, then dispose of them all at once. It will be an easy victory.
I always knew you were a brilliant tactician. They will never see it coming. Now, if we might discuss key posts in your future administration.
I can only hope Her Majesty is weak and foolish enough to be so ensnared. It was never my intent to divide the Empire in war. That's not what I wanted. If she'd said one word, indicating there might be a place for me, none of this would have been necessary. Enough. I must purge my mind of such thoughts. I must win. I must prevail over her. And if I cannot, you must be the one to cut me down, Ferdinand.
Edelgard, do you have a moment?
Of course, Ferdinand, but please keep it short.
It is about my father. My pleas for a fair trial cost you time and delayed his sentencing. It also gave the Knights of Seiros an opening to conduct their raid, which provided him ample opportunity to stage an escape. I am to blame for all that has transpired.
Let me hurry you along to the point, if I may. What are you going to do about it? Or, more likely, what do you want me to do about it?
Put me in the field when we retake Fort Mercius, and permit me to rectify my own mistake. Will you allow me that?
I was wondering when you'd ask. Don't worry, I've already made the arrangements. But you mustn't do anything reckless. You will stick to the battle plan, and that is a direct order.
Ah, Edelgard, you are the very picture of reason, the very epitome of wise stewardship.
Enough. You can gush over me after the battle if you still feel the urge. We've no idea how things will go after all, and you may be in a very different mood.
True. All the same, I am grateful.
Thank you.
You can come out, Hubert. I know you're listening.
I came to give you the latest report, Your Majesty, but decided to wait until this other business reached its conclusion.
Then you know what must be done. Make sure he's given protection.
Oh, I will if I find the time. You do keep me quite busy, after all.
You've found a way to take care of them?
I can assure you, those Cretans will rue ever setting foot in Her Majesty's fortress. They wanted thick walls, and we will give them the thickest ones a coffin can provide.
This is our chance to decimate the forces of those who slither in the dark.
I have an idea.
Hey, what do you think of this? I will handle it.
Shall we?
Good news. We've dislodged another foothold those who slither in the dark held in Empire territory.
Good news? That's great! So, that soldier was one of theirs after all, huh?
He was. It's uncanny how you managed to identify their agents so precisely. Ordinary spies would be one thing, but these villains are another entirely.
I'd like to say it's just intuition, but there's more to it than that. It's my power. Their magic is almost identical to the one I use, so it's not hard for me to pick up on. I guess we have Hubert to thank for connecting the dots between the two.
How strange that you would hold such an important key. The more I look back, the more I realize... without you among our ranks, I may never have broken the stranglehold those who slither in the dark exerted on the Empire.
Me? What did I do?
Our hidden foe was deeply entrenched in almost every facet of Adrestian society. The two were almost inseparable. And so I turned a blind eye to the lives that were being lost to their cruel designs, opting instead to focus my energy on preparing for war. But then you came along and helped show me a way to kill two snakes with one stone, as it were. You were the cog that was missing from the turnwheel, the one final push that urged me to act.
Right. Well, I'm not sure I can take credit for that, but I'm glad I could be there for you all the same. Really makes me wonder why you all didn't trust me, though.
Yes, I can see your point. It was my mistake. In any case, I'd like you to know just how pleased I am to have you fighting alongside us. You were a perfect stranger who owed nothing to the Empire. Yet you're still here. That means much.
It wasn't that big a deal. I just needed some gold, and figured if anyone was gonna have the coin to spare, it would be the Empire.
You know, some things are best left unsaid.
Oh, and you were really quick to compliment me back at the academy. That left an impression for sure. I mean, most nobles don't give us mercs the time of day. You were different.
It's nice to hear you say that.
And hey, I was right about you. I wouldn't be shining half as bright as I am today if I didn't hitch my wagon to yours. Trust me, no regrets here. Anyway, back to it. Victory is so close I can almost smell it. And I'll be right here by your side the rest of the way. No stopping till we've united all of Fdlan.
We will reach the end of this path soon. All of us. Together.
Well, Bernie, you were nothing but trouble for everybody, yet again.
There you are. I was worried when you failed to appear at mealtime.
I'm fine! All quiet here!
Please do not tell me your hunger was so great that you resorted to eating those plants there. You should be careful. I have heard there is some rather poisonous flora in this area.
Hey! I'm not going to eat poison! What kind of dummy do you think I am? I know exactly which plants are safe and which ones aren't.
It is strange to see you this confident on a topic. But if you are so certain, I think I should give your eye a test. Just to be safe, you understand.
We're doing what now?
Ah, I know. What say we have a little game to see who can collect the most edible plants?
What?
And as an army can never have too much food, this will serve to benefit the others. What a splendid idea.
Oh, why me? Okay, so this one would cause stomach aches, and that one would be really bitter. I think. Oh, I don't know. I've only ever seen it in books. But hey, I'm sure it's fine. I'll also take this one, and this one, and this one. Oh, and that one over. Wait, is that Ferdinand?
Such luster, such size, such a gorgeous crimson. Yes, this looks like a scrumptious leaf indeed. And there are bulbs under this tree. Rich white bulbs with the luster of a precious pearl. Bernadetta! I see. You were frightened by a mouse scampering by and took a bit of a tumble when you fled, yes?
Yeah, and I dropped all my beautiful plants that your dumb game made me don't collect.
Never mind that now. Show me your wound, please. Ah, yes. Just a scrape. Still, we should return to base and treat it before it festers.
Yeah, I suppose. Thanks for looking at it. Wait, that leaf! The one you're carrying!
This one? What of it? If you are hungry, we could snack on it while we walk back.
No! No! That plant has medicinal properties. It's a styptic.
Well, what luck. We can use it to treat your wound. Well, I must say, your talent for identifying plants is no idle boast.
Yeah, I eyeballed them pretty well, huh? Now let's take a look at yours and... What?
Are you at a loss for words with the quality of the plants I gathered?
Every one of these is poisonous!
What? But the gorgeous leaf! The robust vine!
Death in plant form! Throw them away before we die!
Let's earn our keep.
I will find a weakness in the enemy.
I will ensure that what needs to be done is done.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over...
Right then. Let us go to work. Stand back.
Watch this! I'm swapping in!
Time to get going.
Take a breather.
Retreat!
Use this stronghold well.
You shall pay for this. You hear? Orders have been carried out. Now then, what comes
I'll
next?
take over. Is it my turn?
Looks like we got a live one. Time to get in there and fight. The sky...
There are avenues that yet remain open to us.
Right on!
Not for myself, for everyone. Your spirit is admirable.
Luck was on our side today. This...
Our scouts have returned from Fort Merceus. There's less movement than we anticipated. That likely means the former Duke Ire wants us to attack the fortress to make up for his disadvantage in troop strength.
The numbers don't lie. One needs 3 times the forces of their enemy to claim a castle in a siege. Although, that's if you attempt to take it head on.
So, do we have a plan or what? I mean, Fort Merceus is basically impenetrable. Actually, this one time we came home well after curfew and had to try and sneak back in. Turns out there was no way in. The guards mistook us for bandits, and Father shouted at us until he lost his voice. Good times.
The good news is that we have learned of a passage into the fort which has been kept secret since its construction. The bad news is that Ire likely also learned of the passage when he was Prime Minister. Unless his reason has completely taken flight, the man will take some sort of measures to defend it.
The fortress is huge in size. We should organize small teams and be attacking from many points. If we achieve success, we can open the gates from the inside and be giving the enemy a surprise.
It only serves other regions if the Empire starts shedding Empire blood. We should find a resolution that minimizes casualties on both sides.
Is this the part where I chime in? Because, if you want to coax someone out of hiding, breaking down the door is the wrong way to go about it. That'll only push them further into their shells, so I think we should try talking to them instead.
Is it just me, or is our corner of the world an uncontrolled mess?
Why don't we just put all of your plans into action? We've got the numbers to do it. We can sneak soldiers in, use the secret passage, talk it out, and apply brute force all at the same time. As long as one of those approaches works, we'll win.
That's actually not a bad plan, and it didn't even come from me. Amazing! I mean, the brute force part is a little risky, but I dare say you're learning.
An intriguing idea.
But what about the hostages? If we force our way in, they're likely to be killed.
I will not permit that to happen. And while my father may be a fallen noble, he is still a noble, and not the sort of man to start butchering innocent people when the tides turn.
I pray you are right, Ferdinand. Though I believe you never know what a person is capable of until they act. We will proceed with this plan at once, adapting as the situations dictate. We cannot fail. Not here. Not now.
fight starts now.
None will stand between us and the bright new future I envision.
Yeah, we can win this!
Here I go. No mistake. They must learn who they're up against.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Right then. Let us go to... I will see my due.
Begin.
I got this. We'll have these defenses crippled in short order.
The enemy stronghold will be ours.
This place won't be a problem anymore. Don't mind if I do.
Stand back.
Watch this! Success was to be expected.
There are avenues that yet remain open to us.
They must... I'm...
Let's go!
All done. What is the next order? I'm swapping in.
Take a breather.
You are mine!
Too easy. Yeah.
Though yours is indeed a power that torments one.
You're done! Run for your lives!
to anyone!
Let's carve a swath through the battlefield. Let's carve a swath through the battlefield.
Looks like you got one tough fight on your hands.
Watch this! Hey, swapping it!
Take a breather.
Allow me.
Any final words?
I'll take over. Is it my turn?
My turn?
Let's do this!
I'm not finished.
You let it go! Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me. Here I go. No mistakes. They...
Here it comes! You're done! I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough. My accomplishments won't mean a thing if I'm not still standing when the battle's over.
The mark you've left on history deserves an epithet. The Swifting Shadow, perhaps.
This place belongs to us now. Let's see if this plan works.
We'll give it a shot. Yeah, right.
Strongholds secure.
Can't let it end like this.
It is done.
Allow me.
Watch this. Let's take care.
Fight like this.
They must...
I'm bleeding all over the place.
I yield to no one. I've got this. Get out of my way.
Position secure.
I'm all right.
I will crush all obstacles in my way.
I'm proud to fight beside you, Edelgard.
Onward and upward.
have a strategy. I will endeavor my hardest.
Greetings!
The fight starts now.
Our aim is defense. Hold fast and secure your victory.
We will surmount this challenge together.
It's not over.
We must act with swiftness.
Right then. I will
begin. I am all done. What is the next order?
We'll have these defenses crippled in short order.
Don't mind if I do.
Begin.
We can't gain any ground.
On to the next one. Though yours is indeed a power that gains.
I'll not falter.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy. Stand back.
Still fight.
To kill?
No, not yet!
Watch this!
Orders have been carried out. What comes next?
Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
I have finished with great success.
Take a breather. It's not over. Here it comes. You're done. Sorry, we weren't strong enough.
You know what they say about playing with fire.
Allow me.
I'll take over.
Lacking caution.
We'll make good use of this.
I'm not finished. Nice shot.
Is it my turn?
My turn? Stand back.
Perhaps we will incorporate this territory into our future stratagems.
Watch this! Swarming in! You are mine!
Take a breather.
This is nothing.
This is just the beginning.
The mark you've left on history deserves an epithet. The swifting shadow, perhaps.
Right on. Final words.
I almost feel some. I've got 3 for them.
I'll help in what small way I can.
I do hope you'll make this fun for me.
Retreat!
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Still here.
We've got to hold them off!
No mercy. Any final words?
Yeah. The strongholds ours.
Still here.
I will long remember the sight of our enemies' dejected faces.
This'll help.
Right.
How about it? And what of the Archbishop's movements?
She has established herself in Camulus, a town south of Fdlan, and shows no indication of leaving. The Knights of Seros occasionally go to the front, but the Archbishop appears content to remain behind. A shame, really.
Well, we expected as much. It's unlikely that we'll have the opportunity to eliminate her without mounting a full-scale invasion of Blaidd territory.
We should have surrounded Garreg Mach and torn the place apart when we had the chance, no matter the cost to us. We may have squandered our greatest chance by not doing so.
Hubert, that idea came from Lord Arundel. That is to say, Tomas. And it's an impractical idea, at that. One based on unreliable experimental assets that had never been tested in battle. Besides, after breaking ties with him and his allies, we lacked the military capability to carry out an operation on such a scale.
True on both counts, Your Majesty. We took such bold steps to excise those who slither in the dark from the Empire, knowing full well the price we'd pay. Though it meant allowing the Archbishop to escape our grasp, I would venture to say that we ultimately came out in a better position because of it.
Unquestionably so. I'm certain Tomas and his ilk are dreaming up some villainy as we speak. But we're not beholden to them anymore. We are no longer complicit in their schemes.
I could not care less what I am or am not complicit in, Lady Edelgard. But I agree, you must not be. For your own sake and the sake of the Empire, it is vital that you remain unsullied and unencumbered.
When I proposed such drastic changes to our plan 2 years ago, I did so against your best counsel. And yet you made it work every step of the way. None of us would be where we are today if not for you, Hubert. I cannot thank you enough.
This is quite unlike you, Your Majesty. Are you feeling unwell? I assure you I feel ever appreciated. There is no need for you to speak such words aloud. Or perhaps this is meant to soften the blow of yet another drastic change of course?
Nothing like that, I assure you. I simply want you to know how much you are valued. This path I walk, I cannot walk it without you. I'm only able to press onward because I have you to open the way. There will always be a place for you by my side.
Are you certain there are no changes you wish to inform me of? I must insist that you hide nothing from me.
What? But I just said I'm not... Hubert, are you truly so incapable of accepting a simple word of thanks?
Ah, Petra. Fancy running into you here. How are you acclimating to life in Her Majesty's army? We are constantly traveling all across Fdlan, so I'm sure there is a lot to adjust to.
I find myself being cold often, but the others have shown great kindness in telling me what to expect. I have no troubles.
Marvelous. I want nothing more than for you to fit in and feel comfortable. Know that there is a permanent place for you in this army, if you so desire.
No. I will be returning to Brigid when the war is finished. I am going to be queen. That day is approaching with quickness.
Yes, I am very much aware. And upon your coronation, Brigid will be released from its vassalage to the Empire. Her Majesty and your grandfather have agreed to this in secret.
For having consideration of Brigid's interests, I give Lady Edelgard and Duke Garreg my gratitude.
As I understand it, the Minister of Foreign Affairs pursued this particular policy most vigorously. He has met with far more success, now that Lord Arundel is no longer around to impede him. I might even go so far as to say the Duke looks like a new man.
A new man? No, he's still being the same man.
Well, yes. I suppose you have me there. Regardless, I do hope that you can forgive us. Though we would very much like to make our agreement with Brigid public, doing so now would be most unwise.
I have understanding. The war of 7 years ago still has freshness in the minds of many. You do not want to give them cause for anger when this war has not reached its finish yet.
I'm glad you appreciate the situation, as I was certain you would.
But all in Brigid have knowledge of our agreement. Every man, woman, and child. If it is broken, they will have knowledge of that as well. Blood would be spilling.
Petra? Was that a threat?
Not a threat. A concern. I know I can place trust in the word of the Empire. The Emperor would never be breaking a promise. Would she, Hubert?
What? I beg your pardon, Queen Petra. Clearly I failed to realize that you had already ascended the throne. Rest assured, our promise will be kept. If Her Majesty and yourself are any example, the Empire and Brigid will support each other and walk into the future side by side.
And I have certainty that you will be there, witnessing it. Lady Edelgard?
I'm sorry, Petra. Am I interrupting?
It is okay. I will soon be finishing. I am offering prayers to the spirits, so they will be guiding us to victory in battle.
Is this how you pray in Brigid? In Fdlan, we usually save such things for a chapel.
Yes. In Brigid, we are offering our prayers to the forests, the mountains, the skies. Anywhere the spirits are dwelling. In Fdlan, the people are offering their prayers to the goddess. In this, we are differing. But we are the same, in hoping to live long and fight for what has meaning.
Yes, of course. Perhaps I shouldn't ask this, but is it not unwise for you to be risking your life here in Fdlan? You are the Queen of Brigid. Your people need you to return safely to them.
Yes, your words have truthfulness. If I am dying here on foreign soil, I am betraying my people. You gave me your promise to be releasing Brigid from its vassal relationship to the Empire. And if I die, your promise will be dying with me.
Yes, I suppose it would. If you died, I would have to renegotiate our terms with your successor. That wouldn't be an issue if she were as capable and reasonable as you. But would she be? And for the record, Petra, I don't want you to die. You are a dear friend.
Your words give me great happiness. But I am still content to be risking my life here in Fdlan.
As we get closer to cornering our enemies, there's no telling what kind of foul tricks they'll employ. Are you certain you don't wish to walk away from this? It could easily go awry after all.
I am knowing the danger, but I have done my deciding. I will not be turning my tail and running, while you are standing and fighting.
I'm grateful. But unlike you, I cannot back down from this fight. This war is one of my own making.
And I am choosing to share it. If we lose, then we will lose. But I will not be having regrets. I will be fighting with you until the end of bitterness. That is the prayer I was offering.
Well, I'll do my best to avoid a bitter end. Regardless, you have my thanks, Petra. Your resolve humbles me, but also gives me strength.
You are the Emperor. I am the Queen. Our relationship is not one that is usual. Not everyone can be standing on equal feet with you. This is something only I can be doing. And so, I will continue standing by your side.
Let no one say the Queen of Brigid is not gracious and noble. But I do hope we never turn into a couple of stuffy royals who insist on doing everything by the book.
I have trust that you will never be letting that happen.
Time to work you into shape.
Always.
for the fate of...
My...
Great!
I won't...
We've definitely got some work to do.
I need more.
I'm... This...
We were both in top form. Hey.
Training can be the can't wait to see how you do.
The fight starts now.
I will stand strong against the enemy.
Though the wind blows, victory is never beyond. I got this.
This is bad.
Out of the way!
Let's earn our keep.
I do not give you permission to be defeated. Now, fight for your lives!
United, we are unbeatable!
Got a real fight on our hands.
I've got... This place won't be a problem anymore.
Stand back.
Watch this!
still here.
I got this!
Still here.
Stepping away for a moment.
You really want to see what happens when I take things seriously, don't you?
Don't let it go to your head.
That power belongs to the Empire.
Caution is most warranted after laying low one's enemy.
We need your help.
Not a problem. I'm here.
Retreat!
Looks like we got a live one. Time to get in there and fight. All would be lost if I were to die here. Is that all we've got?
Too easy.
You are truly a force for reckoning.
It's not over. I almost feel sorry for them.
Right then, let us go to work.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're...
Right then. I will see my...
Begin. I will help. I'm dragging the others down.
You're done!
Is that all we've got?
Well, couldn't hurt.
Bringing it down.
We did it! Not a problem. I'm here to help.
Here I go. No mistakes.
Mission complete.
Watch this.
avenues that yet remain open to us.
Unfurl the flag.
Yeah, right.
We'll make good use of this.
Nope.
Any final words?
If you stand in the Empire's path, you will be conquered.
A new...
Right? If everyone is prepared, it's time to make our move. Our troops attacking the gates have been instructed not to force their way in. Before long, the enemy will notice as much and realize we're already inside.
We need to locate and strike down the rebel leader. That should put an end to the insurrection. Along the way, you may encounter suspicious agents. They are the true masterminds behind the rebellion, and must all be eradicated.
Got it. Now let's get going before those bloodthirsty monsters hurt any of the hostages.
I haven't been this angry in a long time. When is that man going to stop being a thorn in Her Majesty's side?
Ah, how splendid. But do try not to become so flush with rage that you make a foolish error.
Perhaps if you grew flush with rage every now and again, you wouldn't have the complexion of a coffin dweller.
Quiet, both of you.
You don't have to do this, Ferdinand. You can always stay back if you have doubts.
No. Fate put me on this path, and now I must walk it.
Enemy soldiers have breached our fortifications! To arms! Defend the glory of the Empire!
They've seen through our ruse already. Prepare to take the fortress. Start by saving the inner wall.
Out of the way!
Mercenaries are no better than common bandits. How could did my father make a deal with such a pack of rogues?
Looks like this ain't your lucky day.
I should have expected an ambush. We used to play hide and seek here all the time.
Watch this! Pay attention now.
I make my own luck!
Looks like they're here. And once we kill them all, we'll have more riches than we know what to do with.
Look out! Somebody do some crowd control or something!
Is Ire truly so short-handed?
That barrier was formed with dark magic. We must eliminate the caster in order to pass.
Not a problem. I've got this.
There's not a question of can, only a matter of will.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Leave this one to me.
So, sure, let's try it.
It's Birdie's time to shine!
They only delayed the inevitable.
We have the enemy where we want them! Unleash the arrows!
Those ballistae require stopping.
So, what should I be doing again?
Not a problem. This stronghold will fall!
I won't give in. The enemy stronghold will be ours. One ballista seized.
This
shady magic business just doesn't do much for me.
Take a breather.
I can't believe it's magic walls or what have you. If you get in the way of Her Majesty, you will pay. Pathetic fools. And to think I was entertaining the idea of letting you scamper away.
What was that attack?
I give you the Viscum. I hope you...
I've got this.
Like being roasted alive, because that's exactly what's about to happen to you. That thing will hamper our advance. Maybe the detachment can do something about it.
A weapon of that scale is certain to be controlled by some kind of device.
Stand back.
No more arrows!
I'll take over.
I shall never back down! Enemies here!
Here I go. No mistakes.
Swapping in!
Been defanged.
They got him? Just in case.
The Sky Spirit watches over.
Not appreciate that. I'm going to rip you apart myself.
Take a breather.
Stand back.
Watch out!
Is it my turn? I'll take over. Is it my turn?
Hey! Why can you wield that power, huh? Who even are you?
Why don't you tell me? You seem to know more than enough about it already.
Here it comes! You're done!
You aggravate me. Doctor, help me! If I die here, I'm gonna become a ghost and haunt you forever! This should do it.
Well, couldn't hurt.
Seems lost. No. This is wrong. I can't die.
I never expected much from those ships you burned. And here I am with the cold embrace of the grave hovering at my shoulder.
I'm grateful just to be alive.
Well, we've smashed their little toy. Let's see what their next move will be.
I thought our victory was assured. How could everything have gone so wrong?
There is naught left but to resist with all our might. Help me push them back!
The writing is on the wall, but those fools would sooner perish than admit it.
Watch this!
Arm the fire orbs! We'll rain death down upon them from above!
Fire orbs? Those must be new. Little ghost, if you ask me.
They look real dangerous, though. Also, what's a ghost?
It's not. Conjure a magic shield to safeguard our comrades.
You've already lost! I will end you!
I must...
Pay attention now.
Your Majesty, forgive my weakness. The outer defenses only just fell.
On the contrary, your timing is perfect.
Is that Voldemort? Curse that man. Why must he always show up at the worst possible moment and ruin everything?
I don't know how we made it, but we did. Everyone.
We've taken another step forward.
My dreams of glory. Why?
Not a problem.
Still here.
Viscount Menya, forgive me.
I'm coming for you, Father.
Leave the enemy no place to hide. Seize every key position in the fortress.
The enemy is getting too close to Duke Iron. We must hurry to his side.
Oh, but you are far too late now.
So, sure, let's try it.
Right. We'll have these defenses crippled in short order.
I'll take this place down before you have time to strap your armor on.
Stand aside.
I can still fight. No, not yet.
I'm swapping in.
You are mine!
Now perhaps we can stamp out those who slither in the dark as well.
Watch this.
My name is Ludwig von Eyre. I see the Empire in the throes of a terrible sickness, and I intend to cure it or die in the attempt. Will you not heed me, Your Majesty? This ideology of yours leaves countless good people by the wayside.
I will end you. Yet countless more were already suffering prior. All I did was make a choice.
I must not fall. The Empire needs me. Dare you? I will not fall until I see the Empire's glory and principles restored.
Time has moved on from me, Father. You cannot unwind it no matter how hard you try. How could you not see this?
No surrender!
That is enough. There is no escape for you.
Go on then. I'll leave for you the final blow.
You leave me nothing. This was ever my burden to bear. Father! No, you are just a traitor now. In light of your crimes against the Empire, the punishment is death!
Send a runner to House Menya and have them deliver the letter I drafted. Also, take the soldiers under your command and begin investigating any magic constructs abandoned by the enemy.
At once, Lord Hubert.
It must be awful to end your own parents' life. Shouldn't you say something? You comforted Fleisch, after all.
Come on, Ferdinand. Let's get going.
No. You may continue without me. I would like to stay here a moment. Just a moment longer.
Hubert, we have a messenger from the Alliance, and I need to know where our Western campaign stands. Ferdinand, may I have a word? I thought I'd let you decide how to punish your father's followers now that they've surrendered. Furthermore, this incident has led to the end of Fenya and several other noble houses. We need to settle the matter of the next Duke Ire, and we need to do so quickly. So if you don't mind...
Is this your attempt at solace, Edelgard?
What?
I will punish the troops, and I will find a way to administer my father's lands. You can trust in me, Your Majesty. And thank you for considering my feelings in the matter.
Me?
I never expected we'd have our hands this full after returning from Fargus. Still, we've managed to quell the turmoil and maneuver our way back to Enbar.
Due to the valiant efforts of Count Berglies and his Aryan Road garrison, the kingdom's counter-offensive has hardly put a dent in the western lines. I wager the reinforcements reached them in time.
It's a good thing we do not have to maintain a large military presence in Leicester. But of course, that was Her Majesty's plan all along.
We'd be up to our shoulders in trouble if we hadn't settled hostilities with the Alliance.
Do you think people in the Empire will be all right? I'm worried about the opera company, of course, but I'd also be devastated if anything happened to my friends in the capital.
The end result of all this was the complete expurgation of the Empire's remaining dissidents. In a way, we should be thanking them for handing us this opportunity on a gilded platter.
Adrestia deserves some stability for a change, so I think it's good that Her Majesty has total power now. With the opposing nobles wiped out, it's a breath of fresh air after the way things were under the old Emperor.
Lynn, think about who's here.
It is all right, Dorothea. I have moved on.
It's funny, though. I was sure my father would take part in the rebellion, but he just didn't. I mean, I feel like all he ever did was complain about Her Majesty, you know? I guess he was so scared of the church that he decided to stay holed up in Garreg Mach.
What is our next action, Lady Edelgard? If we are returning to the Western Front, I will have preparedness.
Fighting your own people sure takes the thrill out of battle. So let's go wall up the kingdom instead and put an end to all this. Who's with me?
All that remains is for Adrestia to claim victory.
And along those lines, I wish to present an idea. One last stratagem to ensure that we prevail.
We were successful in striking down Cronia at Fort Mercius. However, Lord Arundel, which is to say Talus, remains at large, and any schemes Solon may be plotting are so much conjecture in the wind. Still, his efforts in Rim territory effectively empowered the late Duke Ire to stage a coup. Whatever the case, he must have a very good reason for seeking to prevent the kingdom's fall.
But why would they help the people who are harboring the Archbishop? It makes no sense. Unless their aim is simply to prevent the war from ending by any means possible.
We know the kingdom's court mage, Cornelia, is connected to those who slither in the dark. They may have planted other associates in Fargus as well. If they already have the king's court dancing on strings, it stands to reason they would focus their attention on obstructing the Empire.
I agree the theory hangs together, but does that mean we should expect more interference?
We should, Your Majesty. Though I would at least like to think they no longer have anyone left who can act brazenly in the open.
And need we worry about our mercenary friend?
I was under the assumption that they had your implicit trust.
Absolutely, but not enough to purge all of the doubt from my heart. I once trusted my uncle, as well as the late Duke Ire, and he wasn't even replaced with a doppelganger. People who come in contact with those who slither in the dark are not the same afterward. How am I to trust anyone in a world where such a thing can happen?
I do not disagree, Your Majesty.
Yes, well, we must remain vigilant until the war is over for good and all. Although I wonder if we can rest easy even then.
We still don't really know much about Solon, Kranya, and Talus. I was thinking this would be a chance to learn about my power, or who you actually are. But, oh well.
Oh well. Is that all you have to say for yourself?
I mean, I'm still curious, but my attention right now is on the battles ahead. And hey, it's not like knowing the truth would change much for you anyway. Even if I am related to those slithering people somehow, it's not like I'd want to split up with you. Plus, I need to focus on getting ready to face the Ashen Demon again.
Now that's what I like to hear. It's incredible to see again just how fast you've matured. Makes me proud to call you my partner in destiny. Is this what being a parent feels like?
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, this war will be over soon, so let's do what we've got to do to see it through together. I'll be counting on you, Arval.
And I on you, so promise me you'll do what needs to be done.
Scarlet Blaze. A clash of ambitions. Edelgard succeeds in containing Ire's insurgency, and while she is concerned by the absence of the nefarious Talus, she prepares her army for the next step regardless. The time is nigh to crush the kingdom and Central Church's growing momentum and put an end to the war. But no one knows that fate holds another cruel twist.
I've gathered you here in Garreg Mach because the time has come. We are returning to the front.
Oh yeah, I've been waiting to hear that forever. Let's go wreck things!
For the next phase of our campaign, we'll be working with the Alliance's leader, Claude, to tighten our cordon around the kingdom. Rather than try to advance on the Western Front, we'll join forces with the Alliance and press in from the east.
This means we'll be marching northeast from the monastery and infiltrating Galatia. So long as the Alliance does not attempt any underhanded schemes, our victory there is assured.
I hope we can finally end it this time.
I don't think I can deal with doubling back again.
Agreed. This slog has slogged on long enough.
Worry not, friends. I'll not be blindsided twice. I promise you that. We won't rest until all of Fdlan is united. We will fight tooth and nail for it, and we'll do so together.
We made some headway on the Western Front once the Empire pulled its main force back.
What does it matter when their Minister of Military Affairs still holds Aryan Road? Even if we were in a position to keep throwing troops at those walls, we're never going to crack them.
But if we keep digging our heels in here, their main force will be on us again in no time.
It appears they have already dealt with the insurrection at Fort Merceus. If they don't come at us from the west, they'll soon waltz right in from the east.
Might I offer a suggestion, King Dimitri?
Of course, Lady Rhea.
We should retake Garreg Mach. It is the only way to reverse our current fortunes. If I call upon the Church's faithful, they will come running from every corner of Fdlan to liberate the monastery in the goddess's name. With Garreg Mach under our control, we will be able to keep the Imperial army in check. Additionally, it might convince some of the more fickle Alliance lords to reconsider their loyalties.
I mean no disrespect, Lady Rhea, but this proposal hardly seems...
There is more. As you know, the Bishop of the Southern Church is currently seated at the monastery. If we remove him, it reminds the world anew that Archbishop Rhea is the rightful head of the Church of Seiros. I believe this will shake some of the more devout Adrestian lords from their Emperor's grip.
While their faith may waver now, Adrestia is still the cradle of the Church of Seiros. There are yet many pious believers among their nobility. If we can pull them to our side, it may shift the war back in our favor.
We should strike while the iron is hot. I will get the word out at once.
Hold, Lady Rhea. While I now concede that your plan to retake the monastery has some merit, I must ask that you alert no one.
And why not? I need only say the word, and an army of believers will flock to our cause.
Yes, and the moment the enemy spies people flooding in from across hill and dale, they'll realize what we're planning and bolster their defenses.
You believe their defenses are mightier than the faith of the people? By the goddess, have our enemies truly become so powerful? In that case, what do you propose?
We entrust the eastern lines to houses Karen and Galatea, then ride en masse toward Aryan Road. The enemy will think we intend to assail the Silver Maiden, but instead, we break east.
East? Then we'll be attacking the monastery through the Valley of Torment. I get your thinking now. If we attack from the west, Aryan Road would be at our backs, and the Empire could box us in.
Very well. I have no objections. My church members will assist in guiding your soldiers through Arval. The monastery is holy and precious to us, and by the name of the goddess, I swear, it will be ours again.
Good. Then I'll ready the troops. Lady Rhea, Seteth, I place all of our futures in your hands.
So, this is probably a giant waste of everyone's time, but
What if we tried... Just leave everything to me.
Shall we?
that case, you should just keep picking commoners like me for all the important jobs. Strength in numbers, right? The more of us there are, the less anyone will be able to complain.
I believe your point to be a sound one, but putting it into action will only heighten our chance of failure. Try as you may to troll a river for jewels, you will most often find yourself hauling up mere pebbles instead.
I get what you mean, I think. Accidentally picking the wrong person could really hurt the Emperor's reputation.
And provide the perfect opening for nobles who want nothing more than for commoners to be kept in their place. An utter disgrace. Here we stand amidst the flames of war, yet some on our side only seek to drag their compatriots down. There is no rot as fetid as that which plagues our foul aristocracy. It would not surprise me if they breathed noxious fumes.
Yeah, I guess they are pretty bad when you put it that way.
At any rate, it seems you must be the one to plow forward, for the time being.
Come again?
You are a mercenary, Captain, no? Surely there are worthy candidates for promotion among your subordinates. The situation would be far less volatile if any potential appointees came with your direct endorsement.
Oh, good. No pressure at all. And if the person I pick doesn't work out?
Assuming they are not wholly indefensible, we would do our utmost to shield them from criticism. Though I suppose if worst came to worst, we would be forced to sever ties with them. And you.
That's cold-blooded, Hubert. I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge, knowing what's at risk.
Nobody is forcing you to pick someone. If you think it impossible, I will not try to convince you otherwise.
Right. Got it. I guess in the meantime, I'll let you know if I think of anyone who might be able to handle the job. Oh, and let's keep the whole severing ties thing to the real worst-case scenario, okay? You might look the calm and logical type, but I know your emotions can get the better of you sometimes.
A keener insight than I expected. Perhaps you truly are the right person for this task. Quite the eye you have on you.
Thanks? My vision's not too bad, I guess.
Now, if you could only pair it with some intellect, we would have a true wonder on our hands.
The fight starts now.
Our aim is defense. Hold fast and secure your victory.
This. We will surmount this challenge together.
Onward! not over.
Stand down! You'll have to take things from here.
Not a problem.
You'll have to take things from here. I got this. Allow me to lend you a hand.
Yeah, right.
I do hope you'll make this fun for me.
Take a breather. Take it down in one fell swoop.
I must tread more carefully.
I'm dragging the others down. It is done.
Let's do this!
You'll pay.
I'll take over.
Is that all we've got? There are avenues that yet remain. You shall pay for this. You hear?
I'm swapping
Knowing
it.
when to retreat is a vital strategy.
If I may.
They will not take this from us.
I will crush all obstacles in my way.
Caution is most warranted after laying low one's enemy. Any final words?
Can't let it end like this.
Our time has finally come.
Take a breather. Allow me.
Watch this. You've already lost. I will end you. Unfurl the flag. You held strong. Lift your heads high.
Long story short, the kingdom is preparing to ride west with a huge army. It looks like they're gonna throw everything they've got at Aryan Road.
Yes, we have received similar reports.
It's a pretty strange thing to do. I don't trust it.
Then you believe it to be a feint. Interesting. Well, if true, there are only so many places they could go. They cannot ignore our troops and attempt to take Deirdre. That would be folly. So the only other place I can imagine they would be after is Garreg Mach.
That's what I was thinking. So what's our play?
We can't risk losing the monastery. We'll have to send more troops to defend it. But at the same time, we can't unclench the fist we are trying to bring down on the kingdom. Our only choice is to mobilize the full resources of our regions.
Spoken like a woman with might to spare. I'm afraid we in the Alliance are already at our limits. But hear me out for a second. If the kingdom really intends to attack Garreg Mach, they won't approach from the west. That would put them smack between your forces in Aryan Road and the monastery. It'd be suicide. That leaves them with only one option.
You're saying they'll take the northern approach through Arval?
Yep, the Valley of Torment, which just so happens to be the route we were planning to use ourselves. The Church of Seros will likely mobilize every knight they've got, and that is a very big army.
Supposing you are correct, what do you suggest we do in response? Should we change our marching route to avoid clashing with them?
Nope. In fact, I vote we do the opposite. The kingdom will catch on no matter how we try to deploy our troops, so I say let's meet them right there in Arval.
Interesting. But the valley path is treacherous and difficult to navigate, which will blunt the impact of our superior numbers. Why would we play into the enemy's hands like that?
Because sometimes trying to claim every advantage can be a double-edged sword. Leveling the playing field can often be the key to bringing an opponent down, especially if you know you can handle him. Besides, what better way to keep casualties to a minimum than by finishing them off in one battle?
You know how to convince me. Very well. I can get behind this plan.
Is there anything you would like to add, Hilda? You appear to be deep in thought.
Huh? Who, me? Nah, I'm good. I'm just standing in because Clad asked me to. If it brings the war to an end quicker, I'm all for it. Greetings!
Let's earn our keep.
I will be doing my part for victory.
Stand back.
I will ensure
Watch
that what
this.
needs to be done is done.
Forward march! And don't let me catch you lagging behind!
I mustn't bring shame upon my good name.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Not a problem.
Right then, let us go to work. I will see my duty.
Not a problem.
We're done for. The rest is up to you.
The enemy's stronghold will be ours.
This stronghold will fall.
And swapping in.
Yeah, right. Take a breather. Out of the way!
Taste more bitter than...
Not a problem. I've got this.
Black is strong.
Back. We did it!
Right then, let us go to work.
We'll have to take things from here.
Orders have been carried out. What comes next?
Retreat! Somebody help me! It's not over. Still in the fight. This isn't looking so good. I got this.
Unfurl the flag.
Someone help me! I don't want to die!
Swapping in.
Take a breather.
Allow me.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
Not a problem.
There are avenues that yet remain open to us. Hardly a problem.
Let's carve a swath through the battlefield.
This battle will make a fine stage for my debut.
I was prepared for this.
Think I'm in trouble here.
Right then, let us go to work. You appear to need assistance.
Watch this!
Will not be permitted to run amok in one of my strongholds.
I'll not falter.
Here I go. No, they must learn who they're up against.
Begin. This... Is it my turn?
Victory is mine!
Stand back.
I'll take over.
Retreat! What's next?
Already lost!
I
will end
Not yet.
Now you know the strength of the Adrestian Emperor.
I'm proud to fight beside you, Edelgard.
You know what they say about playing with fire.
Success was to be expected.
I think I'm in trouble here.
Is it my turn?
I'm all right.
Position secure.
As in all things, this victory is in the name of Lady Edelgard.
Who?
The fight starts now.
I will find a weakness in the enemy.
United, we are unbeatable!
This is bad.
Right then, let us... I will see my deep...
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Here I go. No mistakes. Everyone, to me! How does that please you? Taste more bitter than black as coffee. Watch this!
make good use of this.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry. I have finished with great success.
Take a breather. I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
Looks like you got one tough fight on your hands.
Wounds are severe. You'll have to fall back. Orders have been carried out. Now then, what comes next?
Well, couldn't hurt.
Here it comes! You're done!
I'm dragging the others down.
It's not over.
A taste more bitter than blackest coffee.
Still improving.
Splendid. Though yours is indeed a power that warrants caution.
Looks like that's it for us.
Stand back.
Watch this! We'll have to take things from here.
Yeah, right.
Still in the fight.
I'm dragging the others down.
Take a breather.
Allow me. I can't fight like this. I'm bleeding all over the place.
I'll take over. Here I go. No mistakes. They must...
Is it my turn?
There are avenues that yet remain open to us.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me. Position secure.
Out of the way!
I've got...
Allow me.
It worked!
To kill.
Watch this! This battle...
Not a problem.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must.
We'll make a fine stage for my debut.
Stand back.
Time to get going.
I was prepared for this.
Success was to be expected.
There's no escape. Your time is nigh.
Right on.
The Edelgod's path to conquest continues.
Learn your place.
I got this!
Even now, the road ahead stretches past the horizon. This battle was little more than a way station.
No.
Thanks for tipping me off. It was the push I needed. I've been grappling with what to do for a long time. If I'd had someone like you around, I might have made the right decision in the first place. I bet I'd be walking a very different path right now. Lester would sure be different. Maybe even all of Fdlan would be different.
I think you're giving me too much credit.
I don't know. I'm a pretty good judge of character. But anyway, if you don't have anything else lined up after the war, why not come with me? I think we make a pretty good team.
Yeah, maybe we do. I'll give it some thought.
That's all I could ask. But for now, I guess you know what to do next.
What you think?
I see.
If you would.
Time to work you into shape.
My...
Great!
I think...
All is done.
I just want to go home.
Can't wait to see how you do.
Everyone, lend me your ears. Soon we will arrive in the Valley of Torment, where our Imperial allies will fight for supremacy against the forces of the Kingdom and Central Church. This is certain to be a violent and bloody battle. Death will indeed feast well this day. So think long and hard. Is this what you want? Yes, we signed a pact with the Empire, but only under duress after they overran our lands. And what was the other option? To side with the corrupt church and the kingdom they cling to? Never. A false choice is no choice at all. But now, right here and now, the Leicester Alliance has a chance to turn the tables. Loyal friends, brave allies, fellow visionaries. Will we accept an emperor who pays for her needless wars in the coin of our blood? Will we submit to an archbishop and a king who would shackle us to their outmoded customs? I say no. I say never. And this day, on this battlefield, we stake a claim to a future of our own making. This day, we help these monsters destroy themselves and claim this world for our own. This day, we declare war against the Empire and the Kingdom.
I take it you heard the ill news, Your Majesty?
Moments ago, yes.
I don't get it. Why would the Alliance want to make enemies of both the Empire and the Kingdom? It doesn't make any sense.
I underestimated you, Claude.
Empire, the Alliance, the Kingdom, even the forces of the Church. To think we would all meet in such a cramped locale.
Hold on. Does anyone actually see the Knights of Seros amidst all this? I wonder if they're not even here to begin with.
We strike at the Imperial Army today. Do not let the Alliance distract you.
Yes, as you command.
The party's already starting, huh? It's too bad we couldn't throw it for something a little more civilized.
Would it kill you to be serious for once, Claude?
For the last time, Flayn, I am against this. It is not too late to retreat.
And for the last time, I intend to fight. Besides, it would seem the battle is about to begin.
Well then, just give the command, Edelgard.
Good. Our very hope depends on you. Brave warriors of Adrestia, the time has come to demonstrate the Empire's valor, to prove our supremacy. Any who dare stand in our way must be cut down. Now! As one, attack! Claude clearly wants us to deal with the Kingdom and the Church ourselves, so that he can profit from the fallout.
It's Birdie's time to shine! Sure hope this goes okay.
Right then. I will see my duty done.
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
There's not... Leave this to me! Not a problem.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Here I go. No mistake. They must learn who they're up against.
Oh, leave this to me.
Yes. It would appear someone has let our plans slip. The enemy knew precisely how to box us in.
We will be torn apart if we fail to forestall the enemy. Seize their forward stronghold. Push their lines back.
I had no intention of retreating anyway. Instead, we'll bring the fight to them before they can overwhelm us.
I will heal your wounds. Please, be careful out there. This should be of use.
What is this?
Watch this.
The second coming of Saints...
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up to.
Fine. Strike her down and put an end to it already.
Say, check out that boulder. I wonder if we can use it to block the lava and reach the other side.
Seize the Empire's strongholds!
Attack! Don't let those Imperial weaklings scare you!
They're coming at us from the front and the rear!
We cannot maintain our assault without some kind of foothold. Our strongholds must be protected at all costs. Daylight you!
Watch the ground. Even a single wrong step will cause undue pain.
Oh no!
Not a problem.
You people do love your bloodshed.
We can probably secure a crossing if we find a way to stop the lava.
Yes, but if we can cross, so too can our enemy. Now is not the time.
I'm bringing it down. I'll take over.
Do not have fear. If we are taking control of one stronghold at a time, we will prevail.
Why must you hurt each other like this? You are all brothers and sisters! I cannot take much more. The others will be in grave danger if I flee.
Not a problem.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
There is not a question of can. Leave this to me. There is not a question of can. Only a matter of will.
You better help me, because if I die here, I'm gonna become a ghost and haunt you forever!
Anything for Lady Edelgard. I fight with all I have! Anything for Lady Edelgard.
Take a breather.
My turn. I'll carve my way right through them.
Not on my watch, pal.
Watch this!
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Not a problem. I've got this.
There is not a question of can. Leave this to me.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Flame, no more. Get to safety.
Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
Very well, brother. But you must swear not to put yourself in unnecessary danger.
Our way is clear. Onward! If we do not maintain control of our footholds as we go, the battle will turn against us.
Watch this!
If I may.
My turn? Kingdom's no match for us, and neither is the Alliance. Everyone, just stay calm.
I'll take over.
Then it's me, my lady.
Here I go. No mistakes.
I will gladly handle this.
Take a breather.
Here I go. No mistakes. They...
All right, you'll see. Still on my feet, and I can still hold a sword, which means I can keep fighting.
I'm bringing it down.
Is that all? You think a few nicks and scratches will send me packing?
Watch this!
Stand down, Felix!
It's a wonder you can still stand. Now would you please let us handle the rest?
You better come back alive, Sylvain, or else.
I hope you're watching, Ingrid. Today is the day I avenge you. Here it comes! You're done! I hope you're...
Begin.
Right then. Let us go to work. I will see my...
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
ready to part with your head. Because I mean to lay it at my friend's grave.
I have this.
I'll take over.
If I may.
We've gained an early advantage. Well fought, one and all.
This is nothing compared to the pain she felt.
Anything for Lady Edelgard.
Forgive me, Your Majesty. May fortune favor you in battle. Not you too, Sylvain.
Take a breather.
What am I supposed to do now?
If we keep this up, the battle may be ended before it can truly begin.
It's unnerving how well we're doing.
Right then. Let us go to work. I will see my...
Not a problem. I've got...
I hope that means we're headed for a quick victory.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
Oh, if I must. Leave this to me.
I will gladly handle this.
Or
Yeah, right.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn.
If I may. My turn.
The enemy's stronghold will be ours.
I'll take you all on!
Though I am reluctant to do this, I can see no other choice.
Now, give the signal. The Empire's fanned out to the north and south. Split them in two and box them in.
Alliance reinforcements have appeared in the middle of our ranks!
There's no time to regroup. Just deal with them as best you can and minimize casualties.
You will go no further.
In the name of His Majesty, you will perish here.
If this is our fearless leader's big moment, I guess I can pitch in.
Take this! My chances dim.
Here I go. No mistake. They must learn who they're up against.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
I will gladly handle this. Orders received.
Oh, if I must.
Finished yet. You're done! Fall back to do. Please, I cannot afford to lose you.
Ready for Hilda Valentine Goneril.
Right then. Let us go.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Right then. Let us go to work.
I'm ready.
Yeah, right. Still in the fight.
Watch this!
Well, this turned out to be a stupid idea. Now what do I do?
Hilda's in trouble. Archers, give her some cover. Call it off when you need to, Hilda. There's no shame in falling back.
Thanks, Claude. But I'll be okay, so long as the archers are with me.
Stand aside! You've already lost! I will end
you! Things aren't looking so hot.
I told you to get out of there, Hilda. Now back off and let me take over.
No distractions.
Sorry, Claude. And good luck.
Enough messing around. You'll have to contend with me now.
The man strives to foreknowing to cost him.
Yeah, right.
You will not pass me. Your punishment. I cannot let my way over.
Here I go. No, they must learn who they're up.
Oh, if I must. Leave this to me.
Begin.
My head. Watch this. I'm not letting up until it's over.
We are losing the battle. I must act.
If I may, take a breather.
Here it comes. Out of the way! You're done!
The enemy has dispatched flying units to the fort. It no longer serves us to delay stopping the lava.
Yeah. Not a problem.
This is a shame, Claude. I thought we'd finally forged a path to true friendship.
Not a problem.
What can I say? I've got big dreams, same as you. Plus, I think we both knew this was gonna happen eventually.
Is that all you got?
Come with me.
The Empire and all who prostrate themselves before it will be punished by my hand.
If I may.
My turn?
I defy you.
Begin. The enemy stronghold will be ours.
There's not a question of can. Leave this to me.
Right then. Let us go to work.
Gone are the days when the battlefield would shudder before me. I am not beaten yet.
Still improving.
You are truly a force for reckoning.
Here it comes! You're done!
Watch this.
Commit me,
Dust
my
it
lady.
again.
For flame.
That was the Archbishop's aid, but there's still no sign of most of the Knights of Serums.
I'll take over.
People trusted me to pull this off. I have to win.
Begin. The Sky Spirit watches over me.
There's not a question of can. Only a matter of leave this to me.
I guess it's now or never.
I know what to do! Get out of my way!
It was a good strategy, but not good enough. And now, look what I've done to all of you.
If I may.
It's not what you wanted. But the world won't forget your ambition, because it will live on through me.
My turn?
I take the field. Every last one of them will yield to me, but they shall perish.
Not a problem. I've got this.
Right then, let us go to work. I will see my duty done.
Here I go. No mistakes. They must learn who they're up against. It's now. The time has come to bring our war with the kingdom to its end. Take control of the whole area. Our victory must be beyond question.
What is this folly? Yours is not the head I seek. Our conflict ends here. I shall see to your demise with my own two hands.
I'm up against the king of Fardis himself, but I'm not about to back down.
We'll have these defenses crippled in short order.
I have this. I will gladly handle this. Order?
Watch this! It's not too late, Dimitri. Sever ties with the Central Church and return to your people.
And I'm to believe that will end your aggression? You'll come for me anyway. Your thirst of blood is unquenchable. I'll sacrifice my own body if I must. I'm using every ounce of my being. I offer for the future of Fardis.
Stand aside!
Help me! I am nearing my limits.
Begin. The Sky Spirit. Begin. I will help.
There's not a question of can.
I die, the kingdom dies. I must retreat.
There's no time to give chase. Still, this is a victory for the Empire all the same.
Yeah, they kept us guessing, but at least we... What's that?
Butcher most vile. You killed the sire of this vessel, and now you die for it!
Here I go. No mistakes.
Not a problem.
It's you the monster wants, so let's give the Ashen Demon a fitting end.
They must learn in this position to me.
Take a breather. Here it comes! You're done! It's strong, but I've got a little something of my own. And this time, I know I can take you!
Our flow intends to win. Just see it. I'll see you past crushed in the footless. Arrogant spectre. Be gone! This fight is not for you! Move as I command!
The monster's losing control. Now's our chance to finish it.
I can still fight.
Here it comes! You're done!
You've finally done it. The Ashen Demon is no more.
Mm-hmm.
You don't sound too pleased with yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. I know I should be. But now that it's over, I just feel kinda empty. What if all this was just some horrible mistake? What if there was another way we could have solved all this? Sorry. I shouldn't be dumping all this on you.
There's nothing to apologize for. You're processing a lot right now. I'm not sure what it means to feel happy and empty and regretful all at the same time. But I think I'm going through it myself, too. Though I wouldn't call it happy per se, more like free. Like I've finally finished a quest I thought would never end. The relief could practically move me to tears.
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not sure, but I do know this. I'm beyond grateful for everything you've done for me. I couldn't have asked for a better partner in destiny.
Same here, friend. I won't let...
One step.
Who knew?
This power...
This is...
A last-minute betrayal like that should have been the end of us. This is a massive victory, and yet...
Something bothering you?
Where was the Archbishop? Where was the main force of the Knights of Seiros? Rhea would have relished a battle like this, yet she was nowhere to be found.
No. Hubert, let me ask you something. When the Archbishop escaped from Garreg Mach, we found no evidence of how she managed to reach this valley. Correct?
Indeed. We searched high and low, but it was only by chance that we picked up her trail in Arval. That is how we knew she had entered the kingdom. Without that clue, she would have been in the wind.
Just as I suspected.
What is it, Ferdinand? Is Garreg Mach in danger?
Of course. There must be a secret path that connects this valley to the monastery. Rhea and the Knights might be using it to attack Garreg Mach right now.
It's certainly possible. Hubert, your thoughts?
I will look into it, but I am almost certain that Ferdinand's theory is correct. We should assume this is the case and take action immediately.
Of course it is correct. Very wise of you to see that.
In that case, we'll divide our troops. The main force will proceed with occupying Galatia. We'll lead the remaining third south to Garreg Mach.
Scarlet Blaze. A path forward. The Empire manages to prevail over the Kingdom and Central Church's coalition, despite the Alliance's declaration of war. But Archbishop Rhea is nowhere to be found. Edelgard and the others soon realize the Archbishop aims to use Aelel's secret trails to lead a surprise attack on Garreg Mach, so the Empire regroups and moves to intervene.
Dire news, my lord! Huh? What now? What's happened? Another fire? Has a horse escaped? Don't tell me it's an assassin! Where's the body? No, my lord. Worse. There's a legion of soldiers closing in on Garreg Mach. We think it's the Knights of Seiros. Ah! But we're safe in here, yes? My life is of great military importance, you know. Protect me! Put those troops Her Majesty sent to use!
Count Varley, the enemy is inside the monastery. We couldn't hold them back.
But these walls are thick! How did they breach them?
The walls yet stand, my lord. But it appears they have made use of a number of unknown secret passages. Now they are inside and wreaking havoc, and it's only a matter of time before the monastery falls. We have the numbers to stop them, but that matters little if we don't know where they actually are.
We must flee, my lord. All hope is lost.
Urgent news, my lord.
Spare my life, I beg you!
An unknown army has appeared and started attacking the Knights of Seiros.
Her Majesty's reinforcements!
Doubtful, my lord. This army wields large-scale magic and is also attacking the Imperial forces. The battlefield is sheer chaos. It's impossible to tell friend from foe.
What in the blazes is happening?
Church or Empire, I care not. Eradicate them all. Engulf them in our darkness.
It will be done. At last we can finally give the foolish descendants of those beasts the lesson they deserve. We will expose their filthy underground resting place and steal every last one of their essences.
If we can breach it. The hole in the forest that the bandits raided was secured with a seal.
Shall we deal with it after we take the monastery? Tear this disgusting rat's nest apart.
Lady Rhea, who are these people? They're attacking both sides indiscriminately.
A clandestine organization that wields dark magic. Could it be? Have they returned to seek vengeance on Fdlan? But why show their hand now? Deal with them, Catherine. Not a single one of them can survive. They pose a far greater threat to our world than the Empire.
Yes, Lady Rhea. Make way for Thunder Catherine! Clear a path or die!
And that appears to be the current situation.
The Knights of Saros are one thing. We came prepared to deal with them, and we can do so. But now you say those who slither in the dark have turned this into a three-way battle? Why?
I am as baffled as you regarding a possible motive.
Perhaps it was vital they seized the monastery before we could get here. If they knew we were engaged in a lengthy fight at ALL, they might have seen this as their chance.
Well, they saved Count Varley's life either way. So be it. We will use this situation to our advantage and conduct a rescue. We can't afford to lose Garreg Mach or Count Varley. With one battle, we'll destroy the Central Church and put an end to those who slither in the dark.
It's strange. I stopped caring about my father a long time ago, but the thought that he might die is... it's...
He is not dead yet, Bernadetta. Unless you intend to be leaving him to his fates.
No. No, of course not. I'm going to save him.
If we're sloppy about this, we'll get dragged into the ongoing battle and suffer heavy losses. I would prefer to make this as easy for ourselves as we can. Let's find out what's going on in there, then look for the safest way in.
I can tell you one thing. If Lord Arundel is here, I will choke the life out of him personally. I'll even let you watch, Your Majesty.
Yes, just try not to overdo it.
If that is settled, we will accomplish nothing more by brooding down here.
Agreed. We'll begin the attack as soon as our preparations are complete.
I have a strategy.
I have a stratagem. I shall ensure it is done with no mistakes.
Shall we?
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service. Time to work you into shape.
My
It's citizen.
For Britain.
A hard life.
Can't wait to see how you do.
It seems Rhea and Talis have both breached the monastery. And for the sake of Fdlan's future, we will make it there too.
The barriers conjured by the enemy will hinder the movement of our troops.
Then we've no choice but to proceed in two groups. Take care that neither one is wiped out.
Where are the reinforcements? I don't want to die.
We should rescue Count Barley if at all possible. It will not be easy to find another man to wear the mitre.
There's a structural weakness in that wall. A heavily armored unit might be able to break through and expedite the rescue.
A new path has been cleared. Let's take it.
They've broken through the walls? No! Send reinforcements at once!
They must...
The Southern Church's bishop is an enemy of the goddess and must be destroyed.
Magic to attack Count Barley from below. It cannot be good.
I am the Bishop of the Southern Church, and you are obligated to protect me. Now do so, and be quick about it. You honor your humble servant with this daring rescue, Your Majesty. What a grand display of sympathy for my plight.
I suspect you abandoned the monastery to seal my power here. But I will have your full explanation once time allows.
Alive!
If
I mean, of course I am. My death would be a crippling blow to the Empire.
The man is incorrigible. Someone keep an eye on him. We're not out of the woods yet.
The enemy's wretched mage there has conjured barriers that are hampering my escape, diluting my ability to fight.
He must be a sorcerer. Any final words? Let us smite him and his magic here and now. If we shore up our defenses, we can reduce the chances of losing our strongholds. Only for a short while.
Shore up the defenses. We must hold.
Imperial dogs, stop interfering and learn your place.
An ambush! I should have known things would not be as simple as they seemed.
I'll find him!
Not falter.
I'll take over.
There's the perfect place to
They must
unleash my secret weapon. Let fly the arrows!
Where are those coming from?
Goodness me. Who knew the Count still had some fight left in him?
I may be a bishop, but I still know when to stay the hand of mercy.
I fight with all I have!
You should have stayed. Instead of crawling out here to die.
I'll not be slain by the likes of you.
Anything for Lady Theodore.
Stronger than I thought.
Take a breather.
I have this.
I feel no mercy.
Still here.
I am above such things.
It's not over.
Where did he go? We need to dispel those barriers at once.
If he retreated to the upper floors, I do not see how we can reach him. But there must be some way around the barriers.
We've received multiple reports of enemy troops appearing out of thin air. Perhaps they have some sort of warping device.
Yes, that certainly sounds likely. We should check every hiding place we can think of. I have seen such warping devices beneath the monastery. They are controlled by a separate mechanism located elsewhere.
Then we need to find that too? Orders
We're already in 2 groups. Let's continue the search. Watch this.
These infernal black walls are preventing me from reaching Lady Rhea. And now the Imperial reinforcements are closing in. Well, I'll just have to go intercept them myself.
If I may.
I fight with all I have! I'm not afraid of you!
Still in the fight.
We found the device, but it doesn't seem to operate by itself.
Use the catapults to crush the rebels below!
They're attacking from above. We have to stop those catapults.
My turn? Yeah?
Here I go. They must learn who they're up against.
Begin.
There is not a question.
I have this.
I don't have any interest in exchanging words with you. You attacked us, and that's all I need to know.
Watch this.
I will capture this stronghold.
If I may.
My turn.
Bringing it down.
Not break while Lady Rhea still needs me. was my greatest pride, to be your sword.
I'm ready.
I make my own luck!
If I may.
The stronghold is ours. Now there will be no more hurling of the boulders.
Take a breather.
I have this.
Watch this!
I shall never back down!
Is it right? Why should I have to die?
That must be the control device. Try to activate it.
There's not a question. Leave this to me.
Begin.
Permit me, my lady.
Does this mean we can warp now?
Let's use the device to go after that dark mage.
The enemy's stronghold will be ours.
Hardly a problem.
Good. The device works.
Mycet is in danger! Help him!
They're really pulling out all the stops here. We'd better intervene before we take any more casualties.
I will dispose of you vermin myself.
I will gladly handle this. Let's march. It's Bernie's time to shine. All right, let's...
Oh, if I must. I say...
Behold your undoing!
Stop throwing rocks at us, or I'm gonna... Oh, they stopped. Oh, well, that's nice.
We can't use these ourselves, What a bother.
That's the last thing that was in our way. Well, except for the other things. Ah, it never ends.
My turn?
I'm ready.
Any final word?
No
Not be
distractions.
held up by such foul vermin.
I'll take a...
If I may.
So this is where I expire. I pray you might finish what must be done, Tomas.
The Dark Barriers have vanished. Now we can rejoin our forces.
That dark magic had dissipated. Now I can finally escape. I mean, strategically retreat.
I'll fight until my dying breath to protect Lady Rhea.
But Cyril, the wounds you carry. Please be safe.
That man has the most absurd luck. We're done here. Fall back.
Count's assailants have eluded us.
As the goddess is my witness, this is as far as you go.
Annihilate them and reclaim all that is ours.
Don't stop now. Not when the future we seek is within our grasp.
I'll give you 10 times the pain you inflicted on Lady Rhea.
My turn. Here it comes. Take this. You're done.
You'll never reach Lady Rhea. I won't let you.
Out of the way.
I hope that was enough to save her.
The way to the monastery is clear. This is the moment we've been fighting for. Rhea and Talis will be waiting just ahead. It's a boon that the Empire's two greatest enemies are both within striking distance, yet we mustn't forget they are capable of anything. This situation could very quickly become dire.
No kidding. We're talking about the heads of the church and those who slither in the dark.
I hope you are all mentally prepared. Because once this begins, we cannot afford to waste even a second. Lady Edelgard, we await your command.
Through some strange twist of fate, we find ourselves capturing Garreg Mach for the second time. Our first victory signaled the start of the war, and today's victory will be a giant step toward ending it. Today, together, we usher in a new era. And at the end of this path lies our future. The time is now. All Imperial forces, advance!
Come on! Victory's nearly ours!
You ignorant fools dare stand against me?
Your reckoning has come, Tomas. Now you will pay for all that you did to my father and the Empire.
I no longer care for mercy. For the sake of my people, you must die.
I will end you.
Well, you should care, because I'm the one who's gonna kill you.
This land is drenched in the blood of beasts.
Fool I may be, but I have plenty of company. My allies and I stand ready to trample you into the dust.
Not yet.
I do not usually mix business with pleasure. But this is an exquisite opportunity to save duty and vengeance both.
It is my vengeance you will suffer, beast. And oh, how you have earned it!
We dispelled the darkness. Now all that remains is Rhea. They must... How fitting that I should settle things with Rhea here in the cathedral.
No matter how many years pass,
If I may.
you people will always be little more than fools. Return the land you stole from us!
Here it comes!
You're done! Sorry, but I think I'd rather fight you instead.
I will correct the mistake I made when I took you in, by ending your life. You boast blood of the Vespers, and the heart of a traitor. Your sins run deeper than all others.
I wear my sins proudly, for they are the reason I fight to free Fdlan from the goddess's so-called judgment.
You have left me with no other choice. Now so remain. So be it. I will crush you where you stand!
Rhea can shapeshift too? But that form...
Then you are the Immaculate.
I'm ready.
So be it. Today we destroy you and secure our future. Watch this.
If I die here, I'm gonna be gonna haunt you forever.
Anything for Lady Edelgard.
Stay vigilant. There would be no greater folly than to die here after all our struggles.
Just you wait, Father. I'm going to distinguish myself and return home a hero.
I will end you.
If I may.
I am Petra McNeary, Queen of Bridges. I honor my pact by fighting with the Empire.
couldn't hurt.
I will deliver victory to Lady Edelgard, even at the cost of my life. Permit me, my lady.
We will prevail today, even if it costs me the life that Her Majesty so graciously saved.
I pray this fight is the one that ends this wretched war for good.
Well, I suppose I can allow myself one day of truly giving my all.
Why do you hate me?
That was a redoubtable foe.
I'm ready. I cannot let my guard slip.
I'll take over. You've already lost. I will end you. We will never yield to you, no matter how large or powerful you might be.
I'm just going to keep attacking, but you can pretend I'm not here.
Onward to victory and glory!
Here it comes! Out of the way! You're done!
Time for this. Edelgard. I have this.
I'll take over.
Best take care.
Did I misjudge my chance to withdraw?
Take a breather.
I have this. You will not pass me. I have it. This is the end. Your punishment.
Able to maintain that hold. If we act quickly, we can restrain her.
Tower is unending. We must reclaim what was stolen from us.
My turn.
I will destroy you by my own hand. We will surpass you both and move forward.
I don't know what the future holds, but we're not gonna stop until we claim it.
Together, everyone, let's finish this! Judge you!
Here it comes! You're done!
Oh, if I must.
Struggle is nothing compared to what we faced in the Red Canyon.
We've lost.
I'll take over.
We have the upper hand.
Take a breather.
Not yet!
I must carry on for the sake of my mother's fallen comrades.
Laughable. Loathsome helmet. My turn. Take this. Abominable creatures, I will give you the burial you deserve!
Look out!
I will not allow you to sully this sacred place!
Then die along with it!
It's gonna fall!
This way!
There's no way they could have survived that.
Well then, just one thing left.
Must we do this now? But I suppose you earned it. Just this once. At last, Fdlan has been freed from that which bound it. Today marks a momentous new chapter in its history, and we shall be its authors.
It is now 1183, Blue Sea Moon. The Empire has freed Garreg Mach and put the Knights of Seiros and those who slither in the dark to rout. Amidst the fighting, Archbishop Rhea and Taulus both go missing. With no one to lead, the Central Church's influence wanes, and those who slither in the dark vanish. But due to Claude's breaking of a pact to serve his own ambitions, the Empire and Leicester Alliance soon return to war. Bloodshed between the three ruling powers of Fdlan, Empire, Alliance, and the beleaguered kingdom, rages on with no end in sight.
Once the Empire is claiming victory, I intend to be returning home to Brigid. I was hoping you would accompany me. Have you given this any more thinking? You are a fierce warrior, a reliable friend, and a dear companion most of all. I am wishing for us to be together until the end. I hope you have understanding of this.